Just
Right, so we are now live on YouTube. Right, we are now live on Zoom and YouTube, and this event is being recorded, which will be posted on the social media. Good morning from London. Greetings to you all across the 54 nations of the Commonwealth, the family of nations. I am Uday Nagaraju, founder and director of AI Policy Labs, co-founder and executive president of Global Policy Insights, and the project director of the Commonwealth Project at Global Policy Insights. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to the conference, The Commonwealth, Advancing Towards the Future with Emerging Technologies in AI, conducted by AI Policy Labs, Global Policy Insights, in partnership with the Ramphal Institute. Talking of Ramphal Institute, we will remember our partner in this event, a key person, a friend, a mentor, a philosopher and guide, Dr. Patsy Robertson, who left us a few days ago. She is a remarkable person. We will pay a formal tribute to her after the SG's message. Her contribution has been remarkable, and she was discussing with us on a daily basis about this conference and how much she believed in Commonwealth, how much she wanted, and also for the young people in Commonwealth, and the whole concept of the conference of bringing technology for young people. The event was initially planned for a day, but has been extended to 2 days with the huge and unexpected response we got. Today is the Main Leaders Summit, inaugural by Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of Commonwealth, and a big champion of young people across the Commonwealth. She has kindly inaugurated and gave inaugural messages in many of her events in the past on the Commonwealth. And she has emphasized on ICT for young people across the Commonwealth and her passion for small states and development of small states. So we're absolutely thrilled to have her. It's an absolute honor to all of us to have her as the inaugural ceremony speaker. And we also have our associate partners, United Nations Women, Association of Indian Universities, and Swiss Cognitive supporting this event. The event has been sponsored by AIDC, an artificial intelligence-based consultancy. Coming to the reason why we are conducting this conference. As we know, with pandemic, one of the most affected groups by the pandemic is young people. Now, this is the group that is our future. And as mentioned, as stated in the Commonwealth Secretariat's website, the young people, everyone echoes with those thoughts, that young people are key and their empowerment is key for any nation's development. However, with pandemic, we are seeing very serious concerns, one on their education and two on the employment opportunities of young people. There are also reports of international organizations have also been reporting of mental health issues of young people, particularly with the pandemic. One, economic front, and two, also on other areas as well. So it is in this context that GPI, we have been working on a Commonwealth project for the last 2 years, bringing in key stakeholders to understand some of the challenges the 21st century presents and how can we optimize the networks of Commonwealth, how can we all contribute to the family of nations and such a wonderful organization. And so that is where the Commonwealth project of GPI has been working the last 2 years, bringing across key stakeholders of the Commonwealth of these 54 nations. In the research that we've been carried out with extensive events, podcasts, and reports, one of the outcomes of that, what we found was that young people could be benefited in terms of technology. There are some Commonwealth countries who are doing quite well in technology, and that those lessons could be, those initiatives and innovations could be used by across the Commonwealth, particularly with the leadership of the Secretariat under Baroness Patricia Scotland, in terms of getting them all together, bringing them all to one platform, and the benefits being enjoyed by all the nations. It's in this context and the pandemic that the AI Policy Labs, an initiative of Global Policy Insights, which looks at bringing emerging technologies and also artificial intelligence for public goods and social good. We've brought this conference together to achieve that, to look at how emerging technologies in AI can help benefit the young people of Commonwealth, who form 60% of the population across the Commonwealth. We have successfully completed the curtain raiser yesterday, the AI Conclave, and having today the inaugural ceremony, the Leaders Summit, with, like I mentioned, with Baroness Patricia Scotland addressing the inaugural ceremony. The AI Conclave hosted ministers of Mauritius, Malta, and thought leaders, UN young leaders, exceptional young achievers, and leaders from across the world, bringing together young achievers. And we had some rich discussions on using AI and emerging technologies for SDGs and young people across the Commonwealth. So in today's inaugural ceremony, after Baroness Patricia Scotland's inaugural speech, would be followed by a Q&A session with young people across the Commonwealth and a cause that she champions as well. There's a Q&A session. We have around 150 youth organizations across the Commonwealth supporting us for this event. So we have selected some youth organizations and youth leaders across the Commonwealth who will be online with us in terms of the questions. Then we have two messages from two heads of state, two heads of the governments. Former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Right Honourable Sir John Key, has sent his message. The Prime Minister of Guyana has also sent a video message. Unfortunately, he is unable to attend. We also have Honorable Muhammad Mali Jamal, the Minister of Communications, Science and Technology, Maldives, and also Honorable Kyriakos Kokkinos, the Deputy Minister to the President, Research, Innovation and Digital Policy of Cyprus, giving their keynote speeches after the inaugural address. So may I now ask Right Honourable Baroness Patricia Scotland, the first Women Secretary General of Women Secretary General, a proud moment for all of us. We also have, I can see our partner, United UN Women head of India and a few other countries immediately smiling when I said the first Women Secretary General. So may I request Honourable Patricia Scotland to give her inaugural address, please.
Well, greetings everyone, and good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you may be. It is a great privilege for me to be joining you, but I must begin by paying tribute to our dearly beloved colleague and mentor, Patsy Robertson. For many of us, the name Patsy Robertson evokes memories of a warm, soft-spoken, charming and always impeccably dressed woman who was ever present at Commonwealth events. Others remember a brilliant political strategist, a media powerhouse who bravely took on political giants such as Margaret Thatcher and whose gentle charisma was dangerously deceptive for those who challenged the good that she upheld. Her former colleagues will perhaps describe her as an exceptional communicator who, as the Commonwealth's official spokesperson and director of information, transformed the story in the UK about white minority rule in South Africa to one focused on equality, peace, and justice. For many, she will always be the passionate advocate who was willing to put everything on the line to rescue the children of South Africa from endless days of terror. Certainly, her name will go down in history alongside Sir Sidrath Ramphal's as one of the warriors who battled the powerful institution of South African apartheid and won. For me, Patsy Robertson was all of those things, but she was also a dear friend that I sorely miss.
Oh, son, please go quickly.
I think someone's speaking. I mean, she was a beautiful enigma in so many ways, because despite traveling the world over and soaking up a rich diversity of cultures, she remained quintessentially Caribbean. Her voice, her mannerisms, and her perspectives still carried the tone of her Jamaican heritage and told the story of the mesmerizing landscapes and crisp, unpolluted air of the Santa Cruz Mountains that cradled the close-knit town of Malvern, where she was born. She still loved to move to the rhythm of the calypso beat, which she described as better than a tonic. As I reflect on her story, I wonder about the exact sequence of events, the setbacks, the defining moments of reflection and milestone decisions that gave us this legendary woman. Her parents were both educators and imbued Patsy with strong values around education and the commitment to the greater good. And she and all her 7 siblings pursued higher education opportunities in the US or UK. And in the early 1950s, this led Patsy to study journalism and English at New York University. And while there, she became part of a generation of brawny and brilliant change makers and activists that were set to transform the world around them over the coming decades. And for Patsy, once she started on her journey of activism, there was just no stopping her. So alongside her powerful work opposing apartheid on behalf of the Commonwealth, she was also a relentless children and women's rights activist, leading the charge on gender equality as senior advisor for the game-changing 1995 Beijing World Conference for Women. And her amazing energy propelled her to the very end as she carried and chaired the trustees of the Ramphal Institute and the Commonwealth Association, and carried out her role as trustee of the Thompson Foundation for training journalists and the Commonwealth Press Union Media Trust. So because of the sheer depth and breadth of her impact and influence and the millions of lives she touched, it is hard to find the words to do her justice. Every Secretary General in their time will tell you that when they were on the battlefield, staring across at a line of formidable obstacles, it was always a relief to know that Patsy was on their side. Her advice and encouragement made the onward journey possible. And one of the last things she said to me shortly before she died, and none of us could believe that she was not going to be with us. She said, "Patricia, we stand in the gap. We are all made of sterner stuff, and we don't know how to turn tail and run." And I will never forget these words or this legendary woman who worked her way right into the heart of the Commonwealth and left us a living legacy that will continue to shape our ideas and actions for years to come. It saddens me beyond words that I will be the last Secretary General of this beloved family of nations to have benefited from her wisdom and her light. So I am truly grateful to be able to be speaking here today at her invitation, in her name, at her institute, and to have the opportunity to not only address you on a topic of her choice, but also to honor Patsy, her legacy, and the amazing woman that she was. And it's typical that she should have chosen a subject which looked to the future and to the young, who represent 60% of the new modern Commonwealth. For all our young people, Patsy Robertson is an emblem of what any of us can achieve if we have the determination, the passion, and the absolute commitment to serve others before ourselves. And although Patsy was 86, I think she was really 21 because she was so young and vibrant. And she cared about ICT because she cared about the young. And emerging technologies and AI have become more important than ever over recent months, as we have all, of necessity, had to adopt innovative approaches to the ways in which we connect and work together. The Commonwealth has always been a pioneer of innovation and connection, and it's in our lifeblood. This makes communication technology vital infrastructure for enabling our networks to function, and fresh advances in AI promise to raise what is possible for us to deliver in support of all those we serve. The spread of the coronavirus, COVID-19, has presented massive challenges to the worldwide economy and in people's daily lives, and will have far-reaching and long-term consequences. It has affected the lives of everyone of us in the Commonwealth, young and old alike. It has resulted in severe economic and social impacts. These have fallen hardest on the most vulnerable by affecting livelihoods, social and community life, opportunities to engage in sports and recreation, affecting mental health and well-being, and of course, in ways which are deeply worrying for young people, on education. And although there is nothing to be gained by minimizing the devastating human and economic impact of the COVID-19 crisis, I am a firm believer that with every downside, there is an upside. If these present clouds have silver linings, it is perhaps that the crisis of the pandemic is proving to be a strong driver of creativity and innovation. And there is another adage: necessity is the mother of invention, which has never been truer than in these unusual times. The crisis has undoubtedly accelerated digital transformation across the world and opened our eyes to the possibilities offered by technology solutions to enhance and support our lives, and to sustain and develop our businesses, communities, and countries. There is a remarkable abundance of creativity and innovation emerging at the national, institutional, organizational, and individual levels in all countries of the Commonwealth. The lockdown and dislocation of recent months has now slowed other activities, but it has not slowed innovation. They are accelerating new approaches and changing attitudes so that these are adopted more swiftly. And as is so often the case with crises, the pandemic has become an extraordinary catalyst for change. COVID-19 has also demonstrated the importance of digital readiness, which allows business life and personal engagement to be carried on with some semblance of normality we took so for granted in the past. Building the necessary infrastructure to support a digitized world and keep abreast of the latest technology will be essential for any business or country to remain competitive in a post-COVID-19 world. In fact, the need for innovation is far greater than ever before, driven by new challenges that are more disruptive than any faced by most of us ever before. And also, working together in the Commonwealth, we can help keep one another ahead of the curve. We know that technology and innovation are crucial to mitigating the setbacks and preparing for post-pandemic recovery, particularly by mobilizing the valuable resource of our highly skilled, creative, and motivated young people. Now more than ever, we need to create and strengthen structures which are radical, different, creative, and will facilitate collaborative effort and unity of purpose. We must empower young people to be at the forefront of innovating and providing creative solutions now and for the future. We all gain if we ensure that young people are at the center of national recovery plans. They have a special stake as programs develop now will have a bearing on their lives and the sustainability of their livelihoods far into the future. During the crisis, it has been impressive to see young people throughout the Commonwealth taking action. They've created communities, virtual online, to engage and been active in their localities to help people who are elderly or more vulnerable. Young people have raised their voices to call for greater inclusion in recovery efforts and shown their readiness to become involved in ways which are practical and transformational. Many have been using social media and apps to spread accurate information in the communities about COVID-19 and speaking out for effective and equitable support and care. And they've been championing solutions in mental health. However, most importantly, young people have designed and developed innovative ideas and solutions to help with the mitigating the consequences of the pandemic, and they've been at the forefront of innovation, new solutions, new business ventures, and models. In March this year, we highlighted the innovative talent of young people in the Commonwealth through our Commonwealth Youth Awards. The finalists included young health app developers, agro-technology entrepreneurs, and education software developers from across the Commonwealth. They were magnificent and are magnificent. Among those, we recognize Galabuzi Brian Kikembo from Uganda. He founded a social enterprise which cleverly recycles plastic and waste into eco-friendly, renewable sources of energy, providing support for hundreds of women and young people in local communities. Another, Hifaz Tanveer from Pakistan. He was recognized for his exceptional social enterprise, which creates portable engineered water purification kits for hundreds of poor communities and refugee camps in Pakistan. Also from Pakistan was Jaya Rajiwani. She was recognized for developing a digital app to provide young girls with accessible information on reproductive health. And then we had the wonderful Soiman from Canada, who founded one of the world's largest online information hubs to help communities build resilience in the fight against global climate crisis and human wildlife conflict. If you go online, these are magnificent young people. And these young award winners really demonstrate the talent and creativity which flourishes in our Commonwealth. And there are also many other inventors and innovators of all ages in every country and community of the Commonwealth. And it is they who drive us towards a future of health, hope, and harmony. We need to provide many other young people with the opportunities and the space to succeed, like Galabuzi, Hafiz, Jaya, and Soiman, and encouragement or a helping hand if they need one. We must encourage the natural creativity of young people and create climates and culture in our communities which foster and embrace innovation. That is how we can help young people to get the best out of themselves and each other. Many of our technological innovations can be enhanced using artificial intelligence applications, for example, in education, health and well-being and employment, preparation and youth empowerment. And the pandemic has certainly changed the way in which we deliver and engage in education, with all of us, and especially our young people, engaging in online learning as part of their new normal. Online technology is driving forward efforts to ensure that learning is not disrupted. Just this week, a young entrepreneur in Jamaica, Gordon Swaby, has launched an online academy to help children prepare for their exams in order to transition from primary to secondary school. And his company, EduFocal, has for many years used gaming as a learning tool to help students at this critical stage of skills development. Work such as this demonstrates the benefits of using AI-driven technology as effective tools to complement engagement with human teachers in promoting literacy, language, and social skills. In addition, interactive games, chatbots, and other tools can create safe spaces for our young people to express themselves creatively, and it's an important part of their empowerment. We also know that many AI diagnostic tools and therapeutic chatbots have been used effectively in suicide prevention and mental health interventions. The 24-hour availability of technology has been critical in many a crisis when human contact is not immediately available. So it is vital that in these and other areas, we should continue to explore and exploit the opportunities which technological advancement presents. The possibilities may be endless, but this does not mean they should be without boundaries. In advancing technology, there are ethical concerns we need to address to ensure equity, inclusion, and safety. We must be intentional about supporting the people of the Commonwealth to fulfill their potential with dignity and equality in physical and virtual environments which are safe and healthy. In this regard, we must take note especially of the challenges faced in under-resourced communities, countries, and regions. The digital divide between developed and developing countries hinders access to effective learning tools, protective bots, and spaces for creative self-expression. In considering the dissemination of AI tools, our entrepreneurs and innovators must consider accessibility for all. That all refers to people in all their diversity, a concept which AI has been criticized for not fully respecting. The potential for bias and discrimination, including based on race, is an area requiring further technological advancement. We must take care and be alert to the need to withhold support for systems which in any way reinforce social inequalities. This means ensuring that innovation and technology are deployed to empower people positively to work in new ways. So a key priority for our member countries is to prepare workforces for the future and make them ready to adapt to the new realities of the world and the industries which will deliver inclusive progress and sustainable prosperity. And this involves providing training and upskilling opportunities for our young people in particular. As we come to rely more and more on AI-based tools, we must take care not to sacrifice safety or rights, especially those of our young people who are likely to be most exposed. And in any of the positive scenarios I have outlined above, in education or supporting mental health, our young people and vulnerable persons may speak to AI chatbots or toys and educational platforms daily, sharing their personal data. There are both safety and rights considerations here. First, the collection of geographical location data poses significant security threats for children and other vulnerable persons who could be exposed to those who mean them harm. In addition, gains from the use of AI-based mental health aids can be eroded by negative online interaction with other online who may be abusive and threatening. In addition, we must respect youth rights to privacy. New technologies built into toys and educational programs routinely collect personal data from our young people. Have we ensured that young people understand how and by whom their data is stored and used? Are they made aware of their rights to grant or withhold their explicit consent to its collection and storage? These ethical considerations extend to implications for allowing AI to direct our interests and preferences. We must resist the trap of digital bubbles, which are created, for example, by the algorithms behind our social media feeds. They can potentially manipulate our thinking, and especially that of young people, towards negative or unwholesome ideologies or biases, and stifle the capacity for objective or critical thinking. We all have a responsibility and a role to play in supporting those around us and our young people to use technology and engage with AI in socially beneficial ways. Parents, teachers, and youth workers need to understand, harness, and be able to work in tandem with the technologies which our young people use day and night. It is through human interaction that young people can learn to adopt and respect cultural mores of politeness, kindness, and gratitude, which build social cohesion and community. Those values can be lost when we find ourselves speaking only to bots, which do not recognize or require a please or a thank you to execute a transaction. We must work hard to ensure that we design AI assistants that consider cultural values, while also ensuring that we do not abandon our roles in supporting the socialization of youth. There is a growing recognition that in many countries, policy changes are inhibiting adequate and effective harnessing of digital technology innovation and AI in all of their potential. And there is a need to integrate national strategies for digital technology and AI within the broader development agenda. National policies to foster digital development can be guided in positive ways if attention is paid to 4 channels of engagement: investing in infrastructure, investing in policy frameworks, investing in skills, and investing in risk management. Collectively, as our member countries move forward together, the Commonwealth will increasingly focus on innovation and harnessing the opportunities technology offers. Our young people will be at the forefront of the transformation and development this brings to create societies which are vibrant and healthy, supported by diverse and resilient economies. And we are well positioned in the Commonwealth with resourceful and youthful populations to seize the opportunities of technology and AI as engines for recovery and growth. Initiatives such as this e-conference demonstrates the commendable way in which, by continually scanning the horizon for emerging peril or promise, and through intergenerational partnership, we can pioneer new ways to prosperity and progress. And it is my delight to be able to be with you to watch you do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Baroness Scotland, for an inspiring message as always. I particularly like a couple of points you mentioned. First, to begin with, Patsy's tribute, that is an emblem of a young people, that of a young people's achievements. I completely echo with your thoughts, having worked with her, having communicated with her, absolutely. And then the second thing you mentioned, that she's over 80, but she is actually 20. To be honest, she was more than double my age, but she was. I do echo your thoughts there. So I did feel like she was 20 in her thinking. I would absolutely agree with that. In terms of the other brilliant points that you made, you did mention that necessity is the mother of invention. Yes, the pandemic has definitely brought that forward as well. In terms of the digital transformations, a year ago we wouldn't expect so many Zoom sessions or any online sessions, which seems to have completely gone on an unprecedented pace. That is so that kind of reinforces what you just said. In terms of we have to take opportunities. In terms of being the necessity, using necessity, we have to innovate and start bringing new things. And in terms of the digital transformation, particularly for the Commonwealth and those small states that we represent as an organization, as the key, as the main voice for the small states. Then you also spoke about about AI, certain aspects, the social aspects of AI, not only the good that AI does, but also looking at the social aspects, and that's also the need of the hour that needs to be looked at in terms of the socialization. And you also mentioned that we should not forget our own roles, not just AI's roles, but our own roles in socialization on the youth. That's again. So there, AI Policy Labs, and thank you for your appreciation of the event that we have all convened along with Patsy and the Rampell Institute. As AI Policy Labs, as something that was only recently formed as one of the initiative of a bigger think tank called Global Policy Insights, we have been working with stakeholders in terms of working on governance of AI. And we also had the presentation by Global Partnership on AI, which is, as you know, it's the joint initiative of 40 countries, and the OECD is hosting it in Paris as the secretariat. The one thing that, as the founder of AI Policy Labs, I was also thinking was that could Commonwealth also do something like this for the Commonwealth countries, for those 54 countries, in partnership with of course, in working closely with the global partnerships and all the other international organizations, where there could be a common framework for the Commonwealth nations, where innovations made by one country could be utilized by another country, and also governance on AI cannot be at a national level, but the cooperation and the framework has to be at international level. So this is something that we also wanted to mention to you and to the wider network within the conference, that if we could look at a Commonwealth framework for AI, and that could have far outreach, and as you know, AI's influence is not only on technology, but its influence would be on the world order for the development of nations going forwards. So particularly our small states could really benefit out of an AI common framework within the Commonwealth. So this is something that we wanted to propose, and there is a panel discussion as well later on this, and where we will be formally kind of suggesting, and we wanted to put this forward. We will be putting this forward to many across other international organizations as well. But thank you for a wonderful message, Baroness Scotland. That's great. So I was just thinking now, wondering if it's possible for us to schedule the keynote now, followed by your Q&A. It depends on what time.
Lawyers meeting. So it depends on how long you're anticipating, I'm afraid.
Okay, if that is the case, we'll stick to the schedule, and I'll bring in young people who can do the questions. So I think we'll stick to the schedule there. I just bring in Kakembo, Stephen, and these young people who are who will be doing your Q&A.
And just before you do that, I should tell everyone that we have created a Commonwealth Innovation Lab. So if you go on to our Commonwealth website, the commonwealth.org, you will find that there is a huge amount on the innovation, and we are looking at how we can expand the opportunities for our member states to work together. And on that innovation platform, we are already inviting all our member states to share their innovations with each other. So if you look on that, you will see that we have things like the Bangladesh have developed a wonderful tracker. Or if you go and look at our resource center to deal with COVID-19, a lot of those innovations have been pulled from all our member states. So we are ideologically already with you in terms of the power of the Commonwealth being what we do together as opposed to what we do apart. And I've said before that my aspiration is that if one member state spends a penny, a dollar, a rupee, a pound, that then no other member state will have to spend the same dollar, rupee, or pound. Because pooling our innovation and creativity, we will get those sustainable development goals more quickly than doing that journey on our own. So it sounds as if there's a lot of common thinking.
Absolutely, absolutely, Baroness Scotland. We would be there to support all these initiatives in terms of innovation. And we were trying to take this a step forward in terms of having an AI-specific framework. It was brilliant. Thank you, Baroness Scotland. So I'll bring now Stephen and Kakembo. Stephen is a member of AI Policy Labs and Global Policy Insights as a research assistant here. Stephen, your screen is not very clear. I think we can't see you properly. I think you have a background there. And we also have Kakembo, who's a recipient of the Secretary General's Award, a Young Leaders Award, and Baroness earlier mentioned about Kakembo as well. Kakembo has empowered hundreds of young people in Uganda and is an inspiration to young people. So I'd leave this to Stephen and Kakembo to take the Q&A session.
Good morning to one and all present here.
Oh, good morning, Stephen.
Yeah, my fellow moderator and my friend Kakembo, and the founder of AI Policy Labs, Uday Nagaraju, and Honorable Patricia Scotland. Welcome to this a Q&A session with the youngsters here. We have a few questions already from the youth organizations, and Kakembo and I will invite the questions from the youth organizations here. We have Save Our Youth Zambia Foundation, Mr. Modestus. We have a question from Save Our Youth Zambia Foundation, represented by Mr. Modestus. And his question is, what role is or will the Commonwealth play in ensuring that Commonwealth countries, especially in Africa, formulate policy frameworks aiming to address AI technology issues without leaving the youth behind?
Well, the first thing to say is that all the work that we do in the Secretariat, we make sure that youth is an integral part. And there has been real enthusiasm and commitment for us to look at having an ICT ministers meeting, to look at these new technological developments, to look at how we can pool information, and young people are right at the center of this innovation. If you look at the 20, perhaps, largest businesses in the world today, each and every one of them started as a small or medium-sized enterprise. And most of them, if you think about Google or Amazon, were started by young people who then invested and used their innovative capacity. So we believe in the Commonwealth that young people who represent 60% of our population are not only our future, but they're our present. And the innovators that we need to get excited and enable are particularly the young. I'm not being ageist, because if you remember Patsy, she was a great innovator to the day she left, but we need to empower the young. So I can assure you that engaging with young people, particularly in this area, is essential. It's not an add-on, it is key.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Patricia, ma'am. And we have a question from Bhavya in India, representing SVCAN organization. Bhavya, could you ask a question to the Honorable Secretary General?
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Greetings, ma'am.
Thanks, Bhavya.
Thank you, Stephen. Greetings, ma'am, and honorable panel members. This is Bhavyata representing SVCAN organization from India. So I believe I'm voicing my question representing all the youth organizations working in diverse local communities of Global South. So we'd like to know what kind of strategies or support does the Commonwealth and other multilateral groups facilitate to integrate AI in sustainable development?
Well, actually, Bhavya, we're working on this very issue right now, because in the Commonwealth, we recognize that two things have happened in particular as a result of this pandemic. One, we are all economically stretched, and we have to find more effective, more efficient ways of delivering our services. And if that is so, we have no choice but to look at AI and how can we use it responsibly. And so across the Secretariat, we are right now pooling the information that we have, but we're also not just looking at how to use AI technologically, we're looking at the ethics and ethical dimension, because we know that there are those who are creating artificial intelligence systems who are not building in the values that we have. And if you operate AI irresponsibly, instead of making things better, you could inculcate into our systems all those things that we wish to eradicate. So we're looking at how to responsibly use AI, not only getting the technology absolutely brilliant, but how do we make sure that our values that are embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals are fed into that AI process to make it really resilient. And this is the work that we're doing right now. And we are really so excited about making a Commonwealth-wide network of all the brilliant young ideas, particularly young people, because we believe that's where the energy and the innovation and the creativity is likely to come. This is your world. Those of us who are older have come to it at the middle or the end of our lives. You've been in it from the beginning, so you have to shape it. But you also have to help us to understand how young people use AI, how they can use it more responsibly. And that's where we need your voice. And I have to tell you that I've invited the Indian Minister of ICT and Law, Ravi Shankar Prasad, who is going to lead, we hope, on this in our Commonwealth. And I think he's a rock star when it comes to ICT. So we're very proud of India. We're very proud of the Indian contribution. And I think there are lots of others in Southeast Asia who are doing this. Bangladesh, Pakistan, Malaysia, Singapore, all of our countries are engaged. But look out for Kenya. Kenya's coming as well. Lots of people in Africa, in the Caribbean. We may be small, but we're mighty, and the Pacific. So we have 1/3 of the world in our Commonwealth. So I think we have an unbeatable platform.
Thank you, Bhavya from India. That was a very good question. And Baroness Scotland, I'll have to say to you there that the Indian ICT Minister also spoke highly of you on Twitter. We've seen that. And that's a great international cooperation across Commonwealth that you are trying to forge. We have an unexpected attendee. We have Mrs. Seema Malhotra, who is the Shadow Minister in the UK for Employment. So I've just brought her on. So she has a question. So Seema, do you want to?
Great, thank you very much, Uday, and congratulations to all for the conference. And it's wonderful to see Patricia. I found the keynote incredibly inspiring, and the issue of how young people are involved in the future, the issue particularly of unemployment today, but how we look at how we create opportunity and give access to opportunity is going to be critical to our recovery as well as across the world. So I just wanted to ask you how you thought we could facilitate much more networking and support between young people across nations. I have often reflected with Uday as well that I don't think the UK makes enough of its Commonwealth leadership and connection for young people in the UK. And I think that could be a very inspiring step, considering as well the diaspora communities we have across the UK.
And I think it's really important because so many people think of the Commonwealth as the 53 other countries and not the UK. And I think there is a huge opportunity for us to build a sense of Commonwealth citizenship within the UK for our young people. And that connection between the 54 is amazing when you see it together. And I would love, Simita, if you would help to drive this forward. We need all of us to do it. Please encourage all our young people in the whole 54 to join up and be part of the Commonwealth Youth Network. We have a network for climate change, for women, for technology, all of these, and this is our opportunity to be the difference that we need to make. And we're not going to do it on our own. If COVID has taught us anything, is that we need each other. My health is dependent on your health. And if I need to keep those I love safe, I really need to care about you and keep you safe too, because that interconnection is absolutely clear. And we know that multilateral cooperation is going to be the only way that we will go forward. And the fantastic thing, I hope everyone has noticed, is in the Commonwealth, we haven't been nationalistic. We've been inclusive and we've been multilateral. And there is no country that I have reached out to and said, will you help us? Will you share what you have developed with other smaller, less able countries? Not one has said no. So partnership is quintessentially our modus operandi. And so I would say to everyone on this call, please help me, get engaged. We can do this. We just can't do it on our own, but we can absolutely do it together. And if we're prepared to share, and the Commonwealth is sharing. So God bless everybody who's helping us do this.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Lemek Serinago. He represents Youth Skilling Organization from Uganda.
Oh, what was the name? Lemek.
Lemek, yes. Yes, Lemek, you could ask your question to the Secretary General, please.
Lemek, are you there? Okay, do you want to go to the next question, Stephen, and also send names of all the questionnaires so I can immediately add them to stop the delay?
Yeah, sure. I have the question from Lemek. I can read it out. So he has a question like, how does stakeholders recognize the strategies and innovations, and how do they use the resources appropriately and provide the resources and skills for the youth organizations in Uganda and other African nations to promote AI and youth development?
Well, one of the things that we're doing in the Commonwealth is, once again, if you go to our Commonwealth website, you will see that we are putting all the information that we have on that website. But I have to tell you that the website is older than we would want. We're in the process of radically changing it and trying to create a new platform which will be much easier to migrate. But we are creating Commonwealth best practice strategies, Commonwealth best practice toolkits, Commonwealth best practice legislation and regulation in order to help our member states. But we're also starting to create, and we now have 41 of them, Commonwealth implementation toolkits, because it's not enough, frankly, for just us to have the policies, because many of those who wish to implement those policies then come back and say, we don't actually have a clear idea what is the most effective ways of actually doing this. So what we in the Commonwealth have done is we've pooled the best knowledge. We've asked all of our members what works, what does not work, and we've then created toolkits which are sort of pathfinders for our member states to use if they wish in order to implement. So these strategies are being created. And if I can give you just an example of it, and it's not on the technology, but we have just launched our Commonwealth Says No More campaign about how you bring an end to domestic violence and sexual violence against, particularly against women and girls, because although we know this can affect men too, 89% of those who are affected are women, and it affects, domestic violence affects 1 in 3 women and girls in the world. It's the greatest cause of morbidity. And if you go online now to the Commonwealth Says No More, you will find that we have tools for implementation in terms of governments, businesses, foundations, charities, and individuals and bystanders. So it's very, very practical. So if you want to do something, if you want to implement something, all the tools are in our Commonwealth Says No More. And I'd love it if people would go online, because we're inviting everybody to take the pledge against domestic violence and also to do a 1-minute video. And I know our young people are ace at doing 1-minute videos. So that's the sort of approach. And I'm suggesting you look at it, because that's the practical way in which we have changed things. I mean, since I came in as Secretary General, we've radically changed the way in which we provide our services. So now much more is online, much more will become interactive. And when I'm not just talking about using technology and AI, we in the Commonwealth Secretariat are actually doing it. So when this lockdown came, we moved seamlessly, because we'd prepared it and reformed the system, seamlessly from face-to-face to technology. And we must have had about 3,500 meetings, perhaps as we're doing now, online, which would have been all face-to-face in the future. And we understand that to get the movement we need to share the knowledge. And the best way of sharing that knowledge is through technology. So we're looking at implementation toolkits. We'll be looking at how we can create podcasts on how to do things, so that once we've got the information, we'll be able to replicate it. And if anyone out there wants to come and help me, so if anyone wants to help me redesign the website or the portal or more apps, we've got loads of apps we want to design. So your young wizards out there, I need all their help.
Big opportunity then.
As a policy labs, that's our bread and butter. So we have a network of young people, young entrepreneurs across the Commonwealth. So we can definitely offer you that help, Madam Secretary General.
And we have a question from James Madden from Think Mental Society, King's College London.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, James.
Yes, fantastic. Okay, so my question is, how do you think young people, in particular students, will have their mental health affected by the rapid rate of progress in these technologies? I know you talked about like the ethical issues and things, but I'd like to ask about mental health specifically. So that's my question.
Well, I think one of the things that we have been worried about is the ability that people have to interconnect one with the other if they become totally absorbed in only communicating through the tools. The technology is an aid, but it isn't the real way in which we as human beings need to contact. We like to touch and taste and see. And so I think there is a challenge that we have to face that challenge. And that's one of the reasons I was saying that when we're developing the AI tools and we're looking at technology, in effect, we have to humanize it and understand the impact that these technologies can have on us as human beings. And I think we're much more aware now of the potential difficulty that we're creating through the use of technology. And that's why I was saying that if you look at the way in which we create the technology, if we create the AI, we have to humanize it so that the interaction isn't detrimental, it can actually be healing. So some of the new bots that are being created are actually helping young people, particularly at times of isolation, to deal with things like suicide thoughts, and they are really refining them so that they can be part of the salve, if you like, to help some of the problems that have been created. And none of us, when we start on a journey, necessarily understand the underbelly, the difficulties. We see the benefits, and it's only after time that we start to see actually there's benefits and their burdens. And now what we're doing is try to identify what those burdens are and positively concentrate on how we now deal with them. And I think that's where we are now. So technology can be great to help young people's mental health. It can also be a real difficulty. So most things, it's a shield, but it can be a sword. And we just understand that now, and we have to deal with it. So I hope the brilliant young minds will help us, because young people will know where the problems are, and we need to talk about those. And then I hope young people will help us to fix them, because we've got to do it in a way that young people want, not the way that sort of older people like me may not understand. So it's something we've got to do together intergenerationally. We can't do it without you anyway.
Thank you very much for that. We have Lekan Adepogu from Strategy for Mentoring Initiative and Leadership Empowerment from Nigeria. You'll have to unmute yourself, Lekan. There seems to be a problem. Let me read out the question for you.
Are you able to speak? Are you able to be a bit louder? I think you've.
Good morning, can you hear me?
You want to unmute yourself?
Yeah, it's unmuted now.
Yes,
can you hear me?
perfect. Yes,
We just
please.
want you to speak to the SG directly, so that's why we're saying this. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Honorable Ma. Thank you so much for your insight. I represent Strategy for Mentoring Initiative and Leadership Empowerment, SMILE, Nigeria. Basically, one of the major challenges in Nigeria with AI is the fact that the people find it hard to embrace new technology, especially things that are quite automated. So how do we put technology like AI in the hands of more people in Nigeria without the fear of the automation? And also, how do we encourage them to use more technology basically? And how do we create more apps that are relevant to them and encourage them to actually use those apps? Because one of the major challenges is that Nigerians like to do things manually. They feel more guaranteed to do them by themselves than have AI or computers do them for them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I think with all of us, this is a journey. What's been quite interesting is COVID has forced most of us who would be technologically frightened to use the technology, because it has been the only way that we could communicate one with the other. And so I think we are developing with our and for our member states and offering to help them with developing their strategies, the strategies for implementation, the strategies for digitalization. What we know is if you look at wealth creation, there is unfortunately an increasing digital divide. And those who are able to access that digitalized and digital world are going to develop much more quickly. So that is just the reality of where we are. It's never going to be easy to convert one to the other until people see that there is a need. All of us are now using this technology because we want to speak to each other, and COVID has disabled us from that direct human contact. So even great grandmothers in their 90s who would never have gone to a screen are now using Zoom to talk to their grandchildren or contacting. So I think these things will change, and we do have strategies and we can share them. And Nigeria is a great member of our Commonwealth. And I certainly hope that we will, as always, get the Nigerian and other ministers to come on board. And Nigeria has always been a great supporter and very energetic in the Commonwealth. So I will bear in mind what you've said as we go forward, and trying to make sure that I come up with some good ways to persuade more people to come on board. and you can help me.
Thank you for that. We have a question from Aditi Bairolu from Organization for Youth and Elderly India.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
you are, Aditi.
Thank you so much for the beautiful insights, Honorable Patricia Scotland. It was great listening to you. My question to you is, it's kind of on behalf of all the NGOs in India specifically. How can non-governmental organizations work in sync with the governments or the states of respective countries to promote financial literacy and fintech to propel transparency in the system that will eventually fulfill SDG 8, that is decent work and economic growth, and SDG 17, partnerships for the goals? Thank you.
Well, right now, we in the Commonwealth are working on fintech. We have entered into partnership with Oxford, with Cambridge, and we are training hundreds of officials and others across our Commonwealth to enable them to be more fintech aware and able. It's fundamentally important. If we look at the things of, in terms of empowerment of women and girls, we know that financial literacy and ability is absolutely essential if we are going to meet those SDGs. So this is a powerful tool. We're working on it. I'm very proud of the work that we've been able to do to train more and more to understand. And if you look at the work we're also doing on climate change, we've just created the Disaster Finance Hub, which portal, which is about to be launched next month. We've also got the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. So this financial understanding of how we as countries need fintech, but also businesses and individuals. So this is something that is right at the forefront of my work. When I came in as Secretary General, I knew that we were going to have the innovation of our Commonwealth. And if we were going to create the Commonwealth of our dreams, we had to pool all the innovation of the 54. And so the last four years, that's what I've been trying to do. And it's been a great pleasure to see the results starting to happen. So, so we're on it. And if there are things that you want to do, anyone listening to this, please get in touch, look at what we're doing for young people, look at the work we're doing on fintech. My Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Nabil Gohir, leads on innovation and partnerships, and our new Deputy Secretary General, Professor Sadhu, Arjun Sadhu, is the one I have skilled, have empowered to do this work. So we are coming, and we're coming together. So thank you for being involved in this work. And I hope you will have great ideas that you will share with us. So what are the solutions? What do you want to see? How can we get there faster?
Thank you so much.
And we have, yeah.
Can I just ask all the people who are asking questions to come onto the screen? I'm just trying to open the videos, yeah, because this is a session for young people with the SG, so we want all of you on here.
And Uday, I can only see one, so maybe someone could open up my screen for me. I don't know whether my team are listening.
Yeah, I think you need to click on gallery view on the top, SG. That's the. When you do a gallery view, you can see all of them. There should be something on the speaker view on the top right. So if you
I think they've controlled mine. So let me get hold. I'll try and get hold of my team to see if they can do it for me. Go ahead.
Stephen, you want to go ahead with the next question? Or?
Yes, we have Amos Dimba, but he's not online. He has a question on how the roles of various countries towards youth in AI would be used for public sector governance and for public good, especially in the developing countries like Malawi.
I'm sorry, did you say how can AI be used for public good?
Yes, for the public sector governance.
No.
in
Well,
the
we are
developing world?
already looking at that on our governance and peace. We're looking at how we can use, in fact, blockchain and potentially AI and fintech in relation to how we do performance management. So the Secretariat has created a Commonwealth implementation toolkit for SDGs and another toolkit we're calling SMART, which is for management, performance management. So this is something that we have developed and we are sharing with member states who wish to look at the implementation of the performance, the changing their performance management systems. So this is something which is good, and we've already pooled and are working together.
Great, thank you. And we have the last question for the Q&A session here from Brilanini Kher, Yuva Parivartan India. She has a question on the funding opportunities. She asks, we as NGOs run our own programs on CSR funds, and digital technologies such as AI is far reach to
Put me on the
NGOs.
gallery,
How would
please. I can
international,
only see. Could you help me, Mo?
how would multilateral organizations help NGOs working in the local communities in accessing AI?
Thank you. Sorry, I was just trying to get someone to fix it for me. I didn't hear the question. I beg your pardon.
Sure, I'll repeat it for you. It's from Brilanini Kher from India. She was asking a question about the funding opportunities on AI to local NGOs in India and other developing nations.
Well, the first thing to say is that the Commonwealth's own resources are relatively limited. But what we've done is we've created networks of individuals and entities working together, which will make it an opportunity for change. I know that the Commonwealth Foundation at the moment have a number of funds that I think they may be available now, and we too have been able to give small amounts in terms of the innovation awards. But I think that the major thing that we give is transfer of information and opportunity to network and meet together. The Commonwealth Secretariat is not a huge organization for making awards to non-governmental organizations. The Commonwealth Foundation are really responsible for civil society. The Commonwealth Secretariat are responsible for intergovernmental relations, and we have 89 accredited organizations. So through the accredited organizations, there may be assistance, and indeed through the Commonwealth Foundation, that may be a platform. But the Commonwealth Secretariat is primarily created to deal with intergovernmental organizations, although in developing our policies, we have encouraged multi-sectorial delivery, because we find that governments working together with civil society, with business, are able to exponentially improve delivery when all parts of the community are working together.
Thank you very much for your inputs, Honorable Secretary General. I'd like to request Kakembo to give his remarks during this Q&A session.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad to see you again, Honorable Patricia. It's really been a long time since we had a face-to-face. I had a question from a colleague from Tanzania. She's called Amy Wilson, and I think this goes to speak for us as youth in Africa. Is that she says that youth in Tanzania, especially those in rural communities, don't have access to most of these Commonwealth opportunities, especially the Commonwealth Youth Awards, because in some of those parts they lack internet, so they might not be able to connect to apply for these programs. So in her questions, she's looking for a remedy by the Commonwealth to send these maybe through the governments, through the the organizations that are part of the Commonwealth to send these opportunities down to local communities so that they can also access these opportunities?
I think, as you know, we do engage very closely with all our governments and give information about these awards through all the agencies we have, not only the governmental agencies, but also trying to spread the word in relation to these with the accredited organizations. And one of the things we are very conscious of, and I spoke about, is this digital divide. So we are worried that those who do not have access to internet will become increasingly isolated from some of the newest and the brightest opportunities. So we are working hard to see what is the best way of making sure that this information gets through. And of course, as you know, we are encouraging all our Commonwealth young people to do what you're doing right now, and that is to reach out to all of those you know in all of the other member states to make sure that they are aware. And as you also know, I gave you and the other winners a challenge, not just to continue your wonderful work, but to come together collectively as Commonwealth young leaders, as Commonwealth innovators and award winners to achieve more for our 60% of our young people. So I'm going to give the challenge back to you. What are you now going to do to make sure your comrade in arms in Tanzania is not left behind, but is included? How are you going to help me to fix it?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the challenge. One of the things I would actually want to put in light is that the Commonwealth Youth Award winners this year are coming together. We have an application that we are coming up with that is going to be able to showcase the projects that have not yet been showcased on the Commonwealth websites. So we have already started. It's already being built by the colleague in Canada. So we are building it, and we are reaching out to. We have tasked ourselves to reach out to different youth within our communities, our countries first, then our continents, and then we get them on board. Those that can't access internet, we reach out to them physically whenever possible, and then get the information, get it out there, and then get them the support that they need.
Absolutely. You see, I knew you're brilliant. I can rely on you. You're my champions.
Thank you.
My champions. And you know what's so great is I hope that when we are creating our new platform in the Commonwealth, all of you will come and road test it for me and with me and tell me everything we've done wrong and how we can make it better. So I won't press that button until my geniuses in the Commonwealth Youth have told me, SG, you can press the button, it's as good as we can make it.
Thank you.
I'm relying on all of you.
Thank you.
But I just want to say I was so proud. I was so proud of all of you. My heart was feeling as if it would burst with pride, because you are, when I think of our hope, you are my hope. The young
Thank you
people
so much.
of the Commonwealth, you are my hope. And you're all beautiful in my eyes. Beautiful. So go get them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for these inspiring words, Honorable Secretary General. And since I was actually going through a small article last night, and a recent study by Ricardo and all 2020, they mentioned there is a prospective impact of nearly 79%. The AI impact would be 79% greater, not only in the business and the ICT sector, but also in the environmental and the political and the economies across the globe. and the impact would be higher in the global south. But there's a question from a representative from India. He was mentioning there's fear of losing jobs through AI technology, and robots will replace, and AI, the ICT will replace, the computerization will replace the human resources. And how would multilateral organizations address this particular fear in the global south?
I think one of the things that we have to bear in mind, if you look back at the 1900s, there was huge fear that the industrialization would displace workers. And the fear was that when the trains came and we no longer had horses drawing everything, that people would lose jobs. And at every single stage in our technological innovative journey, this fear that we will lose jobs has become more and more acute, but it hasn't ever happened because we need to use technology to enable human development and delivery, not the other way around. So I think it's something that we have to look at, and we have to make sure that AI is a tool, not a replacement. So it should make us able to work harder, better, more effectively, but it should never significantly reduce the need for human creativity. But I do think it's something that all of us have borne in mind and we plan for. But that's why I say AI is not on its own. AI is just a tool, but it's like a scalpel. You can use a scalpel to save a life, or you can use a scalpel to kill someone. It is not the tool, it's how it is used. And we have to determine how AI is used for the benefit of humanity in order to make a healthier, wealthier community. But that's not down to AI, that's down to us. And that's why in my speech I was saying there are great things for AI, but we have to make sure that the algorithms they use are not racist, are not going to impact on our mental health, are going to be able to be used safely. And that's down to us. So I think it's about our policy, it's about the strategy, it's about understanding these problems, understanding that we have to deal with these issues. And during the discussion amongst our member states on AI, there is the issue about how do we enable more employment, more wealth creation, more liberty, more leisure, more health by using AI as an effective tool. We want it to be the scalpel in the hands of the surgeon, not the knife in the hand of the murderer. And it's down to us to create a system which will enable us to do that.
Thank you very much. And I thank all the youth organizations and the representatives of all the youth organizations across the Commonwealth region for taking part in the Q&A session.
Brilliant. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Kakambo. And what a closing by Baroness Patricia Scotland. So we want AI to be a scalpel in a surgeon's hand, but not to be in a murderer's hand. What an excellent way of saying that. So on that note, thanks for the excellent Q&A session. Brilliant work by Stephen by putting together communicating with 120 plus countries. 120 plus organizations across 54 countries. And that was brilliant work. And Kakambo, as usual, you are a genius by putting this together. This session will now be followed on with the keynote speakers from the Minister of Cyprus and from the Minister of Maldives. Minister of Maldives, Honorable Mali Jamal, has been very patiently listening to all this. It only speaks of his interest in young people and the youth. That is interesting. And I have been receiving messages from your office, SG, that you have another conference as well. So the Q&A session is complete, and we'll move on to the keynote speeches from the honorable ministers, followed by the video sessions from the prime ministers that we have received.
And I'm so sorry that I can't stay and listen to my colleagues, because I would really love to hear the honourable ministers. And if I could come back, I would. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Kekembo. Thank you, Stephen. So we now move on to the keynote speeches for today. What a brilliant session we had with the Secretary General of Secretary General Baroness Scotland, with the young people from across the Commonwealth on the questions of technology and AI. So we have, unfortunately, Right Honourable Sir John Key couldn't make it, but he has sent us a video message to be played here. However, I would request Honourable Muhammad Mali Jamal, Minister of Communication, Science and Technology, Maldives. First of all, we are thrilled to have you here. We're quite honoured and appreciate, like I said earlier, appreciate your patience, appreciate your your passion. This shows your passions for your young people and technology, how technology can address the problems of young people. So may I now request you to please give your keynote address.
Thank you, Uday. Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General, Commonwealth, retired Honorable Sir John Key, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Honorable Kyriakos Kokkinos, Deputy Minister to the President, Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Cyprus, Uday Nagaraj, Founder and Director, AI Policy Labs, Co-Founder and Executive President, Global Policy Insights. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. The last decade has been characterized by the rise of artificial intelligence and machine learning. While these technologies are more than half a century old, recent breakthroughs in these fields are leading towards making them have more transformational effect on society. While technology has changed rapidly since the Industrial Revolution, human beings have remained the same. Historically, technological progress, even when it was revolutionary, gave ample time for society to adjust to its ramifications. Even in the case of rapid changes, legislation and other aspects of society caught up with technological change. Developments in AI, however, are happening with such breakneck speed that societies and governments are finding it challenging to keep up with the pace. I think that is what Madam Secretary General just highlighted. However, the ethical and moral challenges that we face are not very different from the challenges that our ancestors faced thousands of years ago. It is these challenges that I would like to highlight in today's keynote. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, AI's impact on privacy and human rights is one such area of concern where such changes are taking place. One such area of concern is the ability of AI systems to discern patterns in the data that are not perceptible to human beings, and then use these patterns to violate privacy or worse, human rights. In the US, AI models that were meant to create a fairer justice system ended up discriminating against African Americans. These models predicted that Black people were more likely to reoffend when the opposite was in fact true. Or consider the case of using facial recognition to stop people at port of entry. Given that facial recognition systems are not perfect and have been shown to make many more mistakes in identifying brown or dark-skinned people as compared to the white people. The same problem also exists for facial recognition systems developed in China as well as Japan. The problem with AI systems in particular and algorithmic decision-making systems in general is that they offer possibility to individuals, groups, organizations, even governments to hide behind the shift and blame from humans to machines. Thus, the need of the hour is to embed ethical and moral principles into our machines. Even when personally identifiable information is not used in building AI models, such models can indirectly infer personal characteristics of a person. There have been numerous studies where AI systems discriminated against people based on their gender, race, nationality, etc., even though the models were not to be built biased. For example, Amazon using AI for hiring decisions, but ended up discrimination against women. Microsoft creating a chatbot to have conversations, but that chatbot adopting a racist and fascist mannerism of talking. Another technology of concern is that of generate adversarial networks or GANs, where it is possible to generate fake images, text, and speech of people, which can be used to spread misinformation or even false libel against others. This poses a great challenge for all nations in general and smaller island nations like Maldives with limited resources in particular. With GANs, AI has already taken us into uncanny valley, but also offers us the possibility to illuminate the human connection. GANs have been used to create deep fakes, that is fake pictures and videos of people, which are indistinguishable from the real. Deep fakes are already wreaking havoc on the US elections, where these are being used to sway people's opinions. Researchers like Hao Li from University of Southern California have even predicted that it would soon be impossible to distinguish real images from the fake. On the other hand, there are also benign or even beneficial uses of such technology. For example, a computer science researcher has created a simulation of his late father to give his children a chance to interact with their deceased grandfather. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, more than 100 large organizations and governments have issued guidelines on how to use and regulate AI. But regulatory frameworks themselves are vastly behind the state of the art. Even more comprehensive regulatory frameworks like the European Union's GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, do not sufficiently define the limits and scope of what AI models can and cannot do. In addition to the rapid progress in the field, the other limitation is the lack of adequate education with respect to problems that are posed by AI. These legislations and regulations are devised by people who may not have adequate domain knowledge in AI. They end up being overregulated or underregulated. Take, for example, in the US, the FDA, Food and Drug Administration's guidelines on AI models as software. The regulations are so strict that even a small change in the models require going through approval process, even though in the real world, small incremental changes are inevitable given the dynamic nature of most real world applications. The existing gaps can be overcome by integrating domain experts in the regulatory process and educating legislative bodies with a minimal level of education when it comes to privacy and the use and abuse of AI. The smaller and relatively lean nature of the governance in small island nations like Maldives may actually be an advantage with respect to addressing gaps in the regulatory landscapes. While there are more than 100 nations or subnational policy papers on AI ethics, most of these do not address the concerns of the small actors like the island nations or the perspective of the common man. Towards this goal, Maldives is working on developing a policy framework in AI to address the concerns of the small island nations, including the perspectives of common man. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 offers huge challenges and opportunities for AI and human rights, as people may be more likely to give up data in exchange for security. Consider Netherlands' System Risk Indication Program that creates risk profiles of its citizens for fraud detection. It has been argued that systems such as these reinforce their own findings in a feedback loop, as they have a disproportionate impact on vulnerable members of the society. In the era of COVID-19, the trade-off balancing privacy and public health is going to be important, which requires careful and thinking and adding adequate guardrails. Amnesty International has also argued that just talking about ethical AI may lead to ethics washing. That is a phenomenon analogous to whitewashing, which downplays actions while emphasizing it in speech. As governments, we should make ethical technology bad for businesses. Governments should take their cues from the open source movement, where pieces of legislations at the forefront of technology could be open from comment from the research community for a given period of time. Afterwards, the legislature could take the feedback into account when devising new laws. AI also offers opportunities to do tremendous social good if adequate technical safeguards like federated learning, privacy preserving machine learning, etc. are employed. For example, the government of Maldives has embarked upon using AI to identify high-risk patients for diabetes. Privacy preserving machine learning is being used to build AI models that, and creation and of use of the models do not impinge upon the privacy of individual people. In recognizing the importance of adopting and embracing emerging technology, the strategic action plan of our government targets to establish at least 2 facilities to provide training on artificial intelligence, machine learning on emerging technologies by 2023, and we seek the assistance of Global Insight, Uday, and your team in this as well. When we foresee AI as a central technology in national development of our small island nation, from food security to energy needs of our tiny and dispersed communities, in the increasing extreme weather and climate change backdrop, the strategic application of AI and other frontier technologies may very well be our ticket to sustainable and inclusive development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, AI has been quite integrated in our lives for the best part of the decade. But today, its applications are getting ready for the battlefield and serving us our groceries. From the electronic canines of what the US military calls the Advanced Battle Management System, to Walmart's pilot project for delivery of grocery and household products through automated drones, AI today is fast becoming an everyday necessity of our lives. It is our hope that AI can lead to an era where it can amplify the voice of the common man and women while striking a balance between human rights, privacy, and services that it can provide. This may be one of the most challenging and defining problems of our era. We invite everyone to contribute towards addressing these challenges with us. Finally, let me take this opportunity to thank Uday Nagaraj, founder and director of AI Policy Labs and co-founder and executive president of Global Insights, for organizing this wonderful summit and inviting me. We believe such conclaves and summits are an integral and essential component of ensuring technology development is inclusive for everyone. Thank you so much and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for an excellent and a detailed message. Your emphasis on privacy and human rights on AI is very well noted, and some of the things in terms of what we are doing as AI policy labs is for public goods and social good. And you have also raised for social good, the aspect of social good, referring to AI should be for a common man and woman. And that is something we are also looking at in terms of our organization at a global scale, and particularly with the Commonwealth countries. That's what we are trying to bring together key stakeholders and promote that. You also mentioned about regulations in countries being driven or being drafted by people who do not have that idea of full knowledge of artificial intelligence. That is also somewhere where AI Policy Labs, as AI Policy Labs and Global Policy Insights, we are an intersection of group of people of AI experts and policy experts working together on framing this, on in terms of AI policy and governance. So that is, I think we are kind of thinking alike in those lines, I have to say. You also have mentioned about the initiative by Maldives of AI for high risk, AI using AI to identify high risk in diabetes. So I think the AI for health is particularly a key point where if we could save lives, as you said, AI could be used for good, and also there is a trade-off between using it for good and using the data for commercialization and the privacy aspects. So in that regard, I think there are a lot of social aspects which we could look at, and health being one of them, and appreciate what Maldives is doing in terms of identifying diabetes and other areas. So the influence of AI could be in multiple. We had some panel discussions yesterday with chairs of parliament, parliamentary chairs, and other innovators in the private sectors who have been looking at AI in health, AI in other areas as well. Innovations of AI used across sectors, and it kind of exactly fits in with what you've been mentioning. I just had one comment. On a lighter note. I just wanted to find out if you have a degree in or AI or something, because when you were talking, it didn't seem to me like a minister of technology. It more seemed to me like an expert of with an engineering or an AI background. So that's on a lighter note, Minister.
Thank you so much. We look forward partnering with your with global GPI and your institute, in formulating some of the things that I mentioned. We really appreciate, your initiative and, inviting us.
Thank you, Minister. AI Policy Labs is the initiative of Global Policy Insights, which looks at specifically on AI. There are many areas, and I think the common framework is something that we could all push together and achieve for the good of the Commonwealth and for the entire world. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to Honorable Minister from Cyprus, Minister Kyriakos Kokkinos, the Deputy Minister to President for Digital Innovation, and Honorable Minister for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. Minister's portfolio fits exactly with the theme of our conference, where we are looking at innovation and digital policy. So over to you, Minister.
First of all, good morning to everyone, or if for some people it's afternoon, then good afternoon and good day and good weekend. And thank you for this kind invitation. It's an honor for me to be with you because as a Commonwealth country, then at the same time as a European state, I think that we have a lot to share and a lot to learn together. I prepared a small presentation and I will try to share with you, but allow me to give you a bit of background about my ministry and about what this ministry is all about. Cyprus, as you are probably aware, it's a very small country. It's a state island of about 900,000 people, less than 1 million people of population. And this ministry is very new. The ministry started operation on March 1st. It was established as a new ministry on March 1st, 2020. Prior to that, research and innovation was in another ministry, digital policy was on another ministry, communication was on another ministry. We've decided that we need a new ministry, and that's why this ministry was set up, and I am the first minister to serve this post. I have the honor to be appointed by the president. It's called deputy ministry because of constitutional limitations. We cannot name new ministries. It's a constitutional limitation because we need to change constitution. So we call it deputy ministry, but it's a fully functional ministry. So I will try to share with you from our perspective what we do as a country in terms of technology, how AI fits into it, and what is our AI strategy in relation to the European Union direction of AI, and how we can probably collaborate as Commonwealth countries to leverage on the intellectual capital, on the knowledge, on the experiences for managing all these important aspects of AI. Because yes, AI is it will eventually become an everyday necessity of in our life. At the same time, it's not just a technological challenge; it's more of a social and societal challenge, because it is so disruptive. It can be so invasive in our life if we do not properly make good use. It's like a double-edged knife, and we want to use this knife for good, not for bad. In the European Union, the regulatory and policy framework for AI is probably the most comprehensive, and I dare to say probably the most conservative, because European Union, when it comes to technology and research and innovation, is putting the citizen first. Democratic right for sharing technology, especially on AI, as well as the ethical and the moral principles that need to be addressed are a priority prior to just deploying technology for the sake of technology. So let me see if I can share with you a presentation that I've just prepared. For some reason, I cannot find at the moment, or...
You should be able to share your screen, Minister. I've given you.
Okay. Yeah, but when I put share, it says open system preferences. Let me just try that.
Alternatively, you can always send it to me and I can play it here, and you can, if it doesn't work.
I can certainly do that. Just a minute. Because it's asking me to open the system preferences of Zoom. Let me just give me a second. Yeah, probably I will send you the deck. I did send the deck. My secretary sent the deck yesterday. Probably you have it. If you don't, I will send it right away.
If you could kindly send it, please. So did you already send it, you said?
It was sent yesterday.
Okay. If you're able to send it to me now, that'll be much easier, I think.
Okay, hold on a second, please.
Yeah, so the Minister for Maldives had to leave. He was kindly, he joined at 8:30. So he was here for 2 hours. So he's just conveyed his apologies. He had to leave, Minister. So.
Okay, the presentation was just sent. It should be on your inbox in a minute. Did you receive it?
Yeah, I received it. Yes, I think my team also just sent it to me. So I should have,
Did you open it? And
yeah, I'm just opening it, Minister.
in the meantime, until you open it, I will start.
Yeah, just it's there now.
Okay, the reason that this ministry was created is exactly for orchestrating on a top-down approach so that we build a knowledge-based digital economy that is competitive and supported by okay, can you go to slide number 2, please? You want to put it on full screen? Okay, as I said, that this ministry was created for, encouraging and facilitating the creation of a more advanced knowledge-based digital economy and society. And the purpose, of course, is economic growth and sustainability, but more important, social welfare and prosperity, as well as global competitiveness at the global level. If we go to the next slide very quickly. So our mission is more of a citizen-centric rather than technology-oriented. Our mission is to enhance the quality of life of our citizens and create positive and unique experience to our citizens and businesses throughout all their interactions and touch points with the public sector. This is something that has to be in a small country. If you have a ministry or an agency that is in charge for coordinating all the stakeholders and all the resources for accelerate, this will create an accelerated improvement on how you enhance this quality of experience of the citizen and the businesses of the country at every interaction. So let's go to the next slide. Our starting point is our research and innovation ecosystem. What we're trying to achieve, and AI is an integral part on every building block. We have our universities and research. The higher education industry in Cyprus is quite advanced. Although it's a small country, we have 7 universities. More than 80% of the students are international students. So we have an excellent university and research ecosystem. We have Cyprus is not just the country of sun and sea and tourism. We have we're an international business center, and foreign direct investment is extremely important for our economy, and we have very big corporations in Cyprus and a lot of investors. What we are lacking is our startup system is not as advanced as it should be, and the government has been so far kind of disconnected from the ecosystem of the corporations and the university. So what we're trying to achieve is starting from the basic research and going to applied research and then startups and then innovative entrepreneurship. We are trying to do this kind of progression. If we go to the next slide. So it's very important that when we talk about new technologies like blockchain and AI, we're not just reusing technologies that are being imported. We have our own research and innovation ecosystem just focused on AI. And I will explain to you what is our current status on our AI strategy for that. And we are very proud that our research and innovation ecosystem is quite eager, and we have a lot of ongoing activities on technologies of big data, data sciences, AI, and blockchain. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, as I said, this ministry is also a ministry of digital policy and telecommunications. So we cannot have an advanced e-government digital public services without the proper use of new technologies. So the development and usage of new technologies, especially AI and blockchain, the upgrade of our digital skills and fitness, and the kind of support and encouragement that we need to provide the business through specific funding programs and interventions is extremely important. The unfortunate thing, and this is an area of potential collaboration with Commonwealth countries, because I believe that joining forces is extremely important. The unfortunate thing is that in specific technology domains, such as artificial intelligence, data sciences, and cybersecurity, in Cyprus, we have extreme shortage of resources. Our university systems, our young generation, our youth is attending university courses, and they are highly skilled, but in terms of numbers, then demand in the market is so huge. Also, we are experiencing, unfortunately, even despite the fact that there is a full employment condition on this kind of technologies in the country, we are experiencing attrition of our intellectual capital and brain drainage in geographies, especially in the Silicon Valley in the United States and Boston area, in the MIT and Harvard startup ecosystem. So this is a key challenge that we're experiencing, and we're trying to see how we can boost the output of our university system, because all these technologies are so new. Even the chapters of AI and data sciences and cybersecurity are still on the writing, and there is so much to invest in creating the right capacity and the right bandwidth. I will not make reference to the challenges that we have on 5G rollout and satellite and space communication, which is, again, an integral part of my ministry strategy. Let's move to the next slide. Okay. Now, in the past 6 months, under the lockdown conditions and the pandemic situation that the whole it's a global challenge, and in Cyprus as well, we came up with a game plan that is probably very different from other countries. We identified 160 citizen services that can be implemented in less than 3 to 6 months each. So these are short-term solutions that have been mapped following consultation with the key ministries, which are the key stakeholders. And in every single one of these, we try to inject an AI element in the deployment of this solution. Of course, in parallel, we have projects in the order of 350 million euros that are long-term projects, multi-million mega projects like in the healthcare sector, etc. Where again, although on the original design, AI was absent, now in every procurement process, in every project that we procure, or if the project is at the implementation stage, in every project that is under implementation, we are revisiting the project and we are re-engineering its solution architecture so that it relies on big data, AI, and data sciences. And we are also exploring if for some of them, not for all of them, only for 5 or 6 of them, we will have a use case based on blockchain. Let's move to the next slide. So short-term projects like electronic ID and mini e-justice solution and digitalization of 160 public services, I created a digital services factory that is exploiting AI technology for accelerating the delivery of these 160 services within a period of less than 18 months from the start date of the ministry. In parallel, there are mega projects that are midterm or long-term projects where we use, is the big system integration projects. What we have done for these projects is that we just deployed the AI technology lab to be to build into these projects that have been designed in the past to inject AI elements. Let's move to the next slide. So this year, our government, in collaboration with the European Union and the European Commission, we decided and we defined our AI strategy. And this AI strategy has 5 important pillars. One important pillar is that we need to cultivate the talent and the skills and lifelong learning, because AI skill shortage is evidence all over the world, including Cyprus. The second pillar is that there is a task force for assessing the competitiveness of our businesses, especially the financial services sector, as well as the healthcare sector. What kind of support initiatives we should give for the research and innovation so that we maximize the opportunities for networking and partnerships with other geographies, especially European Union states, using AI. As I said before, pillar 3 is what I mentioned before, is that we injected AI on every single government project. So whenever it comes to my office, a proposal for a new citizen service that needs to be digitalized, one of the key questions, and it's a condition for pre-approval, what kind of AI technology did we consider? What are the built-in blocks of AI on this? Also, we're creating the national data areas so that we consolidate in a project that we call Government Data Warehouse for generating, it's not just a repository of data, it's a repository for that we built with metadata, and we create AI and data science components out of this data warehouse. And the 5th pillar that has been already touched by previous speakers and is extremely important, ethical and reliable AI. These are the 5 pillars of our strategy, and I would be very glad to share it with you if you need. If we can move to the next slide. So for AI strategy, you need data. After all, AI and data sciences is glorified mathematics, and you need a data portal and research data portal to coexist all together. So we create our national data environment, and AI in the public administration is very much evidenced and is introduced in every government application. The international visibility is extremely important because we cannot do it alone. We're a very small country. Yes, we are part of the European Union. We're a member state, but our geographic position and our status is beyond just the EU country. Cyprus is a Commonwealth country. Cyprus is very close to Israel, and we have extremely good relationship when it comes to research, innovation, and startups with the government of Israel and the ecosystem of research and innovation in Israel. Cyprus has extremely good relationship with the North African and Middle East countries. So we are a key player, or at least we're trying to be a trusted partner for all these geographies and Commonwealth countries as well. And of course, through this partnership with all geographies and Commonwealth countries in particular, we're trying to team up with the leading international organizations for enhancing our capability, not just on using AI, but investing on research and innovation in the AI domain. And of course, digital and telecom infrastructure is extremely important because we are a state island, and we need very fast connectivity and interconnection with other geographies. In this context, we just announced this week on Thursday evening this week, I was honored to address the inauguration of our high-performance computing center in Nicosia in Cyprus, which is interconnected with the HPC facilities of Germany and France. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize the importance of startups in AI, and we are announcing very, very soon, probably within the next couple of weeks, very specific programs and instruments for giving incentives to startups to invest more on AI. The growth of AI startup ecosystem will be encouraged through national funding programs as well as European funding programs. And this is extremely important for every country. You need to start from the youth and encourage them to invest on AI, because as we said previously, AI is becoming an everyday necessity of our life. And we need to be in control of creating the knowledge around AI and not just reusing knowledge created by the big firms like Google or IBM or Microsoft and the likes. Yes, we need to leverage on that, but you also need to create your own knowledge on AI, and that means startups. Can we move to the next slide, please? So in short, at EU level, okay, AI is a priority and is part of the EU national agenda, and it's a key pillar of the Digital Europe funding program. The Digital Europe funding program, it's a 9.2 billion program, just announced in February this year. And Cyprus strategy is actually based on the pillar set by the European Commission, and Cyprus is encouraging collaborators to participate on Digital Europe funding program and leverage this 9.2 billion program. Within and of course, it's not just the 9.2 billion, there are 3 programs at the European Union level. One is the Digital Europe program, which is 9.2 billion. There is another program which is for all sciences, not just AI, but AI is a big part of it. It's a 100 billion program that is called Horizon Europe for the period of 21 to 27. And also is the Connective Europe facility, which is the collaboration among member states and non-member states in creating AI technologies. This is a 3.7 billion program. Within the Commonwealth Network, I believe that cooperation is key to inclusive AI. We have a lot to learn and share. And I suggest that we establish a task force for joint initiatives on AI. And of course, at global level, we need to steer the use of AI towards the direction of inclusion and equity. This is a responsibility of every country at the national level to be the anchor and make this global challenge, to address this global challenge to the best possible way, so that we ensure that all AI offers opportunities for all. That's all I had to say from my side. We can switch back to the video screen if you have any questions or anything to ask.
Well, firstly, thank you, Minister. That was the very detailed and very good presentation, giving us a full picture of Cyprus's initiatives on AI, overall national strategy that gives us a very good understanding, particularly like the 5 pillars that you have mentioned. And within that, the pillar 3 and pillar 5 that you're mentioning, we at AI Policy Labs, our motto itself, the initial tagline we go with is AI for public goods, which you said in your pillar 3, which is bring the public services. And then the fifth pillar, which you said about the social good, the responsible AI and all that. So pretty much, what we have been, what our organization is the foundational, the conceptual foundation is. I mean, that's something that you're showing in your country's initiatives as well. We also talked about the digital services factory, which is great. I mean, which is in partnership with European Commission and European Union. In terms of the Commonwealth Network, that is something that we have also been promoting. We have also been encouraging for a Commonwealth framework across the Commonwealth nations. As you said, there's a task force that you'd be encouraging for a task force and a joint initiative across on AI. So this is something that we are kind of encouraging as well, speaking to different countries and also trying to bring together forums like these. And if any cooperation is needed from us, we're quite happy to support those initiatives.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to see how we can work closer together.
Definitely, Minister. And also the 160 citizen services that you mentioned, which fits in with the public services improvements that you're using AI to bring in. That only shows your kind of forward thinking in terms of AI, in terms of bringing AI to people. The reason I am emphasizing that, because that is exactly what we are also talking about, AI for public goods and social good. The brain drain, I mean, in terms of brain drain, that is everywhere. I mean, I myself am a product of a brain drain. I come from a city which is very well in India doing in AI called Hyderabad, where the current Microsoft CEO is also from the same city. And if you see the Google CEO is from a neighboring state. So this brain drain, I do fully understand. I think in terms of that, the future skilling also needs to be looked at, which also talks about one of the pillars that you've mentioned. So in terms of, I had one question though, in terms of the international cooperation, how do you see that happening? Would you be working at a bilateral level? Would you be looking for forums to participate? Because this is something we would want to bring about with the Secretariat as well. Also to ourselves bring together, if possible, a few ministers together, with the science and technology ministers and like digital innovation ministers together and discuss. Of course, they have to be decided at a head of state level, but bring together ministers. We are also thinking of some initiatives. So I just wanted to understand your ideas there.
Okay. Well, when it comes to European Union countries, that's easy because the collaboration is already given. When it comes to non-EU states, okay, you need a two-way approach. One is the top-down approach, which needs to start with a bilateral, an MOU at head of state level or at ministerial level. And this is what we've done with Israel and other geographies. But this is not enough, because sometimes these kinds of agreements, they remain empty. They are advertised on the news, and then, so every MOU or every bilateral or trilateral agreement that you sign, it needs to be to have elements and the model of monitoring and governance, so that you have a bottom-up collaboration, so that you bring scientists from the two countries to work together on a specific program that will be funded by the country, so that you have actual deliverables as a result of this bilateral agreement. Otherwise, they remain just political declarations without practical contribution to the knowledge economy, and it does not help our youngsters. It is extremely important for our youngsters to collaborate, not just with the traditional partners. Cyprus has been so far very close. More than 60% of our youngsters are UK educated, for example. Another 10% in Germany, another 10% is probably France, Italy, and the rest is in Greece, if for the international higher education students. That's wrong. That's wrong. We should encourage at research and collaboration with countries beyond our geographic continent. And this can be done through the encouragement, top-down and bilateral agreement, but still you need to, when you sign the bilateral agreement, you need to do a technocratic assessment and come up with a framework with practical terms, with names, dates, and scope for collaboration. I will be very much looking forward to kick off with Commonwealth countries this kind of collaboration. We need to ask our youngsters to value cross-fertilization with countries like New Zealand or Maldives or other Commonwealth countries. People from these countries to come to Cyprus, students from our country to come there and do research, not just academic curriculum, and work on AI with specific deliverables that is of common interest for both countries. Like in our country, one of the topics that I insist a lot is the topic of how we manage the scarcity of water, because the climate change is creating a challenge on our waterfall is getting less and less, and we need intelligent ways to manage our water resources. And AI is a great instrument for that. So if another country is interested on the same use case, we can work together. In the healthcare sector, again. So you need to be very practical when it comes to collaborate with other geographies. Otherwise, they just remain political declarations without any actual deliverable.
Perfectly agree, Minister, because I do work closely with many diplomats and ministers who generally keep saying that, you know, all these, the hype that is created during signatures and all everything, and MOU happens and nothing really goes on to the ground. It is just for the sake of documents and good written English. That's it, nothing more than that. So I perfectly understand. It has to, the effect has to be felt on the ground in terms of actual tangible benefits onto the ground. Perfectly. So I was also referring to, one is the bilateral aspect of country to country. Then there's a multilateral aspect of bringing all, like for example, Commonwealth. There's an association of 54 countries. So for, if you take an example of the global partnership recently on AI, where there is US, there's India, there's Israel, a few countries. That is at a global level that has formed, and I think other countries will be joining. But something like that could be thought of at a Commonwealth area as well.
Just bilateral, it's also multilateral.
So in that way, we were also thinking to create a forum, a forum like this, like a conference like this, to bring together a few ministers who are interested and to discuss about that. So we'd be quite happy to take your inputs and your participation on that, Minister.
By all means, available to discuss offline and come up with ideas and frame this in a specific action-oriented agreement.
Wonderful. Wonderful, Minister. So I think that is all I have, and it was a brilliant presentation, I have to say, and congratulations for all the work that you're doing in Cyprus, having a dedicated ministry and your 5 pillars, which kind of resonate to what we are also thinking, which is quite encouraging to us as well. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for your.
To everyone, good day. I will have to go to another event now. And thank you very much, and I look forward to talk to you again.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think now we'll move on to the keynote speaker from the Prime Minister of Guyana, who has sent us a keynote speech. He couldn't be present today. His Excellency could not be present today, so he's kindly sent us a message. I will be playing the video message of the Prime Minister. This and then will be followed by a panel discussion. So I'm now playing the Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana's video message. So the Honorable Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips.
Barnes Patricia Scotland, Secretary General, Commonwealth, global leaders, representatives and dignitaries of international organizations, other attendees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I greet you today on behalf of the President of Guyana, His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, and our Guyanese citizens.
Okay, I've just had a thing that the Prime Minister's video could not be played, so I'll just play it now. I'll try again. I hope it's visible now. Please tell me if it's not visible. May I request our team to. Brilliant.
Barnes Patricia Scotland, Secretary General, Commonwealth, global leaders, representatives and dignitaries of international organizations, other attendees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I greet you today on behalf of the President of Guyana, His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, and our Guyanese citizens, and express what an honor it is for me not only to be part of such a distinguished panel of speakers, but to be delivering to you remarks at this e-conference on Commonwealth, youth, technology, and artificial intelligence. Under normal circumstances, perhaps we would have been converging in person for this event. But with the global unprecedented effects brought upon us by the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, in the past several months, the concept of normal for us has undertaken new meaning. It is because of this new normal that we must use technology as the catalyst through which an estimated 5,000 organizations, world leaders, and young ambassadors from over 50 Commonwealth countries can meet today. And that in itself serves as a victorious testimony of the lengths to which technology can take us. So it is most fitting that this e-conference should seek to focus on the theme, the Commonwealth advancing towards the future with emerging technologies and artificial intelligence. And it is with much interest that I present on this theme and its subtopic, youth, opportunities, and challenges. Our world has undergone multiple technological revolutions, from as far back as the early 19th century, with industrial, scientific, and digital advancements playing a major role in the transformation of all aspects of society. In the last 2 decades alone, however, with technologies such as the computer, the internet, and artificial intelligence, that transformation has accelerated tenfold, bringing with it a world of advancements that early pioneers could have never thought possible. With its ability to mirror human intelligence, artificial intelligence is the source that powers automation, robotics, analytics, and even decision-making. Today, we live in a world of self-driving cars, smartphones, robots, advanced interconnectivity, virtual reality, and the list goes on. These advancements speak to the tremendous potential that artificial intelligence holds for our future. At this rate, there is even the concern that artificial intelligence technologies may become even more advanced than the human intelligence that created it. But I believe that human beings have the power and the choice to use all elements, either as a weapon or a tool. And so with the right choices, I believe that we can use artificial intelligence for the better, to create a future where our children can learn and live in a world far more beneficial than ours. Indeed, ensuring that our children capitalize on emerging technologies as a whole is a mandatory task, as the future will only become more advanced as the years go by. The global statistics are staggering. There were almost 4.6 billion users, 59% of the global population, on the internet as of July 2020. 90% of the world's data was generated within the last 2 years alone, and much of it originated from social media, digital photos, videos, and customer data. More than 5 billion people in the world own a mobile device today, and 2.65 billion people in the world use social media daily. Our children are part and parcel of these numbers, as they are now exposed to digital technologies for their entire lives, and their minds are developing at an exponential rate that we can hardly keep track of as a result. In the workplace, emerging technologies are making the human resource faster, more efficient, and agile, and providing them with enhanced communication skills, mobility, and connectivity. Similar developments are occurring in every other aspect of our lives, in healthcare, security, and most importantly, in education. What better time is there to focus on how our youth can capitalize on these developments than now? Half of the work is already done. Half of the work is already done for us. The moment our children are born, they adopt almost immediately to the use of technologies that we have right at home. I'm sure you have seen it. Toddlers who can navigate smart TVs, tablets, and smartphones, and use virtual assistants such as Siri and Alexa better and faster than many adults around them. As they grow, young people continue to utilize these technologies to make their lives easier, communicate, and to aid in the functioning of many aspects of their day-to-day activities. But much of their attention to these developments remain casual. It is up to us to ensure that young people truly acknowledge, exploit, and utilize emerging technologies at their highest potential. The power of technology will boost their creativity and expression, enhance their independence and empowerment, and promote better problem solving and determination. But most importantly, a technological world in which our young people are fully equipped with the knowledge and skills to survive is a world where their learning abilities will be unmatched and their entrepreneurial drive could very well shape the future of our economies. Yet the pathway to unlocking this future is not as clear-cut as we would hope. Around the world, there are large gaps that exist with regard to digital access, usage, and skills which affect our children. This digital divide is caused most times by societal division between children who have access to digital technology and those who do not. And while this may not seem important, a rapidly expanding technological world will mean that all our children must gain access to be able to adequately function. Moreover, our children who are online continue to be exposed to harmful content and cyberbullying as they have a vast lack of knowledge in how to effectively navigate and fight these vices on their own. In the face of these challenges, there is much work for us to do. Studies have found that there is little academic or policy attention which addresses the digital divide. Governments must address these policy issues to ensure that there is adequate infrastructure that promotes digital skills development for everyone. We must put educational policies in place that ensure the provision of ICTs in school curricula and the development of teachers to promote this type of learning. Using technologies socially and casually is no longer enough. We must be able to bring these technologies to encourage practical and structural usage for all our children. Beyond this also includes responsible usage so that our children can make better decisions when faced with the dark and oftentimes tempting aspects of online and other technologies. To achieve these tasks, it means that our own generation must be trained and knowledgeable enough in the opportunities and risks involved so that we can guide our children. We must make this a priority while promoting their continued involvement in new technologies. In Guyana, our government has been making active moves in this direction to ensure affordable access to our citizens so that they can be equipped with the power they need to face this brave new world. We are working to bridge the digital divide by providing ICT hubs in hinterland, poor, and remote communities countrywide. Our e-government program is currently working to ensure an interconnected government to allow for a seamless operation where our people can access public services in a more expedient, efficient, and convenient manner. Soon, we will be introducing our One Laptop for Family initiative to ensure that every household is equipped with a computer in an aim to solve the issue of digital illiteracy and lack of access. Ladies and gentlemen, the future can never be accurately foretold, but there are always lessons from the past and examples from our present to guide us to make smart decisions for what is to come. Technology is ever evolving and exponentially so. Our current developments predict that the future will certainly be more advanced than now. We must ensure that our children have a head start in the face of challenges and opportunities that will no doubt be presented to them. So today I urge you to be cognizant of the role we play in equipping them with these skills and join in the global movement that will ensure that their promising future is set in stone. The late Stephen Hawking once said, and I quote, "The rise of powerful artificial intelligence will be either the best or the worst thing ever to happen to humanity. We do not know which," end of quote. Technology will always be both an exciting and intimidating concept, but it is my ardent belief that with the right choices and resources, we have the power of deciding which outcome we can achieve. Thank you.
Well, that was the Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana talking about technology. That's a keynote speech from Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana. He kindly mentioned about the responsible use of technology and that our generation must be trained to be able to pass it on to children and other young people. The initiative from Guyana seems to be for affordable access to all, to bridge the digital divide. Because digital divide might, the division, the pace of division and the extent of division might be much faster and larger in magnitude compared to the division that we see non-digitally or outside or in real life. One laptop for families initiative of Guyana only kind of reinforces the conversations that we have nowadays, that the basic essentials of in the past used to be food, shelter, and water. So now the digital landscape has also come into basic essentials also. This is the conversation that is generally happening. So on behalf of AI Policy Labs, GPI, and the Ramphal Institute, a big thank you to our keynote speaker, Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana. I think the time is now for the next panel, and as I would switch on to the next panel. The next panel is on international cooperation on AI strategies. So I'll just bring on our colleagues who are going to moderate this panel. It's supposed to be at 11:15, so we are literally running 49. I think it's 89 seconds late. So which says that we're not running too late. We're only 89 seconds late. I would bring in the panelists. Honorable Muhammad Sharif. Okay, do we have everyone now? So the moderator for this the chairs for this panel are Neha Diwan, our fellow and political affairs officer, and also the lead on Commonwealth project, and also Swati Agarwal, program and research manager at AI Policy Labs. So I'll leave it to you because I'm also a panelist here. Unfortunately, Ed Tether, the head of office at International and Strategy at the UK office for AI, couldn't make it due to personal reasons. Over to you, Neha and Swati.
Thank you, Uday. What powerhouse of speeches we witnessed this morning. What a great start. And I really hope that we are able to keep that going for the rest of the day with our great lineup of panels, actually. So hello, everyone. Let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We are very thrilled to have a stupendous participation with us from around the world and our brilliant panelists who are present with us here on our Day 2 Leaders Summit. So yesterday we had some excellent thought-provoking discussions which revolved at the cusp of AI, youth, technology, and development. And without much ado, I think that completely relates with the theme of this session, which is to see how all of this, evolves into or moves into achieving an international cooperation on AI. So yesterday we also had, we touched upon the formulations or the ways in which national AI strategies were being formulated. And we saw that in the case of South Africa, Kenya, New Zealand, and we briefly also touched upon India. And I think it was a unanimous call that, one must have a common framework for AI. And everybody witnessed the importance of creating or bringing together public, private sector, academia on one hand, and industry and experts on the other hand, together to a forum because it's all recognized that AI and its tool cannot operate in isolation at all. But now when we look at international cooperation, I think there still exists many questions regarding the ways in which countries can come together and work together in this. But key questions remain, what are the prerequisites to achieve international cooperation on AI, given the bottom-up approach of national strategy making that we witness? So we'll discuss all of these and many more ideas in this session. But before that, I would like to, it's my great honor to welcome our panelists and introduce our panel members for today. So we have with us Mr. Mohammed Sharif. He's the Permanent Secretary at Ministry of Communications, Science and Technology, Maldives. We are absolutely honored to have you with us, Mr. Sharif. Welcome. Joining this panel is also, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Avik Sarkar. Thank you, Dr. Sarkar, for being with us yesterday as well as today. Dr. Sarkar is the faculty at Indian School of Business, and he was the former head of data analytics cell at Niti Aayog in India. And he's also one of the greatest minds on AI, I think, in this industry. We are also thrilled and delighted to have on this panel joining us Mr. Uday Nagaraju. Uday is the founder and director of AI Policy Labs, and he's also the co-founder and executive president of Global Policy Insights. Uday has been the force behind bringing this mini Commonwealth, I think, together through this conference. So welcome, Uday. And I'm Swati Agarwal, your panel and chair moderator. I'm the programs and research manager at Global Policy Insights, as Uday briefly mentioned. I'm also a climate and development policy expert. I'm delighted to invite my friend and co-chair of this panel, Neha Diwan. Neha is a consultant at UNESCO, Cluster Office for South Asia. And she's also a non-resident fellow and project lead. The Commonwealth project is being led by her at the Global Policy Insights. Happy for Neha to kindly invite our panelists for discussions in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swati, for the very kind introduction. And a very welcome to our exemplary panelists for the day. I think we're all looking forward to hear from you because we're at a stage, at a very critical junction of understanding how achievable is an international cooperation, as Swati rightly mentioned, for AI, and how do we get there. So let me start that conversation by bringing in the permanent secretary, Mohammed Sharif, who is at the ministry, to invite a ministry perspective from the Maldives, which is situated at a very important junction between South Asia with big regional players right at the doorstep, has a great partnership with Europe as well. So just looking at that interface, firstly, why is there a need from a Maldives perspective for an international cooperation? And secondly, how do we get there? Who are the key players in terms of your understanding, and how do we bridge the gaps between other players? Over to you. I'm afraid, Permanent Secretary, you're on mute. If you could please unmute your microphone. Perfect. Thank you.
Here we are. Thank you, Neha. Thank you, Swati, and thank you, Uday, for inviting us. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to kind of connect with the youth and also the leaders. This morning I was there listening to the keynotes as well. So yes, Maldives is a small island nation, but it is actually a large ocean nation. So we have these small little islands scattered across the vastness of the Indian Ocean. So how does Maldives play into the AI? Well, like any other country, there is no stopping technology. Technology is going to come to the people, and the people demand more and more. The youth of today actually ask for more technology than ever before. Technology has become an integral part of our lives. And artificial intelligence, to be very honest with you, has been almost, coming into our lives in stealth mode. But in the last decade, we have actually, we have started talking about artificial intelligence because, well, for number one, it has tremendous potential. Tremendous potential to do good for the humankind. And we see this during this coronavirus pandemic. We can see AI being used in early detection, diagnosis, projection of cases and mortality, even in the creation of drugs and vaccines, particularly in contact tracing of individuals. So we see that AI is really here to stay. AI, along with other such frontier technologies like big data and IoT, actually poses a number of challenges, especially for small island countries like us. Well, actually, given this opportunity, I would like to highlight two of these, which I think require international cooperation, because the two that I particularly think are too big for any one country to solve. Number one, on my list is the issue of climate change. Given that technology is becoming part of our lives, given that AI makes it easier for people to adopt technology, given that digital assistance is going to be the thing of the norm in the next 10 years, given that IoT is going to connect everything, what does this mean? This means that there's going to be an increase in demand for rare earth minerals. So what does that mean? That means we are going to dig up the earth, and once we have finished digging up what is on the surface, we will go to the poles, maybe we will go to the moon to start digging it up. So the environmental impact of this technological revolution, and AI is only going to make it fast, easy, easily adaptable, become part of our lives. So this is very important, and this issue of the and of course what that means is everything is going to be connected. There's going to be more and more digital devices, and there's going to be more things that we need to recycle every year. So there's going to be more phones, there's going to be more digital devices that we need to throw away. So electronic waste is going to become a major issue. So how does a small country like Maldives deal with electronic waste? Except through international cooperation. How does Maldives, a small country, cope with the production issues and the impact on the environment in production of these devices, let alone the increased need for power, right? We import diesel, fossil fuel, which we burn to generate our electricity. We have very, very ambitious plan to transform most of it into solar power in the coming years. But can this revolution that is led by AI, big data and IoT, and drones, technologies like drones, the demand for power will only increase. Electricity will be needed where we used to use diesel. So this is a tremendous concern for a small country who is already facing extreme weather, which we believe is a result of climate change. Another key issue, I think, that requires international cooperation is one which was highlighted by Madam SG, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, as well as by His Excellency Prime Minister of Guyana, the issue of digital divide. I learned about digital divide 15 years ago, and I thought, oh, that's a thing of the past by now, at least in the developed world. But this COVID pandemic has shown us digital divide is very real in the developing as well as the least developed world. So we actually have this issue, and this issue may very well get worse with AI. Now we're talking about the AI divide. What will happen to the people who are not skilled? What will happen to the companies who are not fast enough or who do not see the future in AI? What will happen to the countries who are still playing catch up to the rest of the world? So this again is something that requires international cooperation. And I think platforms like the Commonwealth, like the UN, offers these opportunities. For a large, for some parts of the world, like the European Union, there are very countries that are adjacent to each other, providing common legal frameworks as well as common economic frameworks. But some parts of the world are not as integrated as, for example, the Europe. And even in Europe, if you take, for example, the GDPR is still not ready for the future of what AI may bring. So these are some of the things that I wanted to highlight to start this conversation with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharif. I think you've just hit the right nail here, that the readiness between countries are different. The issues that the countries are facing is different. The impacts are different. And that's why there has to be a strategy wherein the countries can be brought together into an international cooperation framework, and from where all of these discussions and dialogues can happen. So on this, let me bring in Uday here for his intervention. That Uday, so we've just discussed that the readiness impacts and challenges faced by different countries is different. And there has also been a discussion, recognizing the idea that AI revolution might as well increase the digital divide between the global north and the global south. So how, in your view, how do you think we will be able to solidify this cooperation in order to ensure, inclusive access of technology and sharing of technology between the different countries, and ensuring that none of them are left behind? Over to you.
Thank you, Swati. So first, before I answer the question, I would want to answer it in three parts. First, I'd want to take a step back completely and see how we should look at AI first. How we should look at AI. Say for example, we can't look at AI as just a technology. Technology, yes, technology has been facilitating many things in terms of in the last few decades. But with AI, things are completely different. Some features of AI. So I'll just take a real life, a normal, non-technological example. Let us say when banks were introduced, for instance, when banks were introduced, say, I don't know, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, whenever they were introduced, a physical bank cannot be looked at as a building. It's not just a building. There is internal this concept. There's much more. A bank is there in a physical building, but inside it, what happens? It is linked to our everyday life. How it's linked? A bank would link the money that we use for everyday's activity. So it's something like that. It's something like bread, which we use every day in our food, or it's something like that. We cannot see it as a technology, and it cannot be exclusive to it. With other sets of technology, we could manage without it. But the way AI is permeating into our lives, it will become next to impossible to be without AI. I'll give you one or two examples. Some report I was reading a few days ago that social media networks like Facebook or other media networks, they can predict when couples are splitting apart. Can you imagine how this could happen? Can you imagine this could have happened? I think it's so the underlying algorithm which I can think of is how what has been their pattern in the past and what is their pattern of reaction now, and that could. This is just a random example. You take Netflix, for instance. Netflix can predict which movies you are likely to like. That is based on your past interests, what you have seen, and the combination. It's just a combination of looking at different data and then maybe assessing that. Why this was not possible in the past? This was not possible in the past because all this data was not digitalized. Now there is tons of there's terabytes of data and personal data. Now take this 20 years forward. And and think of as slowly we are going ahead. There is also a likelihood of emotional sensors coming which can measure your emotions and also see how how you are reacting to certain things. So at a subconscious level, it can identify based on patterns. If you like a certain movie or within a certain movie you react to a certain scene, why would you like it? And with the data, if you have reacted similarly to 10,000 scenes like that, it can, it goes to a level of measuring, seeing, what is the serotonin levels in your brain or dopamine levels in your brain. And that is the level that it can easily go up to. So my thing there is, when you look at AI, we cannot just look at it as a exclusive technology. It is something much more than that, whose influence will be on every aspect of life, as the Permanent Secretary was mentioning. Another example is of an initiative called X Prize. That is a combination. They are launching. They do this competition every year or so with a big prize money of a few million pounds. And what they do, it's run by big organizations like Google, and these organizations fund them. So their latest innovation that they are talking about is like avatars, like is in Avatar movies. Now, what that entails is for example, Swati, you would have your own avatar, like a robot Swati, who could that robot could be going on to Maldives, shaking hands with Mr. Sharif, and you can sense it here. And if your robot avatar is walking in Maldives beside a beach, you can sense the breeze there. And this is not in the next 10-20 years. That project is supposed to finish next year. So look at the innovation. Yeah. So just imagine, now this is coming real. Now this is the reason I'm bringing all this here is the repercussions that would have on the entire society, on the entire society. So what that would mean, once this comes into place, for instance, there would be multiple, the physical. If you see pandemic, did we imagine that all this digital communication, all these conferences would happen online? The Secretary General's participating online? No, we didn't. I mean, GPI was one of the first organizations. Just starting at the pandemic, we thought about an international conference, but within 2 weeks we saw that everyone's been planning for that. That's so similar. So this is just an example I'm using, but its impact will be in almost everything. Almost to everything that determining the world order and also the development of countries is also very much dependent on the current national strategy. So that's and in the X Prize innovation that I mentioned, how many policy challenges that it comes up with. If a person, if Swati has 10 avatars, one in Maldives, one in the US, one somewhere else. Now, are we going to give passports to each of these avatars? If who is going to maintain these avatars? And it will be the government, it will be the state, or will it be the private company managing it? What if the avatar goes and hits someone? Who is going to be blamed? So this brings like a kind of hundreds of thousands of questions, policy questions. So I'm saying this example to see how we look at AI. We should not look at it just as a technology. As the Minister for Cyprus was mentioning, AI is now being used to improve the public services of all the 160 or so public service initiatives by Cyprus, for instance. So that is the level that AI is going to. So that's the first thing that I said. So that's the first area, how we should look at AI. The next thing is international cooperation necessary or not? The third thing, it depends upon the answer we get for the second question. So if international cooperation is absolutely necessary is what I feel. Now, why it's necessary? Because one thing the Cyprus minister and even the Maldives minister, Honorable Mali Jamal, has also mentioned that regulation is currently being done by people who don't have any expertise on domain, and that it's like that is one thing. And even and the second thing we can see is regulations or any interventions of the government is at a normal pace, but innovations that are happening in AI and the entire fourth industrial revolutions are happening at an unprecedented pace. So it's next to impossible with the current mechanism to match that. That is for that reason, if there is an innovation that is happening, let us say in Maldives, that will be picked up. That could be easily picked up by say someone in Guyana. It's not like the second industrial revolution where something has happened in Plymouth. Something has happened in Plymouth, which would have probably taken a year or so by a remote village to be picked up in India. That's not the case. With the fourth industrial revolution, the pace is very, very quick. So to match that, first of all, the current systems are not in a position to cope up with the innovations, the governance mechanism. Now, the only next option that I can think of is a combined platform where all these, because for innovations, even though there isn't a international platform as such, but innovations are taking co-op. Like if a startup in a city called Hyderabad in India will take up any new innovation which is in California. I mean, there's nothing stopping them. So I think that makes international cooperation absolutely necessary because of two reasons. One is at the rapid pace, and also there's no geographical boundaries for these innovations. So to match those innovations, international cooperation is definitely necessary. Now comes to the third part. How do we achieve it? As I was asking the Cyprus minister earlier, one is the bilateral option of the country to country. But then, as he was also kindly mentioning about many of the bilateral MOUs that we see and what actually happens, I mean, not only between countries, but between organizations, between international organizations, what is written in MOUs, for it to translate to real work in the ground is probably a very small percentage. I mean, that's seen across studies and that is seen, and that is a general concern raised by grassroots in terms of the big discussions we do at the international level on all which are very good in documents, but don't reflect and don't change a poor person's life in a village or on the ground. So that applies again. Bilateral is one aspect, and bringing about the multilateral aspect. One initiative is what is being done by the Global Partnership on AI, which is an initiative of 40 countries with 15 founding members. There's most countries like India, US, UK, EU, European Union, the entire union itself is also part of that initiative. Israel, one of the innovators in AI, is also part of the initiative. What they are looking at is bringing together these countries and creating a common framework which looks at responsible AI and a few others, the future of work and everything related to AI. Like that's in its initial stages. So if we look at a Commonwealth, but where we see Commonwealth represents all these small states, we Commonwealth is an international, the only international body which is the key voice of these small states. 30 or so are small states in Commonwealth out of the 54 countries. And if you see in the GPAI, the Global Partnership on AI, the Commonwealth countries that are part of that are only Canada, Australia, India, New Zealand, and Singapore. So which are the founding members. So I was as I was asking, I was mentioning to the Secretary General, both on behalf of me, but actually more on the AI policy labs. As a policy labs, we are thinking in terms of having a framework of across the Commonwealth, like a task force across the Commonwealth nations, where there should be multilateral discussions between these nations, Commonwealth nations, where innovations could be done in one country, could be used by others, and also looking at the responsible aspects that the Permanent Secretary earlier mentioned, and also the Minister also kindly refer to both responsible AI and also the regulations on AI. The Minister of Maldives was quite efficient there, mentioning that. So this is where, in terms of AI policy labs, would actually be encouraging this platform for a Commonwealth, for a framework and task force across the Commonwealth nations. And to achieve that, we are going to do two ways. One is we are going to bring in forums like these between the high-level bureaucrats, and also, if possible, with the ministers to discuss how this can be achieved. And second is also with the Secretariat and other vanguards of Commonwealth to see how this can be used. So so in that way, to summarize my points, I would say AI cannot be looked in as an exclusive technology, but it's something that would impact our everyday life moving forwards. The second thing, international cooperation is absolutely necessary to cope up with the rapid, unprecedented scale of innovation, and also to utilize innovations that are done across. And final point, as Baroness Scotland was saying earlier, is that we don't want it to be a scalpel in a murderer's hand. We want it to be a sword, like a scissors in a surgeon's hand. That's what. And to achieve all that, it's only possible through international cooperation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Uday. I think that definitely the work that AI Policy Labs is doing in the push for a Commonwealth common framework on AI is something which is very timely and very necessary. And I think that being said, it also makes me think of what Mr. Sharif said initially, that there are country-specific problems, there are challenges. For example, Maldives being a small state, its national priority is the climate concern. And likewise, through modalities of AI, there is greater partnership which can be fraught between different actors. And on that note, I want to bring in Dr. Sarkar, because Dr. Sarkar, you've been at the core of India's digital policy making, and you understand the system well, because it is truly a unique system. It deals with a very, very heterogeneous population. And at the same time, India is really trying to take the lead and initiative in taking AI forward, given its historically well-renowned IT skills. So just bringing in your perspective from India, what sort of partnerships do you think should be leveraged? Who should be the key players? And is cooperation really possible, or would this also be a platform that ends up becoming a fora for competition?
Yes, thanks, Neha. That was quite nice. Thanks to both you and Swati for holding this panel. Permanent Secretary Mr. Sharif, I really loved your comments that you made. Quite nice to hear your perspective from that. Uday, the only thing I'll remember from your talk are the avatars of Swati. I don't think I'll remember anything else. So, everything else, I think, takes the backseat. I think only 10 avatars of Swati in 10 different countries. I think that's what we all remember. On the light and note. But they are all very important points. I think I've been listening to several sessions since yesterday, and I think all of the sessions have spoken about collaboration and the lack of skills. So we see that skill is a very important aspect, whether it's a small country, big country, or even the bigger nations like say US or UK or Germany, who are on the forefront of AI. They also talk about the skills gap. So something that we have to work on. And then I really loved another point that I think Professor Pillai from South Africa mentioned yesterday, if I remember her name correctly. I think she was mentioning about some imaging on X-rays, and there are so many research papers on that, but there is no central repository where you can find all this research. I think that was the example that she was giving, and which I think brings up the same problem that every nation is trying to reinvent the wheel. Today I was going through the policy, the strategy document that the Deputy Minister from Cyprus was presenting just before this session, and I saw that had the exact 5 areas which India came up 2 years back. But then they reinvented the whole thing again. And if you see, mostly the countries were coming up with national strategy and their roadmap. The broad areas that they need to cover on are primarily those 5 and 6 main areas around data, around ethical aspects, around skill development, around HPC compute, like the Minister from Cyprus mentioned about the HPC compute that he inaugurated the day before. So I think everyone is reinventing a wheel. So how can we stop that? And how can we help nations to take a proactive need? So one thing that I will tell you very frankly, this is from my personal experience. When we started working on our national policy, there was we reached out to the several think tanks that was there in the country. We reached out to the academic bodies. We reached out to the industry in India, not only the Indian companies, but also the global MNCs. And we got some amount of help from the consulting firms and others. If they have done something in another country, we could get those experiences. Like SAP had worked with Germany on their strategy. PwC had, I think, worked with Japan, so we got something from them. We got something from Accenture. We got something from McKinsey. So there has to be some of these common players. And your things like your AI policy lab can maybe one of those catalysts that works with multiple countries that will work on and do that. So and the government should know that such a institute exists, or such a body exists, whom we can go through and we can get a checklist of this has to be done if you want to do skilling in AI. This is a checklist that has to be done if you want to do HPC in AI. Like we struggled with what has to be the HPC component of AI. For the iRabot is the platform for HPC we came up with, but we struggled for 2 years for that. We spoke to like hundreds of people to get that, different companies, NVIDIA, Intel, trying to talk to everyone to get that thing that will work for us. So I think given that already more than 30 countries, and it might be actually been more, has already done this, I think we already have a formula for success, if I use that term, formula for success that has to be codified for someone else to use as a template. And I think that is something that someone has to take a lead and do. Either the Global Alliance on AI that is based in Montreal can take a lead in doing it, or a body like yours can do it. UN has a body on big data, but I don't know, it might be my ignorance, I don't know about any UN body which has their key functions around AI. There is one on big data. So if UN takes a role, that's another aspect. Then the other aspect that I want to talk about is that, see, the world has quite well understood the concept of globalization, where you make things in one place and you sell it to another country, like the trade aspect, basically. Like wherever the cheapest you can make it, if you can make it at a cheap rate somewhere else, you can easily transfer it to other part of the world, on which the global trade is working on, and we have the international trade organizations and all working on those to manage that aspect. The new thing about AI is that there is a technology that you can bring from US or Europe to India, but the moment you bring it to India, you have to spend considerable amount of time on that technology with Indian data before you have to roll it out. So the very aspect of, say, if you make a mobile phone in China and bring it to India, it doesn't work that seamlessly when you talk about AI. We had similar examples of IBM and Microsoft. They have done excellent work with precision agriculture, both in Latin America and in Europe. They bought those applications to India, but after that they have to work for about 3 years. 3 years with this application, tuning them for the Indian scenario. 3 years of R&D is something only big firms like IBM and Microsoft can afford. A small startup cannot afford. That is the reality of the game. So something that we have to keep this into consideration and make all this into templatized forms about how they can go about and do it. Today, the players who can go and do it are the people who have large R&D funds, and these are not the hidden names. These are all like people know that Google is going and doing it, IBM is doing it, Nvidia is doing it. The big people who have that R&D budget can go and take a solution where you say developed in one country, which is say developed in 50%, and then they take to the other country and then replicate it. So there are various aspects to it. One is the policy aspect, where I think the Global Alliance in AI or the Commonwealth, your policy labs can play a pivotal role. And then you can also have a list of companies. Maybe if you're talking about, say, precision agriculture, these are the 10 global companies. Say you go to a new country, say Cyprus, and they want to do something in precision agriculture. You tell that this is a country who have done this successfully in US, this is a country who have done this successfully in India, this is a country who have done this successfully in Germany. And then understand, having a framework by which you will understand what is the gap from where in the conditions of that other country to where the current country's conditions are. If you can do the gap assessment, it's very easy to tell this in English, but it's very, very difficult to do it in practice, when conditions in a country is a very, very vague term to define, and putting that in a measurable term is quite difficult to do. Like, we are struggling with that. To take one solution from one state to the other state, we have to spend like months of work doing that. So it's very easy to talk about, but very difficult to actually do it. Having told on those aspects, there is some amount of international collaboration happening, more from the technical standards, and two bodies are part of it. One is the International Standards Organization, which has a committee called SC42, which is setting the global standards on artificial intelligence. And I'm a part of the Indian delegation who is doing work on that. IEEE has a standard setting on artificial intelligence. This is more from the technical and the algorithmic aspects, who are trying to set the ethical standards. And they have come up with a very nice document a couple of years back on ethically aligned AI, which is a very, very good read document, which sets the standard which countries can adopt and can extend from there. So these are very good things which has already happened and are happening. But I think there is a lot more that has to be done on the collaboration side as we talk about it. With that, I will stop for now and happy to take some questions later.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarkar. You've really raised some not only very interesting aspects, but some very practical challenges that are often overlooked when discussing partnerships and cooperation. I think especially not only the digital divide aspect, but the cost of building the cooperation, unlike many other issue areas, is much larger when it comes to AI and tech. And that's where I want to bring in Mr. Sharif next, because I want to understand where the cost of cooperation can be high, not only from an ethics, but also monetary perspective. How far do governments have to think about involving different local actors? Where are we imagining the role of private players in the region, in Maldives? And how are we also looking at local action from civil society members? So Mr. Sharif, if I can bring you in there.
Oh, thank you, Neha. That's a very interesting question. But before I go to that, I think we have to address Swati's presence here in the Maldives. You're most welcome. Pretty soon I'm gonna see your avatar right here on my desk, I'm sure, when we have the next chat. Thanks to Uday for that. So yeah, I think the cost is a major factor, right? As Dr. Avik Sarkar also pointed out, as Uday pointed out, AI is here and it's going to become an integral part of our lives. And who is going to decide this is how we are all going to live, right? Every country is different financially, politically. We are all in one global world. So how do we play a part? And of course, this is where the cost come in. How much can you invest in your local indigenous innovation so that you can protect your culture, your way of life digitally, right? So as a small country, yes, it's a huge challenge. And I think it is extremely important that, for example, we have the SIDS group in the UN, as well as we have Commonwealth, as they very nicely pointed out, where a large majority of small islands are part of. So there's got to be, as our minister also pointed out, he wishes for an AI that actually amplifies the voice of the common man, right? So while this, and this is why I alluded to the fact of the digital divide, because there's a term we are kind of used to, and this also brings us to this financial divide. What is this cost, and who is going to bear the burden? Are the big 6 giants of technology going to kind of tell us this is the life? Everyone's gonna go with it. And then on the other side of the divide, obviously, there will be people within the same country and between countries as well. So this is, I think, where a lot of time, for example, especially with this pandemic, as a country, we depend on tourism, and now that we have to keep people out of our country, this is a challenge, right? Although recently we just opened our borders, and we are very happy to welcome all of you back to Maldives. But this is a challenge. How are we going to finance the development to keep in line and to keep on the right side of the divide, so that our youth can actually see AI dividend instead of being on the AI divide side, right? So it is a hard question. I think this is where the organizations like Commonwealth and the UN come in, and where we actually have to connect and work. So we are talking already in the government. We are talking about co-creation of services with private sector, with CSOs. So we have to enable our smaller CSOs to be able to work with large CSOs and NGOs. But at the same time, we have to provide a facility for larger companies and medium-sized companies within our geographical borders to work with the giants in the industry, to be able to find a way that we can coexist and have international technology transfer in a way that is equitable, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharif. I think you've really brought very clear points in terms of the 3 divides that we have here. You talked about digital divide, and you also talked about financial divide. Now, at this point, I would like to bring in Dr. Sarkar for his views. So the 3rd divide that we see here is, Dr. Sarkar, that the big players, as you mentioned, are taking the lead in this entire innovation. And so how do we fit, or where do you see the small SMEs playing their roles in this part? Because we do not only want the big players to be driving this entire transition. And how can we, in this entire concept of international cooperation, bring them in somewhere?
Yes, so I think there has to be a platform that will recognize the smaller players. And so either there can be a way where the country can support them. If you're talking about, say, the India's perspective, maybe if Indian governments help the startups that are from India to go and showcase their services and products to other nations, because that will be in turn be of economic benefit to those SMEs. So these sort of things can be of great interest. I have seen UK doing that. India has Business Council was there when I was at NITI Aayog, which I saw there was a showcase where a lot of the UK firms who are working on the aspects of AI on different sectors like edutech, health tech, they came to India and they were showcased in a 3-day event. And such events where they are bringing them. I have seen some of those ones from the Indian perspective also working. There was one event when I was in India where we had taken about 20 Indian startups to showcase their capability in Singapore. So yes, so there has to be a government push for them because if I tell you the very fact is that it has to the own country that has to support because there are finances involved. And if I am supporting from the government of India, I would not go and support a startup from Germany until unless I know there is an economic benefit for the citizens or some part in it there. So, so if each country can support their own startups and SMEs, and they do need support, I think that is one aspect. I think a bigger aspect is that the government can do the initial push of taking the startup somewhere and showcasing their things that they have been doing for trade also. When it comes to the AI, it also means that you have to give your data. So if say IBM comes and wants to do something in healthcare with say a big hospital chain in India, that hospital chain or maybe it's a government hospital has to give their patients data to that company to develop the AI model. The big aspect that comes in is the aspect of trust. We know that IBM is a US company, but there can be some companies coming from some other countries which we do not trust very well, and you can understand what I mean, but I don't want to take the name on the international forum. And there are several such companies operating in India. What do we do in those cases? What do we do in those cases? Because a big aspect of developing AI is sharing a lot of data, where the aspect of trust comes in. How do we establish this aspect of trust? When we talk about collaboration between industry, academia, and government, the reason why trust is lacking often in some countries is where the collaboration is lacking is the lack of trust. How can we ensure that aspect of trust, which is something that you gain over time and years to have a good collaboration? I think that is a good aspect. So I think an institute like yours, if they can gain the trust of all the Commonwealth countries and their governments, and then they are in turn happy to collaborate with you, I think that can become a good place where things of this nature can happen, or something like UN where these things can happen. So I think there has to be a few years where the trust building has to happen, where we have to see that, again, these organizations or global bodies are not hijacked by the big players, and they have their autonomy to take their independent decisions and promoting startups and SMEs. I think if that is happening, I think that will be very good.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Sarkar. I think you've clearly given us a direction to look at alongside identifying key challenges, which if we address them through fora like this one, we can really strategically find pathways. And on that note, let me bring in Uday to just give concluding remarks and also address our final question, which is that going forwards to build a cooperation framework for the Commonwealth, as you suggested, and as has been discussed in this panel as well, what are the sort of players you're looking at, and what are the sort of key directions that you are imagining to work on? Sorry, Uday, you're on mute. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Neha, and brilliant points covered by Mr. Sharif and Avik as well. So in terms of, Mr. Sharif was earlier referring to the digital divide, the financial divide. So I think where we are looking at, particularly with AI, I don't want to sound scaremongering here, but in terms of corporates, if we saw elections were completely influenced, certain one or two elections, one election in one country, one Western country, and then one referendum in one country apparently seem to have been influenced by AI data science, for instance. If something of that sort can just happen like in an instance, like instantly, and certain things I was talking about, how emotions could also be read, emotions of people, how they're related. So So AI does present a situation where an individual doesn't know more about themselves, but a corporation having your data knows how your reaction to a certain chocolate would be or to a certain person would be, which is quite dangerous, if we look at in 10, 20, 30 years time. So that is where I was saying the divide could not only be a financial divide, but the complete control would go into corporations who have this excessive amount of data. So that is the scale. So I think that's the. So I'll stop there in terms of otherwise if I go on it will probably be scaring people like certain books which are scaring people nowadays. But yes, but it's not. I see a bright side to it. Is that there is some very good things in AI, but for that we need the international cooperation, which brings me back to your actual question: how do we want to do it? In a way, what we are proposing is for a framework across the Commonwealth nations. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can work. We should be working with the Global Partnership on AI, which is currently hosted at OECD. And as Commonwealth is also keen on partnering, keen on the Sustainable Development Goals and does partner with other international organizations, including UN. So that's where, Commonwealth could still be taking some of the lessons or some of the work that is being done at GPAI, that's not GPI, but GPAI, the Global Partnership on AI, and we implement that, and we kind of implement that for the Commonwealth nations. In terms of the stakeholders, obviously, first immediate stakeholder, the first and the most important stakeholders would be the states, would be the countries themselves. Then also bringing in the private partners, academia particularly, so because there has to be an intersection of AI and policy, a combination of that. Then foundations and corporations as well. People who generally preach about AI ethics, including people like me, for instance. People, the specialists in ethics and those areas, and these can be split in similar ways, like work groups of responsible AI and others. But this could be driven by the Secretariat, and other intergovernmental organizations like Commonwealth of Learning and those organizations who are a key part of this. So that's where, and we would AI Policy Labs and GPI would be doing our part here. We would want to get this idea out and see the response of the nation, of the countries. The first immediate actors would be the Commonwealth Secretariat and also the countries themselves.
Thank you very much, Uday. And I think definitely we posed an ambitious question, both Swati and I, when we began this discussion about how is a corporation going to be envisioned. But I think through this hour-long panel itself, we've identified very substantial things. We've understood how, to what extent national priorities, geographies, proximities would play into account in defining this divide. What are individual concerns of states? How do you account for multiple backgrounds of populations? And the big thing, of course, how do we deal with aspects like digital fatigue, digital divide, digital literacy? And I think there is so much scope out there to work on every single one of those aspects, and that cooperation is definitely the way forward. And I would definitely just add and say that we should take an interdisciplinary approach, as has been hinted in this discussion. And of course, hopefully by our next conference or sooner, we should have made some progress on looking at a Commonwealth AI common framework as well. So let me thank with much enthusiasm, Dr. Avik Sarkar, Mr. Mohammad Sharif, and of course, Mr. Uday Nagaraju, and definitely my co-chair for this session, Swati Agarwal, for a fantastic panel discussion and very actionable outcomes. Thank you so much for everyone for joining.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
So thank you, Swati. So that brings us, that was a great discussion. Thank you, Neha and Swati, for the wonderful chairing of that and moderation. That brings us to the next to the next panel, which is on the Commonwealth Forum, which resounds with the GPI's Commonwealth project, which will be chaired by our brilliant Neha Diwan, who is also the project lead on the Commonwealth project at GPI. And we have our partners, David from Ramphal Institute, David Gomez, and I'll leave the introductions to Neha.
Perfect. Thanks, Uday. Can we just check if we have Camilla?
I cannot see her. So
if we could just find her. I believe it was that she had joined at some point. So if we could just.
She's on a different name, Ambassador Camilla, if you're.
Just to. David, can I possibly trouble you to connect with Camilla if possible? And in the meantime, I think we'll just begin with introductions and panel themes as well.
In the meantime, I'll just congratulate our own Commonwealth project, GPI's Commonwealth project. I head the project as a project director, and Neha is our Commonwealth project lead. So we've been working together along with Ramphill Institute. We have run some interesting webinars and an e-series that we had two, where we have run two very interesting webinars hosting the vanguards on the topic of vanguards. First one was by Patricia Scotland, Baroness Patricia Scotland. The second one was the vanguard. So yeah, so that's there, and I leave it to you now, Neha. So.
Perfect. I hope that Camilla would be able to join us as we begin. But a very good afternoon from Cambridge, United Kingdom, to everyone attending from across the world and many different time zones. As Uday has already mentioned, but to briefly introduce myself, I am Neha Devan. I'm a consultant with the UNESCO Offices for South Asia at GPI. I serve as a non-resident fellow and political affairs officer, and I lead the Commonwealth project, through which we have had multiple engagements and networks, including with the Ramphill Institute, and we're at a stage where we've put together this brilliant conference for which I'm proud to serve as the academic coordinator. It is my honor to welcome you all to the Commonwealth Forum, which is this session at our conference today. And it is indeed a very special platform because it is dedicated to understanding specifically how we can look at the Commonwealth, its future within the broader ambit of emerging technologies and AI. And we have with us today experts from the Commonwealth who've been serving the Commonwealth for decades with their respective networks. But before we bring them on, let me please introduce the panel first. We have with us Adirupa Sengupta, who is the Group Chief Executive for Common Purpose Charitable Trust. Adirupa has been working in the leadership development space for over 20 years, and her work has included relationships with the Foreign Commonwealth Office, the ASEAN Foundation, DBS, RMIT, among a very long list. She has also delivered several reputed leadership programs, so she is responsible for building leaders in the Commonwealth, which is a big theme of our conference. She also has a passion for developing talent and connecting people from different backgrounds, and she also happens to be a fellow CANTAP, so extending a very warm welcome to you, Adirupa. We also have with us David Gomez, who is an international development, trade and value chain specialist with 20 years of experience working in the Caribbean, Africa, and South Pacific regions. He is managing partner at Launchpad Consulting, which is a leading professional advisory and project management firm. He is completing a PhD in economic history at UCL and holds distinguished postgraduate degrees in international development, international relations, and international trade law. And of course, he is the director of the Ramphill Institute, who are our partners for this conference and for several other endeavors we have undertaken within the Commonwealth project. And finally, we have also with us Her Excellency Camilla Palmer, who is the former High Commissioner of Belize to the United Kingdom. She has served on the Board of Governors of the Commonwealth Secretariat. She was the first chairperson of the Commonwealth Advisory Council on Teacher Recruitment and Migration. She was the chairperson of the Accreditation Committee of the Executive Committee of the Commonwealth Secretariat, in addition to holding several senior posts in her local and governmental levels as well. She is a civil society and community development actor, and she focuses on those aspects, particularly in Belize. And most importantly, she will be joining us today from Belize at the crack of dawn in her time zone. And we could not be more honored and grateful to have her. And I hope we are able to connect to her soon and bring her on. But just to introduce the theme behind the Commonwealth Forum today. So the Commonwealth is definitely one of the oldest political associations that exists in the world, and it has leveraged its collective strength as a collection of diverse states with shared legacies, with a network of formal and informal institutions and multilateral partnerships to deal with challenges from apartheid to modern day LGBTQ debates and issues. However, we try to understand through this discussion today where the Commonwealth should be headed, what partnerships should it be leveraging, what key priorities should it be focusing on, and what networks should it really put an impetus to strengthen on as it goes on to deal with new challenges and some older ones which have been systemically institutionalized into the framework of not only the Commonwealth and its countries, but in the larger political environment. So on that note of understanding what are the structural issues, what policy interventions are needed, and discussing the strengths of different networks, let me first bring in Adirupa to understand her perspectives from working with Commonwealth and particularly with the leadership of the Commonwealth.
Thank you so much, Neha. Really appreciate the invitation. Really excited about this conference that you and Uday are hosting. I've been following some of the stuff on social media. I have to admit and be honest, I've not been able to join in all the sessions, but I've tried to dive in as much as possible, and some really very interesting and exciting things coming through. In fact, just the previous panel, some of the conversations that were coming through around digital divide and the need to build trust, etc., all feeds in to this conversation that we're going to have. And really a privilege, David, to be joining you on this panel. And the former High Commissioner as well. So looking forward to our little conversation as part of the bigger conference. I feel a bit weighed down by your introduction, Neha, when you said that I'm responsible for developing the leadership of the Commonwealth. I think I'll immediately recalibrate that a little bit. Yes, we are a leadership development organization. We've been around for 30 years. We have a deep commitment towards identifying and developing leadership for the current and the future. But that was a pretty responsible sort of statement from you, but well up for the challenge. I think where I'm coming from, and I think it's really important to sort of, explain my perspective. Common Purpose, we have a deep commitment, as I mentioned, to develop leadership, but leadership across all generations. So we work with young people, we work with people who are in leadership positions now, both emerging and senior leaders. And often the opportunity to really kind of get to the ground level and talk to leaders and find out what really matters to them, as they're trying to solve complex problems, as they're trying to cross boundaries and have a bigger impact of their leadership is a real privilege, because then you're able to go deep down and understand what are the issues that matter. And one of the projects that we run currently, and we've been running for a while, is something called Commonwealth 100, where we had the privilege of working with lots and lots of young people. I think everybody knows the statistics and the excitement around the statistics of the Commonwealth. 60% of the Commonwealth is for those who are under 30. Right? Which means when the Commonwealth, let's take a milestone, when the Commonwealth is going to be celebrating 100 in about 20-25 years time, that 60% will be about 1.2 billion of the population of the Commonwealth. And that proportion of its population will be the leaders of the Commonwealth. Incredibly exciting statistics and incredibly exciting opportunity for us, we think, to work with that under 30 population now, so that when they're in key leadership positions, they'll be driving the future. So we did something very exciting, Neha. We did a survey. We brought a lot of these young people together, and we asked them, what do you think as young leaders now, but who will be in main driving positions in a few decades, what do you think are some of the big issues of the Commonwealth? And it was fascinating. It was fascinating, and no coincidence whatsoever that a lot of their response was keeping in mind that AI and technology like AI will be driving the future. I had no idea that Uday would be inviting me to speak on a conference of the AI. in response to AI. And some of the issues, particularly in the context of leadership, that was highlighted by young people, which we took and turned into a model of leadership for young people of the Commonwealth, were issues around, and I'll just name the 5 competencies that they came up with, fascinating, because so relevant to the conversation that we are having at the minute, which was around the need to be awake. You know, the young people absolutely identified the need to be awake. It was said in the context of intolerance and in the context of discrimination, could not have been more topical given what we are talking about in the world at the minute. They talked about the need to be interconnected, again, very much in the context of technology. We know technology bridges divides, but it also creates divides. So the need to be interconnected, the need to be trustworthy. A lot of the young people were talking about taking responsibility themselves for rebuilding trust, because trust had got eroded over the years, over the decades, and the world will come to a point where they will need to step up as the young people of the Commonwealth and build trust. The need to be quick, and they talked about the need to be quick, particularly because the world would be turned upside down by artificial intelligence. How fascinating that we are talking about, you know, the positives of the AI, but there was a real anxiety around what AI would do to them. And this came through in the previous session, didn't it, when Dr. Sarkar and Mr. Sharif were talking about trust and, you know, digital divide. And the thing that I think matters to all young people is accessible, because I think over the years, young people have felt a lot about not having access, not being on the table. And they were quite frustrated by this whole narrative around needing them, giving them a seat on the table. I think a lot of them were talking about having a very different table, you know. So I think the reason I'm raising this at the start of this particular conversation is that whatever we talk about at this forum, you know, whatever policy initiatives we talk about, whatever role of institutional change we talk about, we've got to have this whole idea of making it open source. You know, we've got to make it collaborative. We've got to make it connected. And that's why the framework of leadership we came up was open source leadership, where awake, interconnected, trustworthy, quick, and accessible played a part. And we give young people an opportunity to do that. So I'll stop at that, because I just wanted to sort of throw a bit of a challenge out there at the start of the conversation, and very happy to build on further in terms of what we found and what we discovered and what we've done since. And I noticed the High Commissioner has been able to join us now, so that's fantastic. Maybe that's a cue for me to pause and bring Dave, and for you to bring David and the High Commissioner in, Neha.
Thank you very much, Adirupa. I have to say that was a phenomenal start. And definitely, I think we've heard a lot of perspectives over the day and a half of the conference about how governments need to build trust, how governments should collaborate, and what do governments and even the larger civil society need from AI. But I think you've truly added a fresh perspective by actually telling us what do young leaders need and imagine for AI in the future. So thank you very much for that. And on that note, let me first wish Ms. Kamala Palmer a very good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. We were mentioning at the outset that these are, it is the crack of dawn for you, so we're very pleased to see that you have joined us, given your enthusiasm for young people, for the Commonwealth especially. And let me bring you on there, because we've been waiting to hear your perspective, given your extensive experience working at different levels of the Commonwealth and also working with the governmental institutions in Belize. We really need to understand, I think, from your perspective, what are the key challenges that the Commonwealth is still missing, and whether it has been adequately able to address some systemic inequalities, systemic issues that have been existing for a long time. And going forwards, where does AI and where do technologies fit into that framework? Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. And yes, the sun is just about rising as I look out my window. I feel rather perhaps inadequate in this conversation. I said to David, oh my goodness, I don't know, having said yes, that I am able to speak so eloquently as our colleague has just spoken on the issues. But certainly, if I can start with the point you made, sir, and I stepped in a little late. Is it the colleague who's just spoken? Your name?
You can call me Addie, ma'am.
Addie. and I'm Cami. Or Camilla, Cami is best. Addie, you spoke about the importance of youth, and yes, 25 years down the line, and I got quietly frightened at the thought that definitely I won't be here. So many of us will not be here, and it is those young people who will drive the Commonwealth, and it is very interesting to hear what they're asking for. My generation will probably shy away from the whole idea of A1, and our leaders today are being dragged in for the most part into this new world that they have to face. So when we look at it, and I may speak of not necessarily just about youth, but the whole concept, the whole idea of small states especially, and the whole idea of how do we go forward and how do we embrace for not only our youth, for our entire community, because I don't think we can separate these in countries like ours. The whole idea of emerging technologies and the whole idea of A1 as it stands. And just in the few days that, you sent the information, Neha, I decided to just ask questions around, and I was pleasantly surprised to find out that although there are no policies, so to speak, in government, there's an embracing in government of the idea of A1, and it works vaguely in certain areas. However, there are organizations within the community, for example, the premier organization that affords eye services to the country. And I know I noticed Mexico flags that as one of its uses of A1. And I said to myself, well, why isn't Belize on the map? But that organization uses, diabetes is a big problem throughout the country, young and old. And so they use that sort of technology to inform on what's called diabetic retinopathy. The Belize Water Services, I was told just yesterday, uses some form of technology to measure waters as far away as the quality of water and so on, as far away as the out villages of this district where I live. So there seems to be a gradual acceptance of, I'm just looking at my notes as acceptance of technologies here, although it is very slow. A good example, because of the pandemic, and schools have been closed, as you know, throughout the world, in many countries of ours since March. Well, schools gradually opened their doors on Monday to the primary school level, and that is some form of distance education, still very paper-based, very much paper-based. But the secondary schools, which open on the 5th of October, will be very much be driven by the use of technologies and this is in the furthest villages of the country, to be able to attend classes. As I said, I know that I'm speaking off the grid and not necessarily about leadership, but just to give a general picture of what I see happening here. And now when I look at the idea now though of government and how will our governments, how willing are our governments to accept what emerging technologies will bring, and what will they bring? They will bring transparency, they will force transparency, or they can hide transparency. You know, there's always that imbalance. There's the good that I believe the new technologies, AI in particular, can bring, but there's also the complete negative. It can exacerbate poverty. It can exacerbate lack of rights in our communities. It can cause a greater wealth divide and distribution, I should say, of assets within our communities and within the Commonwealth, within the world, within Central America, where we sit here in Belize. So yes, we have to embrace it, and I think we have to embrace it very quickly, and our policies must be rejigged to embrace these new technologies if we're going to go forward, if we're going to compete on the global stage, if we're going to be a global partner. However, we, as small states especially, as developing states especially, are exceedingly vulnerable to the abuse of AI. And maybe if I leave it there, because I think I'm rambling, it's my brain isn't working quite well at the moment, but if I can just leave it there for us to perhaps, and then come back in with the other ideas.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think that was very crucial, and your insights were very on point, because small states occupy a very large part of the Commonwealth. So naturally, if there is a collaboration or a framework that comes for AI, for young people, or in general on emerging technologies from the Commonwealth, it has to account for the specific needs of small states. And I think on that note, I'm going to bring in David and bring in his expertise from the ACP regions to talk about the prevalence of AI, the challenges that would accompany it, and where does the Commonwealth as a framework fit into that challenge? David, we are not able to hear your audio, even though you're not on mute.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, that's perfect.
All right, I had my speaker turned on, my microphone turned on. So no, I said thanks very much, and thanks to Adi and Cami for those very unique leading points. I think if I pick up first on what Cami was saying, she hit on 2 or 3 really important things that apply across the Commonwealth, across the ACP, I think globally. And that is the implications of AI for governments, but also governance. That's absolutely crucial. And if it links right back to what Adi was saying about how youth are represented at different levels of government and different levels of governance, because what you still see are at the leadership levels across the Commonwealth in particular, a significant absence of youth. So there's always this, sometimes it almost feels artificial, this link to try to say, oh, we're doing something for youth. We're going to give youth a voice. Well, I'm always of the position, we shouldn't be giving youth a voice. Youth should have had a voice. And if the frameworks and mechanisms have not allowed for that to happen, it speaks to that really big gap. But then there are also the other issues of access to medicine, access to education, access to those things, which are crucial. Now, from a ACP Commonwealth CARICOM perspective, what we are seeing is the lack of enabling legislation and frameworks to allow for AI to emerge. Everybody assumes that artificial intelligence has only commercial application, but as we've heard from the previous 2 panelists, the applications are way beyond that. There's a public service application, there's a health application, there's a security application for artificial intelligence. And I think there is a need for us to bring those systems in together while still working on data protection legislation, because that is huge. There was a big difference for me, for example, coming to the UK, and I have a 9-year-old who plays football, and then being told, well, no, you can't video or take pictures of anyone under 12 without the consent. Well, in my country, I can take anybody's picture, no matter how old or so those are key issues, because as we start utilizing the technology to get that rolled out, that's important for us to address. Now, I'm not sure that all of the Commonwealth countries have this on their agenda or on their radar as an issue that is important. It is treated at the moment as a tangential issue. So yeah, AI, what is that? Maybe it's the next hot button sexy issue that we need to look at. When in fact, it perhaps is the integrating factor in how we approach a lot of things. And we're already beginning to see that in the movement towards cryptocurrency. People are saying, well, we've always had issues with foreign exchange and all the matters. So how will that then now impact on small states, for example? In my own country, I'm unable to move more than, now I understand, 4,000 US a year outside. So what does that do for me in paying my tuition at school? Well, to pay a year's tuition at school would take me 5 years of waiting, going through banking processes to apply for a permit, et cetera, et cetera. Now think about the implications of that for deepening the societal and economic divides in countries that don't have the frameworks to allow for that to happen. Think about what that means for marginalizing youth, women, and indigenous societies, even further than they are in current society. I mean, I think it's from that perspective that I think the Commonwealth needs to look at this now in a more integrated but wholesome way to say, how do we put this on the agenda? And even in what has become a really successful initiative for the Commonwealth, the Blue Charter.
Yeah.
How can the deployment of AI and new enabling technologies allow for countries across the Commonwealth to feed into that information system so that we can, in fact, take better care of our oceans? We can, in fact, deal with or respond to any global emergencies. And in fact, I think Kami closed on that issue of vulnerability, and I think it's a key one, because small states in particular are always fighting about resilience, but can't seem to have found a way to actually establish resilience. I'm not sure if it's a political will issue or if it's just that structurally there are issues there that prevent us from achieving that. I'll close on that and then come back in if you have further questions. So.
Thank you very much, David. And I completely agree with you when you say that there are perhaps there are opportunities for good governance with AI, but is the willingness to actually emerge out of the same barriers that have historically impeded the progress of small states on multiple fronts so deep that we really will have to struggle for the way forward. But let me bring in Adirupa first on a question, and it's related to one of your findings, and I think one of the important aspects was interconnectedness. And interestingly, we also have received a question from an NGO from Ghana just during the panel, which talks about how do we collaborate AI leaders, experts with perhaps youth from small states of the Commonwealth, and how do we bridge the gap really? So if I could have you on that one first, please.
No, thank you so much for bringing me back on that, Neha. I'll just come back to answering your question, but just I think there's something that Her Excellency said, and David connected back to that, which I think is really important when you're talking about issues around collaboration and interconnectedness, which is around the mindset, and the behaviors that follow. Because I think Her Excellency was saying that, traditionally, if you look at the journey that small states have had to go through within the Commonwealth, we needed a certain mindset and certain behaviors and actions to be able to embrace the needs of the small states. And similarly, we've got to think in the context of young people and how marginalized some stakeholders can feel, when big bursts of energy and innovation like AI come through. Now, let's be realistic as well. The world needs all of that. Otherwise, we will not be able to deal with big crises like COVID, etc. But we can't just accept that and leave it at that. Accepting the advantages and the benefits of technological innovation is important, but we've got to change the ecosystem around it. And a lot of that change will have to come with the change of mindsets. So just as we were starting to think about how do we embrace smaller states and bring them into this conversation and don't make them just the recipients of decision, where they're making contribution towards that decision. Similarly, we've got to think about how do we bring the next generation into the conversation, not make them just recipients of the decision. And I think that's where the interconnected piece comes in. If a the NGO in Ghana is talking about, how do we take benefit of it? It's important that we bring that stakeholder into that conversation rather than them feeling that they're sitting around the margins. So I think if I take a cue from the leadership model that we built and what the young people were telling us when we were building that leadership model, the point on interconnectedness, Neha, was very much around diversity and empowerment. How do you make sure you bring different voices to bear? And I'm not just talking about diversity for the sake of it. I'm talking about the real inclusion side of diversity. It's not just about having the right people around the table and ticking the box. How are you going to change your mindset so that you genuinely listen and make people feel included so that they feel they belong and they're making a serious conversation towards collaboration? There's collaboration for the sake of it, and there's collaboration to make genuinely inclusive decisions. I'm talking about the latter, not the former. So I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure I've answered it from a very practical point of view, from the Ghanaian perspective that probably was needed. But I'm making a really important point about, let's shift the narrative from from diversity to inclusion to make it really genuinely inclusive, and let's shift it to change of mindset, which is accompanied by change of behavior.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Adirupa. I think you've led us into a very good direction in terms of talking about the fact that while we have, of course, advanced with AI already, it's not the end of AI. It is still the process, which is an ongoing process where we can offer a seat at the table to not only young people, but actual voices from around the world. And on that note, I think I'd like to bring back Her Excellency Camilla, because I think the question I want to pose to you is whether it is too late. Because as David mentioned, small states are still catching up to things like privacy laws. There's a good GDPR agreement and set up around Europe, while South Asia, Africa, rest of the world is still struggling to catch up to data privacy, data literacy, digital divide. So is it too late along with the mindset? Are we too late to bridge that gap? Can small states, even if they are small in size, be powerful voices in what happens to AI, especially for the future of the Commonwealth?
I don't think it is too late at all. If I may use myself as an example, I'm just getting onto that platform and I'm very excited about it. So that aside, no, it is not too late, but David hit on it, and you did to add in two different ways. David mentioned, questioned whether it was a matter of will, political will. I do feel that that is very, very key. So how do we change our leaders' mindsets to ensure that they begin to understand and begin to embrace that concept? We believe we're going into a general elections pretty soon. Can we influence the key political parties to include that on their agendas? And I think it is something that I'm sorry, I'm thinking, but it's something that we perhaps should do. The other is looking at inviting our youth and our peoples of many cultures. Look at us. We have Belize itself and throughout the wonderful world of the Commonwealth, the diversity and the richness of cultures. And yet we seem to sit not around the table, Adi, as you say, but we sit in the background. We have to make very, very important policy decisions. We have to have the political will to ensure that that doesn't happen again, to ensure that our youth, our Mayan, our Garifuna, our peoples of diverse cultures are brought to that table and speak. So it's not too late at all, but it will take huge changes in the mindsets that presently exist, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I have to be honest, I was biased towards you saying that it is not too late, but I had to throw out that challenge there. But thank you for offering that very true response. And I think I must mention here that one of the key assets in a sense is to look at how therefore we shape policies. And I think you've really hit the mark and taken us back to democracy 101. Use your vote to bring change, and there is real power to it. But let me bring in Adirupa there once, and also if you can combine that with your closing comments. How do we leverage this democratic power and prowess that the Commonwealth has? How do we leverage its democratic diversity in really bringing out a transformation in AI policy going forwards? And of course, because I personally feel that common purpose is where leadership for the youth is entrusted, how can that aspect be involved in, say, a democratic AI going forwards?
Thanks so much for that, Neha. My God, so much to say on that. I'm sure you don't have the time, but I think all I'll say is that I think true engagement is very important. Whether it's analyzing the trends in terms of participation of, let's say, various demographies in the democratic process, or whether it's when you're doing a big policy rollout, picking up your point around policy, making sure that we've got true engagement, that the right stakeholders are being spoken to, people who will be the beneficiaries of a good policy decision, must be consulted. So I suppose I'm answering your question by taking it slightly away from the democratic engagement process. I think that's very important. And if technology and AI can sort of work to make a contribution towards true democratic engagement, I'm sure there's a role there that will be fantastic. But if you take it beyond the democratic engagement, when big policy decisions are made about application of technology and looking at how to make it truly inclusive, we've got to make sure that we are talking to the right stakeholders, because otherwise there'll always be that feeling of marginalization, being on the outskirts, and people will not be able to reap the true benefits of big policy changes. Like, I'm sure we're doing a lot to make sure that the benefits of AI reach beyond certain populations, but even then we are still talking about the gap. Why? Because I think true engagement is probably not happening from the other side, and that's what we've got to think about. There is a big fear and anxiety about hierarchies being created when it's not truly inclusive. The hierarchies are not just around age, they're also around lack of inclusion, and I think we've got to think about that as a big issue when we talk about any form of engagement. I'm not sure I've quite answered your question on the democratic side, but I feel it's more than democracy we're talking about here, but that's a very important piece, no doubt.
Thank you very much, Adirupa. And I think, of course, you've definitely contributed to the larger discussion on democratic AI. Of course, it's a topic which merits a conference on its own, but this definitely leads into that. And just taking the cue from that, if I can bring in David for his final remarks, and also to address something that he had raised earlier about good governance, and just bringing in the perspective from the Ramphal Institute as a Commonwealth network and a Commonwealth organization. At what levels can change be affected? How can it be introduced within networks and structures so that we can build a sustained partnership which goes both top down and also brings in grassroots organizations in? Because the Commonwealth at the end of the day is very well connected. We host the CHOGM with world leaders, but at the same time we're connected to the most local levels of governance as well. So where should that change be introduced and instituted? David.
Neha, I think as I was saying, it has to be introduced at all levels, and it has to be introduced at all levels simultaneously. It can't be that at one level and then another follows, because what you do is you're perpetuating the divide. I'm always hesitant when I look at organizational charts for companies that still have this top-down process, because it just says it's so archaic in the way that they address and deal with anything. But for me, I mean, I think that the takeaways are two things. One is that governance has to be the way you address the issue, and building on the points that both Adi and Kami raised, it has to be inclusive, and it has to be transparent at the same time.
Mm.
Without that, then you don't really have governance. You have you have something that's akin to governance, but it's not true governance. And the second part of it is leadership. And I have to say that within the Caribbean region, I've been very excited lately by all the initiatives of the Barbados Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, what she's doing. She has emerged as a true regional leader in a region that has suffered a leadership deficit for decades. Amongst all of the men who've been fighting for looks and position and everything else they want, Mia has come in and has put in place initiatives that are really meaningful. I have to say though that Jamaica has always been on the front foot. Whenever something is happening in Jamaica, that we want to be first in line, we want to be fifth, we want to definitely be first in line. So with those two things, governance and leadership, you should be able to see some of the changes we're talking about come into place. But again, for me, it has to be that these things happen simultaneously.
Thank you very much, David. I think I'll bring in Her Excellency Camilla for the final word. And I think if you could speak to us a bit about resilience, ultimately, as it is a term which is often associated with small states, with emerging economies, and how do we make them more resilient? Of course, I think there are two biases there. One is the assumption that there is no sort of local processes or individual ingenuity which can or should be adopted around the rest of the world. And I think COVID has shown a new light on it, because there are best practices which can be found in these economies or smaller states, which the rest of the world should also look at. But at the same time, how do small states make themselves more resilient in terms of instituting change at different levels, at looking at a more inclusive partnership role, and how do they basically take on the challenges that will again come from hierarchies of AI, transparency, and data sharing?
Well, first of all, when we've looked at resilience, or when resilience has been looked at, I should say, it's been mainly looked at from an environmental point of view, the resilience of small states, and the placing in of mitigation and so forth and so on. But and you've just made that so very clear as I'm listening to you asking me to wrap up on this. Resilience is far greater than simply us protecting. It's huge to protect our ocean. And I'm looking that way because that's exactly where it is in front of my house. But how do we define resilience in our states? It is the preservation of our cultures while we grow in the acceptance of AI, while we embrace AI. It is, if I may speak particularly about a situation which David is doing his PhD on, we have a conflict with Guatemala, territorial conflict with Guatemala. Can we use AI to boost up our cross-border resilience, our cross-border relationships? So the way I see it, it is using every fiber of our growth, whether it's our economy, whether it's developing our health systems, vital at the moment with COVID, which is rising now in our country. So we have to, in my opinion, we have to look at all these issues. How do we become resilient nations, if I can speak beyond Belize, in ensuring that our education system is strong enough to carry us forward into the 22nd century. And so I may be speaking around what you're asking me, Neha, here, but for me, it is the fact that we have to strengthen resilience in every aspect of our being, environmentally, in our health systems, in our education systems, in agriculture, which is our mainstay, and finally in governance. If we are not resilient as a democratic people, And if our governments are not resilient, then we can't be led. And I don't know if I've made any sense, but
Lots of sense.
That was a very powerful closing statement, if anything. So thank you very much, Your Excellency, and also David and Adirupa. I think we again started off this panel with a colossal question, speaking of the future of the Commonwealth. But surely I think we've served the purpose of having this forum in identifying those structural gaps, discussing political will, challenges of transparency, inequalities beyond wealth and digital divides. And I think that really helps us contextualize the rest of the debates we have had. And of course, I see we're also joined by Dr. Chisala for the next panel. So we hope that they can take some of our ideas and conversations on these structural gaps and issues and carry the conference forward. So extending my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us from everywhere, and also our audience. Thank you once again, and we really hope to stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much.
Tammy, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, David. Thanks.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists for an excellent panel. So we move on to the next panel now, which is Technology Leadership for Sustainable Development, which will be chaired by Niro Waji. Niro is an advisor on AI Policy Labs and also the former special advisor to UK Prime Minister Theresa May. Do you want Niro? You're on mute, Niro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. I'm not sure if all our guests are live yet.
Yeah, I'm just oh, okay, Dr. Cox. I think your name is coming up as Shia Makloni. That's why there was a confusion.
I have no idea what.
That's the reason I was struggling for the last 20 minutes to let in Dr. Cox, because his name was not visible, and
I wouldn't have the slightest clue what to do at this point. But it's Mr. Cox, and I'm Joseph. I'm good with this.
So is Shiamak online as well? Like I cannot see him. Shia Makloni, if you're online, strange that what Zoom has done, we don't know. They've given your name to Dr. Cox. I don't know how it happened. I hope it's not AI which has done it. And Shiamak, if you're online, do raise your hand, please. That's the only way, or put it in chat so that Shia Makloni, if you're online, that's the do raise your hand. Okay, Shia Makloni, if you're online, please do raise your hand. That's the only way we can find you now. Okay, I'm not too sure. What we'll try to reach out to Shiamak. You can start off.
We can make a start. Okay.
Yeah, we can make a start. Thank you, Niro.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Uday, and thank you to GPI for what has been an absolutely fantastic day of great conversations about how we advance towards the future with emerging technologies. I've listened since 8:30 a.m. So I've heard the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I've heard her speech and all the various ministers that have spoken. And I think this has been a really wonderful conversation. I'm delighted to chair this particular session. So just to introduce myself, I'm Nero Ugujabo and former special advisor to the UK Prime Minister Theresa May. I led on social justice, opportunity, and young people. And since then, since leaving government, I've been working on sustainable development and urban renewal with the Adam Smith Institute, and also working closely with Uday at GPI on AI policy as well. So it's very, very interesting to have this conversation. In this particular session, we're focusing on technology leadership for sustainable development, and hopefully a little bit of focus on development in Africa. And I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Victoria Shisala, who's the Acting Director, Strategy and Operational Policy Department at the African Development Bank. You're welcome.
Good morning,
also
everyone.
joining will be
afternoon. I'm not sure now. Good morning.
It's afternoon in London, but you're most welcome.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're also joined by Samantha Cohen, CVO, who is the Chief Executive of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment. And you're most welcome.
Thank you.
And finally, we're joined by Joseph Cox, Assistant Secretary General of Caribbean Community, CARICOM. You're all very, very welcome indeed. What we'll do is we'll plunge into the conversation and give you about 5 to 10 minutes just to set out your stall on the topic at hand. And then hopefully we'll go through a little bit of question and answer section. And if some of our guests who are joining, particularly the young people joining across the Commonwealth, if they have questions, then we'll be putting those to you as well. So if we can start with Dr. Victoria Shisala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Swati and the organizing team at Global Insights for inviting me to this very important event. And I'm happy to be among such a distinguished panel to discuss the subject at hand and also the African Development Bank's role in this space. First of all, I'd just like to briefly introduce the bank and its mandate. Some of you will be aware of the bank, maybe some less so. The bank is the major multilateral financial institution that is dedicated entirely to Africa's development. It plays a central role in Africa's regional architecture alongside the African Union and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, with a strong mandate to mobilize resources for development and to promote regional economic integration. Together in this space, our objective is to harness digital technologies and innovation to transform African societies for inclusive growth and development. Now, for the bank itself, its strategic orientation is guided by its 10-year strategy and the high fives, which are Light Up and Power Africa, Feed Africa, Integrate Africa, Industrialize Africa, and Improve the Quality of Lives of Africans, which is at the heart of the African Development Agenda. They represent critical investment priorities designed to unlock and accelerate Africa's development. They are strongly owned by African governments and regional institutions. And we believe that the high fives will help to deliver 90% of Africa's SDGs and Agenda's 2063's aspirations if we meet all our objectives. And this is based on a study undertaken by UNDP. Now, the bank understands the potential of rapid innovation to accelerate development in order for us to progress towards the SDGs, and also transforming economies and improving public service delivery. Africans have witnessed the benefits of faster penetration of the internet and mobile phones, as you all know, especially given that the fixed line options were not available for most people, particularly in the remoter parts of the continent. So we believe that digital transformation could be a game changer for African people and an opportunity to boost economic growth and industrialization, alleviate poverty, and improve people's lives. The use of digital technology and services will certainly contribute to the achievements of our objectives. Now, digital technology can drive innovation, economic growth, and job creation in many sectors of the economy, and allows for greater interconnection of African markets with the rest of the world. It can enhance both market and financial access for all, particularly in marginalized areas neglected by traditional financial institutions. Promoting digitization in Africa will maximize the impact in sectors such as health, energy, transport, agriculture, education, and facilitating access to basic social services consistent with broader good governance and development policies and programs. Now, obviously, access to secure, reliable, and internet is critical to closing the digital gap and reducing inequality. It can greatly contribute to enhancing human capital and providing new opportunities for young people in Africa. Women and girls, especially those living in poverty and rural areas, are most likely to be affected by the digital divide. The bank as a group strive to provide strong support to bridge the digital divide and promote digital transformation in Africa in line with its mandate. So I would like to take a bit of time to share some of the examples of what the bank is doing in the area of digital transformation and innovation. The bank has supported establishment of ICT digital parks in Senegal and Cape Verde. We are working with the Rockefeller Foundation, Microsoft, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Safaricom to establish coding centers in various countries. The foundation of the digital economy is undoubtedly broadband fiber infrastructure. It provides the connectivity to the internet and the capacity to transmit huge volumes of data globally. The bank is working with development partners like the European Union and the World Bank to finance backbone components in the Central African region, connecting Cameroon, Central African Republic, and the Republic of Congo, linking the countries of Central Africa both to each other and to the rest of the world. Before this, the Central African Republic was entirely dependent on expensive satellite connectivity for its data needs. After reducing connectivity costs by 70%, the broadband system will have multiple fiber routes to submarine cable systems and is expected to provide a tenfold increase in access to the internet, ensuring widespread availability of internet digital services to citizens. Now, in the area of financial inclusion, I think, which is one of the areas where we're very interested, the bank is working with the financial sector and mobile technology firms to promote financial inclusion, particularly in digital finance. For instance, working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Agence Française de Développement, and the government of Luxembourg, the bank has established a multi-donor fund, the Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility, to advance financial inclusion across Africa through digital financial services. The ADF will address systemic barriers to growth and uptake of digital financial services by making strategic and catalytic investment in the related ecosystem throughout the continent. The ADFI will support the expansion of the mobile footprint, unique digital ID, digital payments, e-banking across Africa, and will contribute significantly to the inclusion of the informal sector in the economy in our regional member countries. The bank is also a producer of knowledge on economic development and innovation in Africa and has launched several initiatives that drive innovation on the continent. A recent study titled Unlocking the Potential of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Africa shows an unprecedented growth in a number of tech startup entrepreneurs. Today, we have 6,500 technology startups on the continent, and investors are taking note. These startups have received about 2.27 billion in venture capital investment, and we believe that this is an incredible development. Now, in the area of youth training and jobs, we have undertaken a number of initiatives. As you know, the fourth industrial revolution is being powered by science technologies, rapid births of innovation, science and ICT-driven innovations, artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum data analytics, automation, robotics, etc. Training and capacities in science, technology, and engineering and mathematics are critical today more than ever before. They will shape the future of work and job opportunities, especially critical to the African continent. This training is particularly important given the size of our youth on the continent. So we have a number of initiatives in that area, as I indicated. We have one of the programs that we have is called the Youth Entrepreneurship and Innovation Donor Trust Fund, the YEI Trust Fund. The goal is to strengthen employment and entrepreneurship ecosystems for young people in Africa by funding incubator programs, access to finance, study and reform programs that will foster development of innovative startups and created and led by young African women and men. As part of our Youth in Africa strategy, the bank launched the establishment of Coding for Employment program designed to develop young digital entrepreneurs. We hope to develop 130 centers of innovation over the next 5 years to help to create 9 million direct and indirect jobs. Our experience so far from ongoing programs in Rwanda, Nigeria, Kenya, and Senegal has been impactful. Some 2,000 youth, about 46% of which have been women, were trained in just 3 months between March and June 2019. Obviously, as the bank, we are also engaged in other sectors as well, including the agricultural sector. We are working to have agriculture digitally enabled, and we also want our youth to see agriculture as an attractive option for career and livelihood. The bank has launched the Digital Solutions for Africa Agriculture Program, which supports governments and private sector in introducing and scaling up transformative digital solutions. We're also implementing large programs to develop a new generation of agripreneurs, as we call them, who can help to drive agriculture with greater knowledge and innovation. We also have what we call the Technologies for Africa Agriculture Transformation TAT, which was launched in 2017, which is a major continent-wide initiative designed to boost productivity of major food commodities across the continent by rapidly delivering agricultural technologies and innovations to billions of farmers. The African Development Bank is working to improve access and enabling the flow of data and information across segments of the agricultural value chain. That is why the bank has launched the Digital Solutions for Africa program that I referred to earlier. So this includes super platforms for e-registration, e-extension, soil information maps, e-commerce, digital marketplace for agri-inputs and outputs, tracking and traceability systems, e-agricultural governance. Now, in terms of gender, the bank estimates that women are 33% less likely to have access to use of the internet than men in low-income countries. To address this inequality, the bank is working with partners, especially the World Bank, in narrowing the digital divide between the genders. The bank resources are being used for such initiatives as a program for infrastructure development in Africa, which is a larger continental-wide program. And we would like to ensure that all interventions that the bank is making have a gender lens, and this is obviously not an exception. Before I conclude, I just wanted to touch briefly, I think, on the impact of the COVID-19. I think most of us, the reason why we're meeting like this is because of the COVID-19 impact. And I think one of the things that has happened is that policymakers have begun to appreciate the importance of technology in this, particularly during this time. And therefore, I think it's an opportunity for mobilizing policymakers to be able to invest time, resources into this particular sector. So I think that is an opportunity for us, and especially on the African continent. So with those few remarks, I would like to say thank you again, and happy to answer any questions that will come. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for an excellent contribution. I think there's a number of key points you raised in your presentation. I won't dwell on it too much now. We will come back to it. But I think it's very important that you talked about the fact that Africa is not just a consumer of technology, but a place where technological innovations are also taking place. You also touched on the importance of venture capital and of creating hubs where young people or people who are interested in technology can come together and create that sort of innovation that we see taking place in other parts of the world. So thank you very much for that presentation. We will come back to it. If I can give the floor to Samantha Cohen, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Nero. It's a great pleasure to be here today. And I really enjoyed listening to Victoria because I think some of my points will also cover the areas she's touched on. CWEIC, the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council that I work with, is a pan-Commonwealth business organization. We have over 100 businesses in our network, including Zenith Bank, UMB, the Africa Export-Import Bank. You know, we are the business arm of that Commonwealth platform. So it's quite a good opportunity today to potentially connect some of our businesses into the programs to support and enhance some of the programs that I think you've touched on. So that's very fortuitous. I'm not an expert in AI or technical innovation, but I think it is very clear to all of us that AI and technical advances are poised to have a transformative effect on consumer enterprise and government markets around the world. And the technology obviously is advancing very rapidly as a result of COVID. I think a lot of the technologies have been fast-tracked. It cuts across every sector, from governments to businesses, and it's significantly accelerated over the past 5 years before COVID anyway, due to the diffusion of digital technologies, access to richer data, and increasing computer power. And in 2019, 14% of large companies used AI, and this is expected to increase to 23% in 2020. And that figure is probably higher due to COVID. And it obviously applies across all sectors. I think we've seen that particularly in fintech and banking services to the unbanked, smart assistants like Siri and Alexa, disease mapping and prediction tools. We've seen new companies emerging quite rapidly in that space, optimized personalized healthcare and treatment recommendations, conversational bots for marketing and customer service. We've seen an increase in that as well. And robo-advisors for stock trading, which is quite new in the industry. And there are clearly great opportunities, but also risks. And CWIC hosted a webinar last week with the Nobel Prize-winning founder of microfinance, Muhammad Yunus. And he warned of the risks of widespread replacement of jobs with AI and technology. So we must be cognizant of that, particularly in emerging markets. But the opportunities are huge as well. And the opportunities across all sectors and all economies that I think are common are new products and business models and leapfrogging solutions, especially for the bottom of the pyramid individuals. So we're able to flatten corporate structures, which I think is fantastic. Easier access to credit, obviously. The automation of core business processes will lead to lower product costs and the development of human capital, and great innovation in government services, which I think Victoria also referred to, which will make a huge difference to the lives of individuals and to those companies that are looking to invest in companies and at the moment have very bureaucratic processes that are a huge barrier to investment. And the risks in a macro sense, which we're all very aware of, the obsolescence of traditional export-led paths to economic growth, increased technical and technological divide, the transformation of job requirements and the disruption of traditional job functions, and obviously privacy, security, and public trust issues. So I think on a macro scale and a micro scale, you know, everybody is agreed that those are the risks and opportunities. But I think that generally AI will be an important driver of growth and development, particularly in the developing world. So PwC's global artificial intelligence study suggests that AI is forecast to contribute 15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. And along with that, we'll be delivering socioeconomic value to all sections of society over the coming years. A substantial share of this total will accrue to emerging economies where AI is already helping to address deep-rooted problems, particularly in the informal economy, which Victoria referred to. Emerging markets could gain more than developed markets from AI because they have less legacy infrastructure, as we know, and they can leapfrog traditional technologies in most sectors. And we see a lot of that in CWEIC. And AI can potentially boost productivity growth, lower barriers to entry for businesses, and expand markets to underserved populations. And across the Commonwealth, I've been asked to specifically focus on the pan-Commonwealth value of AI. Obviously, we have shared values, a language, and regulatory systems. And we always estimate that it's 19% cheaper to do business within the Commonwealth. And harnessing AI within the Commonwealth can accentuate this benefit. And there's a huge potential to contribute to global economic activity, and the Commonwealth can play a leading role in forming new partnerships. Particularly at the moment, I think we've seen the UK negotiating bilateral trade agreements with many Commonwealth countries. And it's really important that AI and technological considerations are included in those bilateral agreements, and that we anticipate what's coming next in a very practical way, so that we're not playing catch up. We are currently in a huge window of opportunity to shift the progress in this area. And I think that those trade agreements are one of those areas. And obviously the Africa Free Trade Agreement is being finalised, we think in January, early next year. And the 54 nations of the Commonwealth have never actually been more connected due to technological innovation and AI. And that strengthens the platform enormously and makes it much easier for us to do business with each other. We said earlier that one of the most transformative applications of AI is in the financial technology sector, fintech, where global investment has risen 38% over the last year. Fintech companies utilizing AI can collect and analyze hundreds of thousands of pieces of data in minutes, making it very easy to lend money and offer financial services to the unbanked. And the fintech sector has, during COVID, accelerated even faster. And we talk to a lot of fintech companies. Asimo is one that's huge in Nigeria, for example. There are many others. And M-Shwari in Kenya uses AI to predict the probability of default of potential borrowers. There are over 10 million M-Shwari accounts disbursing 50,000 loans every day. And half of all M-Shwari customers do not have any other bank account. So those numbers are quite compelling. Mobile, we also touched on that as well. The widespread adoption of mobile devices generates a lot of data on the financial status, educational attainment, and health status of users. And this can enable mobile AI apps to identify the socioeconomic challenges of specific consumer groups and deliver services such as micro-lending, personalized tutoring, health diagnoses, and medication advice. And we haven't seen this level of service before, all through mobile phones. It's quite extraordinary. In terms of economic diversification, AI is also providing efficient ways for countries to diversify their economies away from the over-reliance on the energy sector. And that's really important for obvious reasons, sustainability reasons and the fall in oil price. And secondly, we've seen other sectors such as tourism badly hit by COVID, and they've had to diversify quite quickly, and technology has helped them enormously. Oil producer Saudi Arabia has said that AI and big data will power its shift away from its dependence on oil revenue, underscored by its US $50 billion investment in NEOM, the smart city project. So, you know, there are huge opportunities and shifts going on all around us. And the development of AI will affect international trade in a number of ways. We've talked about it increasing productivity and growth. But at the same time, it's also important for economies to incorporate and make use of new AI technologies, which require significant investments. We can't get away from that. And I think that's one of the agendas of CWIC, is to try and attract greater investment in these technologies. There's still some reticence in some sectors. And I think, you know, the biggest challenge is that the adoption of AI could widen gaps among countries, companies, and workers. Increasing automation could replace workers in industries that like outsource customer care and garment manufacturing. But failing to take advantage of the opportunities AI offers could be even more costly in the long run. So I think it's all about balance. It's about balancing those risks, making sure that we have enough investment in these sectors, and being very cognizant of the human element all the way through, while we are benefiting from the economic benefits. And I really think that this is an opportunity for organizations across the Commonwealth to work together to maximize the benefits to all. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Like the first speaker, that was a very important contribution. And I think some of the points you make, especially in terms of the issue of acceleration in technology since COVID-19, different parts of the Commonwealth. But of course, we know that that acceleration is not happening evenly across the 54 nations. So how we share technology and how we make sure that some of the more developing parts of the network can benefit from technological development, I think that's a conversation that we will delve into later on. I see that our colleague Simiak Loni has joined, so if I can hand over, yeah, I'll be great.
Great, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you. You're welcome.
Perfect, thank you very much. I just want to thank you for having me here, and the Global Policy Insights, this comes at a very, very important time, and I really appreciate having me here. My name is Simiak Loni, and I work at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network as a program director. The UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the SDSN, is essentially a think tank or a research and policy commission which works under the auspices of the UN Secretary General and helps countries and organizations essentially accelerate efforts to achieve sustainable development by 2030 and put us on a sustainable development trajectory. I mean, I don't need to sit here and say that we're in unprecedented times, but I want to really outline the scale and the impact that COVID-19 and the crisis that we're in has had on the global community, and what that entails and what the implications are. Because if we don't understand the context, it'll be very difficult for us to essentially put our path out of it. And the assumption that everything will go back to normal and we'll be able to start from the point that we left off, that assumption is absolutely not valid. So we have to really appreciate the new context that we're in. And to put that into perspective a little bit, this is the worst economic decline since the Great Depression. We are talking a possibly up to 8.2% decline in economic activity globally. Approximately $9 trillion worth of revenue that has been lost. That's equivalent to basically Japan and Germany combined in terms of economic activity. I mean, that is profound. It is massive. Just comparing it to the global financial crisis, this is much, much larger on scale. And of course, there in developing countries, there has been approximately, the estimates say that has been roughly $1.7 trillion worth of revenue lost. Globally, we have 400 million jobs lost, and that number is likely to increase if there's a second wave, which we're already seeing. And this has had profound impacts on the Sustainable Development Goals, putting them almost out of reach. I mean, just as an example, the disruption caused to education is so significant that the impact it's had on learning and the results of that is going to be very difficult to make up for quite some time. Of course, the impact on health, and I'm not just talking about the deaths and the physical consequences of COVID-19, but also we're talking about the delays on other treatments and other vaccines. So there has been serious complications there, and of course, issues such as gender violence and domestic violence going through the roof, mental health, on and on and on. So I could go on for a while here. So, and what we have concluded is that the vulnerable countries and vulnerable populations have really been impacted the most and will have the most difficult time coming out of this crisis. Before COVID-19, financing the Sustainable Development Goals in just low-income countries would have cost approximately $400 billion each year of additional financing needed. Now, and that would go on to finance agriculture and food security, health, education, social protections, which we now know how important they were during times of COVID, infrastructure, biodiversity, access to justice, and lots of other aspects of sustainable development goals. And that was a gap that existed before. And now, while high-income countries and some emerging economies could make adjustments in their market and finance that gap, it was concluded by the IMF that the low-income countries cannot essentially mobilize that financing, and additional outside help is needed. But now we're looking at not at $400 billion for the SDGs, but we're looking to respond to the pandemic alone. And the United Nations is estimating that the world is going to need about $2.5 trillion. So we are in a serious crisis globally, and we really need to understand that. And I think the recovery that comes from this is not going to be a V-shaped one, as many economists have pointed out, but rather it's going to take a while. First, we must control the pandemic, and then second, we must then think about how to essentially put us on a green recovery path. Now, all of that said, we see what massive challenges there is of financing, not being able to actually mobilize enough funding to be able to essentially keep society running and be able to provide these essential services, particularly for vulnerable communities. And the challenge just becomes bigger. So I believe that one of the most important ways we can help to chart our way out of the pandemic and towards a more sustainable trajectory, especially within the developing world, is to invest in human capital, and in particular, the young people within the continent of Africa. This is the greatest generation of youth the world has ever seen. It is the most educated. We have a very talented and a very passionate demographic, and in Africa, a majority of the population is under the age of 30. So it's incredible resource, and it's this incredible force for social transformation needs to be tapped into in order to really pave the way for the future. There are certain qualities that millennials have, and these young people have, which make them ideal agents of change. So firstly, research shows that there are starting twice as many enterprises as their older counterparts, as baby boomers. They are at the forefront of reform movements and social movements all over the world. I could name from the Fridays for Our Future, the March for Our Lives, and lots of other movements around the world. They are harnessing technologies in very creative ways. They have better familiarity and are able to really adapt it and understand it. We also have many of them who want to make a positive difference. They're volunteering more time, much more so than their older counterparts. They're more charitable than previous generations. And also they want to work for organizations and companies who actually care about sustainability and social and environmental causes. So we have this incredible generation with lots of great qualities and capabilities, and it's important to be able to harness them. But many of them lack access to basic financing to be able to actually, if they have a project, a social enterprise, to scale it. They need access to better networks. They need training in digital coding and knowledge of these. There are lots of support that this young generation needs. Of course, there are extraordinary individuals who we've had the pleasure of working with, but we need to target young people within the continent in a much more systematic way and provide an actual robust and a powerful ecosystem to enable them to scale their initiatives and be actually able to chart the way to sustainable development. Now, AI can play a significant role in innovations to really help accelerate progress towards sustainable development, help, as mentioned by our two previous speakers, help accelerate growth and really be a positive force for change. But it's also very important to recognize that AI can also have very negative consequences, and there must be a robust legislation in place and processes in place to ensure that AI is actually providing positive results as opposed to undermining the progress or existing issues. We know that AI can exacerbate inequalities between countries. We know that it has human biases that it can create and implement on a much larger scale. There are the ethical dimensions of AI, but also the issue of automation. And the fact that with artificial intelligence, we are likely to put, as many economists from different spectrums have pointed out, that we will likely to put millions and millions of people out of jobs. So here, policies such as social protections to ensure that there is a universal basic income that can protect the next generation is very, very important. So while we are harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, and I agree that it needs to be accelerated and it needs to be taught to the next generation, we have to also recognize that there are underlying issues that need to be addressed and strong legislation need to be in place to be able to actually lead a positive transformation. And I believe that those issues have not been addressed at the scale that they need to be. So I think there, despite all the challenges that exist, there is an opportunity here to mobilize young people within the continent to really shape a more sustainable and a more resilient future. But they're going to need the support and the networks and an ecosystem to be able to do that. There needs to be a pathway for them to be involved. And once you provide those tools and pathways, in our experience, you will be surprised by the incredible innovations and social transformations that these young people can create. So with that, I really want to thank you and hand over to the moderator.
Thank you very much. That was a speed look at some of the big challenges that are now facing the world as we walk towards recovery. And I think you set out very clearly the reality of the situation, and I think we all need to be cognizant of that. But you then also move to what the potential opportunity is, the optimistic view around the young population, the youth population, particularly on the African continent, and how technology can play a significant role in harnessing the power of that population. When we come to the questions, I think there will be something to explore around whether or not the UN at this stage is, given the challenges you've outlined, is conducting a review of the SDG and re-strategizing as to how we can possibly achieve what's been set out by 2030, or whether or not there are new things that need to be done in order to achieve that. So we will explore that at a later stage. If I can bring our last but not least speaker, Joseph Cox, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Indeed, let me join in congratulating the organizers of this webinar. I think it is timely and something that we really, it has been impatient of debate, particularly in my neck of the woods. But now you've also put me, Mr. Chair, in a very invidious position, because having to follow all these excellent presentations, I'm not sure how much of a value I will be able to add. But what I will seek to do is really put this within the context of where we are now. So for example, throughout the Caribbean region, we're really going through basically what one might characterize as a second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, what this has done is, frankly speaking, the COVID-19 has not been
a market disruptor, so to speak, in the region, but an accelerant for change. So what we have seen now is what would have taken probably years for us to accomplish is now occurring in a matter of months as the market dynamics have drastically changed, and survival really necessitates agility and increased responsiveness to the needs of customers. Now, this is largely being accomplished through the adoption of new business models, which are driven by digital transformation. Now, in looking at this process of transition, cognizance must also be taken of the demographic shifts, whereby millennials and Generation Z now account for the bulk of the population, but also the youth as a grouping also boasts the highest rates of unemployment. But for them, this particular era presents probably the greatest opportunity, as most would have been exposed to at least some elements of technology, and with training can be valuable contributors to the new normal. Now, the overarching reality of the now, however, is that while there has been throughout this period a noticeable shift and perhaps predictable shift and predictable increase in e-commerce in the region, the principal beneficiaries are really North America and China, as our markets remain largely underdeveloped in terms of the optimizing technological usage and output. Now, it is also important, I would dare say, Chair and colleagues, that in some of our markets, up to 70% of the labor force have no certification. Now, that doesn't mean that they are devoid of skills, but just the absence of certification creates another barrier. There is also the matter of trust. As culturally, we have had issues where persons are being told not to share information, and we have had other issues surrounding some of the larger providers of services, let me put it that way without calling any names. But one critical point that we have to recognize is that technological progress can deliver rapid growth if it accelerates structural transformation. But these things, as alluding to, are typically skill intensive, and which will necessitate shifting a higher percentage of employment to those sectors will require complementary investments in education and training. As previous speakers have said, the technological progress can significantly boost economic growth at a time when productivity growth has slowed in many parts of the world. Indeed, important efficiency gains within companies and accelerate the process of structural transformation by which the countries will grow from moving from and transition from lower productivity activities to higher productivity activities. But the differences in demography, access to broadband, workforce skill levels, or the availability of safety nets create important differences in the velocity at which technological progress spreads. In fact, fulfilling the promises of technological change while mitigating the associated risks call for thorough public debate and collective action of governments, regulators, the private sector, and international organizations. Now, one has to recognize that the technological change will be driven in large part by public-private partnerships, which I would dare say means really investing in skills for everyone, supporting workers as they transition to new jobs and new skills. And of course, we have to look at the overall macroeconomic fundamentals of the countries and the social dynamic to ensure that the transition is not unduly disruptive, because there is likely to be a time lag in terms of implementation. And whereas one can understand that in the process of transition, moving to new technologies, new processes, etc., there is likely to be some amount of job losses. The fact of life is that during that interregnum, you might find that there is a great degree, or I shouldn't say a great degree, but a reasonable degree of social dislocation. And one has to also take that into consideration when strategizing. Now, when we are looking at the impact, the positive impact of this process, including artificial intelligence, we have to look at it through the prism of one, that it boosts GDP by improving, of course, productivity. There's greater levels of employment and higher degrees of labor market participation. Now, the differences in the skills base across the region alter the incentives to automate and the potential to create new jobs and occupations. This implies that limitations in the skill base of the population may constrain technological adoption or the creation of new jobs. And needless to say, it is important for us to recognize that in some of the countries, and I would dare say probably this is globally, there is some level of reticence as people, one, as the previous speaker mentioned, might be happy or hoping to go back to what they would call the status quo, but the fact of life is that what has happened now is that we have a scenario whereby some are refusing to adopt the technology because the informality is what allows them to continue things like tax evasion, etc., etc. So there are also some other issues that you have to take into consideration. The broadband coverage, which is a prerequisite for the implement of technological the technological improvements, is notoriously low and will constrain the pace of automation in our region. Whereas you have in some of the markets, mobile penetration in some places are coming close to 100%, and in some countries exceeding 100%. Broadband penetration is the opposite of that. It is notoriously low, and that is going to be a constraining factor. So one of the benefits of the increased use of the technology is that some of the information asymmetry, for example, that would obtain within the financial sector, and which has led to financial exclusion, will now slowly being shifted to accommodate greater financial inclusion as it creates greater access for persons. There's also, of course, opportunities for improvements in productivity as goods will be produced more cheaply. But the fact of life is that there are downstream services that will be created from that sort of dynamic. Other constraints, sorry?
Time constraint, but...
oh, yes, I'm so sorry. All right, yeah, man, fine. All right, I'll just wrap up quickly by pointing out that there are some other constraints, but the fact of life is that with increased emphasis on training, lifelong training, we'll be able to circumvent those challenges. There are opportunities in terms of creation of like tech parks, greater levels of innovation, building capacities, knowledge sharing, driving a proper and optimized data governance framework, and looking at some of the opportunities even at the sectoral level. But these things ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, they require partnerships. We cannot go it alone, and they require partnerships from all the players, private, public, the multilateral institutions, and of course the state, to really optimize the true impact and possibilities that obtain from the adoption of artificial intelligence and other elements of the process. Thank you very much. And my apologies for overrunning.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I think that was a very powerful contribution as well. We will carry on until Uday gives us an indication that we have to wind up. And I suppose the questions, if there's anything you feel that you didn't contribute in the first instance, you can use this opportunity to just add some of your final words. What I'll do is just quickly go to Dr. Chisala on the point that you raised about infrastructure. Because technology is great, the opportunities are there to be seen for everyone. But if on the continent the infrastructure doesn't exist, what are we going to do to address that? Particularly, also, you might want to also cover a point around the importance of the African diaspora and involving them in the development of AI and technology more broadly on the continent.
Thank you very much for those questions, and also thank you for all the panelists. Really, some very, very interesting and insightful contributions that they've made. On the infrastructure, one of the bank's comparative advantage is the investment in infrastructure. And that's what our regional member countries are expecting from the African Development Bank. But as was mentioned by one of our colleagues, this is not something that we can do alone. So it's very important that we establish partnerships, particularly with the private sector and other international organizations, to be able to finance. I'm sure you're aware that there's a huge infrastructure gap on the African continent. And this is really a major constraint in our achieving some of the things that we wish to do. However, as I mentioned in some of my examples, we're really investing a lot in infrastructure. Even within the IT sector, transport, communications, and generally ICT, we're investing both in terms of hard infrastructure and also in supporting our regional member countries in establishing some of those partnerships within government and the private sector within those countries to be able to contribute to the to infrastructure. So very, very important.
Great. Thank you for that. On the diaspora, you might want to just.
I'd like to say that investment in startups, financing, and really new areas, a lot of these are being led by the diaspora. As you will know, a lot of countries have seen a return of some of the young people from the diaspora coming back into the continent to seek opportunities there and seeing the potential growth in those areas. And this has really contributed to building up the innovation that the continent is seeing. And also, it also sends a signal, I think a positive signal to other investors to say that, Africa is open for business and that there's the potential for thriving businesses is there. So we believe that the diaspora is an important aspect of this. And all of you will know, obviously, that remittances are also playing an important role, not only in supporting families, which is what we traditionally think is the case, but also in investing in business, building, different types of businesses and new ways of doing things. Sorry, your third question, I didn't quite catch.
That's quite good. That was pretty much it. So thank you very much for that.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted, sorry, if I may, I just wanted to add, just related to that, to say that I think one of the things that is quite important to us as a bank, and I think to the African continent, is that we want to find our own solutions. I think you alluded to that in your remarks at the beginning. And we believe that we have what it takes to be able to develop our own solutions in IT, innovation, digital solutions, and we have the talent that is there for us to be able to do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that's a very important point to end on, because as I said earlier, Africa cannot just be a consumer. The innovation has to emerge from the continent as well. And as you say, all the knowledge and information is there to make that happen. So all the best in that. If I can come to Samantha, this pandemic, I think one of the key lessons for the African continent, for example, is that there are quite clearly a number of gaps in terms of technological development. And I think across the world, we clearly can see that there are issues in terms of envirotech, issues in terms of GovTech, with governments seeking opportunities in different ways to contact the population and so on. Clearly the biggest one around health tech. And as everybody has mentioned, fintech is a big issue. And finally, and most importantly, in my view, significant challenges around EdTech, education technology. Many millions of people have been out of education during this pandemic. And all these areas of technology are areas that we know there is significant progress in parts of the world, in parts of the Commonwealth, in Britain here and in more developed parts, but not quite the same on the African continent and other parts of the Commonwealth that are developing countries. So what is your network? What do you think your network can do to contribute to that transfer of knowledge in this area to support development on the continent in these particular sectors?
Just unmuting. Yes, it's a very good question. I mean, I think what we've seen being at the coalface, if you like, in terms of businesses, is we've seen countries have been affected by COVID in different ways, their economies, because of their the makeup of their GDP. So small island states obviously are dependent on fishing and tourism in large part, and they also have a lack of technological infrastructure. But what they make up for in that lack, they've got huge creativity and determination, and they've started to cooperate with each other. But so you've seen through sheer necessity, they've had to pivot their business models really quickly. So tourism is a good one because it affects many small island states across the Commonwealth and some larger countries as well. So they've had to very, very quickly, as a matter of necessity, drive technological change, and they have reached out, and there have been, partnerships with industry to invest in, flagging, using technology to drive traffic and awareness of their tourism offerings, for example. I think, what you say about EdTech, about education and vast numbers of students, particularly on the African continent, not being able to travel for education, access education in the same way. I think what that has led to is an examination, I think, by the traditional universities and institutions. And my colleague Joanna Newman is waiting on the line here now, and she'll come on after me. But I think what we've seen is a massive pivot as well from the academic institutions to online learning. And we probably already needed to do that anyway, but it just wasn't moving fast enough. And I think there's huge opportunity. One, as a financial, a new financial model for universities to raise money. And secondly, I think that it can help to fill the skills gap in places like Africa, because we've got a lot of graduates coming out. But what we have found across the Commonwealth is that they don't have the practical skills to then go on and be productive in the workplace. And that's even more important now because they need technological skills. We need to be educated in philosophy and the arts and to learn to think, but then our world now requires practical skills more than it ever has done. So I think, all of the university institutions have been forced to become businesses, and that was happening slowly, but it's happening much more quickly now. And the same with health tech. There's a big gap between the big bureaucratic organizations like the NHS, and hospitals are very bureaucratic. They've had to suddenly become much more technologically savvy and to pivot their business models using technology. So we've seen that driven from all different parts of the Commonwealth, actually. And I think the thing that we find that comes out of Africa, just to finish, is massive innovation and creativity. And they create extraordinary solutions to problems with very little. And we can learn a lot.
Great, thank you very much for that. Uday has appeared on the screen, so I imagine that we're running out of time. If we have 5 minutes, I just want to come to the last two, and then we will wind down very quickly. So Joseph, if I could just come to you, just last few words, particularly on collaboration across the network. You talked about partnerships. How do we leverage the relationship within the Commonwealth to support the countries within CARICOM and also on the African continent?
I continue very succinctly by continuing exactly what we're doing here. Opening the dialogue, having real conversations about what the real issues are, what are the real imperatives. Because once we identify some of the deficiencies, market deficiencies that need to be corrected, because for example, one of the challenges that you'll face now is almost cultural, where there is an issue of trust. And to rebuild trust is going to take time, and it's going to be a deliberative and conscientious effort that will take it. But that's the kind of thing we would need assistance in terms of developing an optimized, what I would call an optimized governance framework. We'd need assistance in terms of just basically capacity building, sharing knowledge, cross-border sharing of knowledge. That type of intervention I find will be quite useful. It's not a matter of money. It's a matter sometimes of just knowledge sharing will drive this process conclusively.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Simiak, you have the opportunity for final words. You spoke very passionately about the youth population in Africa and the potential for that population to really turbocharge technological advancement in Africa. Perhaps you can use this opportunity just to touch on how do we make that a reality?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a couple of quick points on that. But firstly, I just want to respond to an earlier statement. Learning skills for the 21st century is very important. Being able to learn how to use and essentially scale the digital knowledges. But equally important, and I would argue much more important, are the very important competencies which underpin that. And that includes things like critical thinking, like empathy, like systems thinking, socio-emotional thinking. These are all very, very important qualities and skills that are absolutely necessary, not just the technical ones. We can take a look around and see how a shock, the pandemic shock and everything that followed through shows that we need to adopt new ways of thinking and prepare young people for a future that is not just about the technological knowledge, but also about the underlying understanding and skills that it would take for them to be able to navigate this challenging, unpredictable, and very complex future. So that's the first point. Second point is that I think universities can play a significant role in doing that. Universities are increasingly under pressure, but in addition to teaching skills, they also have a obligation to be able to actually equip their students for life. And finally, I think that by mobilizing the policy sector, academia, and the business sector, we can, in different countries, build effective ecosystems that are able to actually give young people, the greatest resource, I believe, of the continent, the skills, the knowledge, and the pathways for them to actually lead the change. But for that, there needs to be a robust policy, there needs to be financing, there needs to be both local and national support, and there needs to be a very well thought through process of a review and evaluation. If we do that, then I think that there is a much better chance and a more effective way of coming out of the pandemic and shaping a more green, sustainable, and inclusive recovery for the future.
Thank you very much for that. I think it remains for me just to say a great thank you to all the speakers. I think as many of you have mentioned, we need to carry on and continue this conversation because there are many, many challenges to overcome. I myself, during this pandemic, have set up an organization online called Sparks Africa, exactly to do what we've been talking about, connecting people of African descent across the world and focusing on technology and development. And I'm also developing an app in the EdTech space. So watch out for that at some stage. But it's been great, thank you. And we look forward to engaging with you again. Over to Uday.
Brilliant, Neera. Thank you very much. This is one of the most brilliant panels that we had so far. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Dr. Clark, Sam, and Dr. Chisala. On that note, I have to mention Nero is our pride in the AI Policy Labs team here. As he mentioned about work in Africa, he is the first person of African descent to be a special advisor to a UK Prime Minister. And that kind of we take that with pride as a country with diversity and everything. So Nero is our pride in AI Policy Labs, internal pride as well. Thank you, Nero. And we move on to the next panel now, which is excuse me, innovation in education with emerging technologies. We have with us Dr. Pankaj, the brilliant Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of Indian Association of Universities. Dr. Mittal's here, great. We also have Dr. Joanna Newman, Association of Commonwealth Universities. Well, Joanna has a nice background as well, which kind of emphasizes the work she does. We also have Mr. Kumar from excuse me, from Global Compact, UN Global Compact, and also Mira Sundhi, a young tech leader, a number of awardees. She's head of global technology risk at Schroders, and she's a top 100 BAME technology leader and a dear friend, Mira. And we have our own colleague and companion, Shahana Joshi, a program and research manager at Global Policy Insights and AI Policy Labs, who also played an instrumental role in setting this conference up. So I leave it to you, Mira and Shahana, to take this over.
Thank you.
Mind you, you have got the best people in education here, Dr. Newman, Dr. Mithal, and Mr. Kumar. So, you know, we I think a number of people across the Commonwealth are eagerly waiting for their messages.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Uday. So firstly, a very, very warm welcome to our panel, audiences across the world. We hope you all are keeping well, safe, taking care of yourselves. Today, as the world grapples with what is often called the new normal, one of the sectors to be most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic is that of education. Online courses, teaching aids, educational software, social networking tools, and other emerging technologies are disrupting the traditional classroom environment. So understanding the effects that technological innovations have on students, teachers, and schools is critical to developing strategies and techniques to manage and use technology in education. Needless to say, we see the urgent need for assimilating and advancing these innovations within not just the classroom, but also with students transitioning into the workforce in the post-COVID era, which has posed a crisis, but has also presented us with a real opportunity. Something that has been brought up multiple times over the course of the last 1.5 days of this conference as well. While technological innovations have had a significant impact on educational systems at all levels, what does that really mean for the post-COVID era? As introduced earlier, I am Shahana Joshi, your panel chair for today, and I manage programs and research for Global Policy Insights. I am a development communications and resource mobilization specialist with a focus on education, women's empowerment, and youth development. I am so humbled to be joined today by the brilliant Mira Sundhi, my co-chair, who is the global head of technology at Schroders. Mira has been named as one of the top 100 most influential Black, Asian, and minority ethnic leaders in the UK tech sector. So very, very happy to have her here with me to co-chair this panel. And to bring forth the importance of educational technology and to talk more about how we are preparing for a more digitized academic and professional environment for students and young adults. We have with us Dr. Pankaj Mithal, the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. Prior to joining the AIU, Dr. Mithal has been serving the higher education sector, especially university education, for over 3 decades at the apex regulator of higher education, the University Grants Commission of India. We also have with us Dr. Joanna Newman, Chief Executive and Secretary General of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. Before joining the ACU, Dr. Newman was the Vice Principal of International Matters at the prestigious King's College in London. Dr. Newman has also been the Director of the UK Higher Education International Unit, now known as the Universities UK International. We are also, of course, joined here today by Mr. Aseem Kumar. I'm so happy to meet you again, sir. He is the head of the Asia Pacific Resource Center at the UN Global Compact Network, India. Mr. Kumar has over 35 years of rich professional experience in diverse areas, including domestic and international marketing, academics, and executive education. He has also held leadership positions with international giants such as Pier 1 Imports, Dayton's, Marshalls, Target, Auto, amongst a long, long list. So welcome all of you. This is, I think, the perfect point to segue and go over to my co-chair, Meera, for just a few remarks before we open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shahana, for a very kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, for those of you dialing in from the UK, and also a very warm welcome for people dialing in from all over the world. Also, I would like to congratulate Uday and his team for setting this one-of-a-kind Global Commonwealth Conference. So congratulations on making this a success story. Having heard some of the sessions from this morning, I can personally vouch for that. And also thank you for having me here. I'm delighted to be amongst such illustrious panelists who have the responsibility for shaping our future. And if I may say so myself, guiding the next generation technologists. I use that word in a very ubiquitous way because I'm personally convinced that no matter which career path one chooses to pursue in this day and age and in the future, their interaction with digital technologies, both mainstream and advanced digital technologies, is inevitable and will play a significant role in their success story. Artificial intelligence is identified as the main technology that will provide the greatest opportunity in the future and for growth, from revolutionizing how we interact in our daily environment, all the way through to providing opportunities and possibly accelerating our ambition to achieve the 17 sustainability goals listed by the United Nations. I'm really excited to hear more about these topics that I've introduced with our panelists today. Without further ado, I will hand over to Shahana. Thank you, Shahana.
Thank you so much, Meera. So I guess, let's just dive into it immediately. Dr. Newman, I would like to, may I start with you, please? What do you feel, given not just the current circumstances that have engulfed the world, but also the direction in which we are headed, are the main educational tools within universities that would be essential for college students in order for them to better prepare for the workforce?
I think a panelist on the last panel just answered that, actually. I don't know his name, but he talked about how skills are really important, but curiosity, analytical skills, the ability to question things is actually going to be more important. And I think it's something we shouldn't lose sight of, and it goes to the essential mission of a university, which is to educate students in the round. So I want to start with that. Clearly, what has happened with COVID is it has spun us forward, and it's pushed us into a digital future, which is all to the good in terms of education, but it's also left many people behind. So I want to say also that there are huge opportunities in digital learning spaces, and some universities have been far better equipped than others to seize the moment. All universities, I think, across the Commonwealth, we have over 500 universities in 53 countries, and we've seen the digital divide in every single country. So it's not as if the global South has no digital access and the global North has lots. Within the global North and the global South, the more senior ranks in, for example, institution probably have access. Whereas when you go down to the student body and more junior staff, there are real issues. And there is also infrastructure issues in terms of actually getting access to data. And some universities have been really innovative. And for example, the University of South Pacific have digital commons in shopping centres where students can go to access data. So not only did universities find themselves in a very difficult position when COVID started, but some have become very innovative in finding ways to help their students reach out. Before the academic as well, the Association of Commonwealth Universities was involved in a project on blended learning, recognizing that because of the huge demand and need for higher education, but the lack of supply, the fact is, in sub-Saharan Africa, it's only 8% reach tertiary enrollment, where it's something like 76%, I think, in North America and the United Kingdom. And so although there's a huge demand, there isn't enough supply. So digital is clearly going to have solve part of this future. We created a digital platform and accredited content for undergraduate courses that is being shared with 20 East African universities, and it's accredited by an agency, and that there's massive potential there. So going back to your question, I think that students have been in the forefront of technology because they have an ease with social media in a way that universities, big buildings and infrastructure doesn't. But that universities are catching up, and the really important skills that universities need to learn to help students learn is really good pedagogy. What makes online learning really good? The University of Leeds have just abolished, for example, long 45-minute lectures, because online lectures of 45 minutes are no good anymore. You know, so it's about, are you going to use technology well to alight students' curiosity and get them to learn more? And then, for example, are you then going to teach in small groups and seminars, which is what I think is being planned for this next term. I think I'll end at that point.
Great, those are some really interesting points. Bridging the digital divide, you know, sort of, you know, innovating on pedagogy. This is a, you know, very, very insightful, you know, information that we have here. Dr. Mittal, my next question is for you, ma'am. How would you say that universities in India in particular, you know, just before we begin with that, actually, you know, whenever we talk about India as a country in general, there are two things that sort of come to the forefront, which kind of make it a little different from maybe a lot of other countries in the world. First is diversity, and the second is population. These two sort of, you know, these are the constants that you know, don't change, right? So you know, given this given the state that we are in today, how would you say that the universities in India are transitioning into these unprecedented times? And how do you see technology bridging, you know, as Dr. Newman said, the skills gap, then we often hear of with college graduates, especially now when they face the post-COVID era? And, you know, how do you see India as a developing nation, you know, preparing for such issues such as, you know, access and, you know, in the education space in particular? If you could shed some light on that.
Thank you, Shahana. Thanks for the question. And before I begin, I should thank Uday for inviting me here and the GPI for inviting me here. And a very nice panel. It was a pleasure listening to Joanna. And Asim, I'll be listening very shortly. See, in India, when the pandemic struck and all the universities and colleges were closed, initially there was a sort of a state of panic what to do, because we were not prepared for online education. And the digital infrastructure was a very big issue, because as you say, India is a diverse country. So there were some very good universities who were having excellent infrastructure, but there were some very bad universities or colleges which were not having infrastructure at all. And the second issue was capacity building of teachers, because our teachers were not used to online teaching. So there was a lot of training required to teach them to teach online. So that was another issue. So, but I must appreciate our teachers that as soon as the COVID struck, almost overnight, most of the teachers learned the nuances of online teaching. Maybe not the best way of teaching. I mean, the best online teaching they have yet to learn, and they are learning slowly. But then there are issues because of the diversity. India is a large country. As you know, there are 1,000 universities and 40,000 colleges. So you cannot expect, and then something like 3 crore means 30 million students. So 30 million students. So with such a large population, it is really difficult. The capacity building of the teachers as for teaching and the capacity building of the students for learning online, both are an issue. And then when it comes to assessment and evaluation, there was a big hue and cry, because government was insisting that final year degrees should not be given without assessment and evaluation. But the universities were finding it very, very difficult, because offline there was the issue of COVID and safety was a very big issue. Online, everybody was not equipped to sort of give examinations online. So, but slowly they are moving towards blended type of examinations. So there is an issue, but yes, of course, technology has bridged a gap in a big way. And otherwise also now, many of our students are making use of open education resources. So the digital divide, which is created because the technology, there is a lot of diversity in the availability of technology, but same digital technology is helping the students to take advantage of the best resources. For example, in India, IITs are the best institutions, but everybody doesn't get admission in IIT. But today, a student can study from a IIT professor sitting in his home on their laptop at their convenient time. They can study from a foreign professors, they can study from IIT professors. So this type of facility was never available, and this is what technology has given to them. So technology is something which is helping the Indian education system in a big way, and it is bridging the skill gap, means the availability of good teachers at right time, at right place, even in remote places, that is now available just because of the technology. So I say a lot of disruptions caused because of space, because of institution, because of availability of good teacher, because of even money, because everybody is not rich to get admission in good institutions, because of location, rural areas, remote areas. So all those disruptions have been taken care of by the technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mittal. That was really great. Some really interesting points there with the issues of access and technology actually bridging the gap, especially with India being the diverse country that it is. So many rural areas, so many students to sort of who need to gain access to quality education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shahana. I have a question which is possibly open to all the panelists, so I'll see who wants to go first. And a very related question to what Dr. Pankaj just mentioned around some of the few triumphs we've had because of our move over to a tech-enabled education system. My question is slightly related to it when I said that technology adoption, as I said, is kind of ubiquitous. It is going to happen. It is already happening in many shapes or forms, whether it is social media or Internet of Things. Personally, I see this translating from a corporate point of view, translating this into a need for just not being upskilled. Upskill was a word that was used all the way through my career, and it's still being used when we go through our annual appraisals with our managers. We say, oh, what new skill did you learn? And it is generally in the sector that you are. So being in tech, you will start to learn something else related to a technology field. But I feel that upskilling as a word is possibly old school now, and I think it is more about multi-skilling. So it doesn't matter which function do you sit in a company or on the factory floor, one has to have a technology related skill. And hence my question, how do you see India as a developing nation and also Commonwealth at large preparing for such issues, such as access to education, but also education across the different courses?
Should I? May I reply?
Sure, Dr. Pankaj.
Okay. See, if you have seen the recent national education policy, this is something which has been laid a lot of importance in the policy, that all our educational institutions, instead of being a single faculty institution, they should be multi-faculty institutions, and there should be multidisciplinarity in all the subjects. So what the policy says is that in future, even if you are doing BSc Physics, and in India there was a lot of issues that if you are doing BSc Physics, you had a very, very small basket of subjects which you could take with physics. They could have been allied subjects only, chemistry, mathematics, something like this. But now with the new policy, things are totally changing. And now if a student is doing physics, he can study music, he can study anything, political science, psychology, anything. So that type of variation now has been made to make the student to do say multi-skilling of the student should be there. It is, I always thought that suppose there is a civil engineer and if he's making a dam, he does require the knowledge of civil engineering, but he also needs to know the sort of environment science to know the impact of the dam on the environment. He also needs to know the sociology to have the impact of displacement of human beings because of the dam. So multiple skills are required in a given human being. Therefore, multi-skilling is very, very important. And to promote this, one very, very innovative step which is being taken by India is academic bank of credit. What we have come out in the national education policy is that there will be an academic bank of credit. The way you deposit money in the commercial banks, in the credit bank, you will be depositing the credits, and those credits can be sort of gathered from various universities. So within a program, suppose you are doing BSc Physics, if you feel you can do BSc Physics from 10 different institutions, means within a program, there will be choice of having multiple universities. So if you gather credits from different universities, and once you achieve a threshold number of credits, you can go to a university and get a degree. So you have the freedom of choosing multiple universities within a program. You have the freedom of choosing a discipline, you have the freedom of choosing the subject, and you have the freedom of choosing the speed with which you want to study. So these type of innovations are on the anvil within this national education policy. And I suppose the multi-skilling is the very, very major part of the policy, and they are laying a lot of trust on it. Thank you.
I come in.
Sure, Joanna, go ahead.
On multi-skilling, I mean, I think from a lecturer's perspective, there's a huge amount of multi-skilling and new skills being learnt at the moment from lecturers who are having to go online, and going online from, say, a lecture capture position that we used to have at King's, which is extremely boring for the lecturer and students, where you literally have to stand in one spot with a camera on you and you can read your lecture, to thinking about how you produce a really lively lesson online. Now, I've got a couple, so that's one multi-skill. The other multi-skill is how administrations work. I think you mentioned, Dr. Mittal, the examinations. So when we've been asking colleagues around the Commonwealth, what would you keep and what would you chuck from the old system, because you've had to change things so much? One of the things, the answers that's come back time and time again, is they would scrap the traditional exam and they would have online continual assessment that is enhanced by artificial intelligence. So, you know, we're learning new skills all the time, and those skills aren't all about pedagogy and advancing knowledge. They're also about making it easier, making the teaching and learning environment more effective, so that actually more time is spent on the knowledge creation. And there's also, the UK, India has taken it very seriously, I think, with its new strategy. So has the UK. They announced a nationwide program of industry resourced masters, for example, where graduates could work as part of the modern industrial strategy with DeepMind, Quantum Black, Cisco, and BAE Systems. So they're bringing industry in as well. And in Australia, I wanted to give you an example from the University of New South Wales, which has proven that artificial intelligence can directly impact the learning outcomes of his students, because he developed an AI-based learning platform, and he moved his students from 500 islands to a single team, working wherever they were. And he combined a range of Microsoft products to build a unique experience for learning, including a question bot that is capable of answering student queries on its own, and a power dashboard that reflected how students' exam answers compared with their peers, and helped them build sort of personalized study packages for future tests based on their past experience. So I think the whole community, academic community, is learning how to use AI to support the administrative side as well, and to make it a much better experience for students than when they had to rely on their lecturer giving them back a handwritten essay, you know, 200 years ago. Wait weeks and weeks before they got the essay back with some possibly helpful comments and possibly not.
Great, thank you so much for that, both you know, Dr. Mittal and Dr. Newman.
I think Mr. Asim also wants to say something. I saw him put his hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, let me very, very profusely thank all the lovely panelists, and also the GPI and Uday and everybody who have given us this opportunity to interact on a very, very critical issue. In fact, this is the most important issue in our eyes, because whenever we are talking of any change, you know, it will have repercussions. So one is that change is going to bring a lot of order, a lot of advancement. But at the same time, there are areas which, you know, sometimes get overlooked. So we are absolutely, you know, I agree with both the panelists who are very well experienced at this. And naturally, India being such a huge country, the way that we have responded to the challenge of COVID, and also in the process, understood that there is no post-COVID as such, because COVID, as they say, has come to stay, number one. And number two is that if not COVID, then we have now learned the lessons that, there could be more pandemics, there could be more uncertain situations. So immediate knee-jerk reaction has also been up to the mark, and also the planning. For example, national education policy is a milestone policy, where earlier one used to hear that a friend of mine in the US is able to do music and medical side by side, which was unheard of in India, and we used to wonder, I mean, but this kind of multitasking, this kind of flexibility should be the hallmark of education. And therefore AI is helping a great deal. And also, as Dr. Newman here said, that the best thing about AI or technology-based educational initiatives, is that you are able to get rid of a lot of the administrative duties that faculty members or teachers had to do, so that they can also learn faster, and they are also, able to evolve new pedagogies, because the fact remains that a class or a session is as good as the experience by the student. So if we are not able to engage them, if we are not able to capture their interest, there is going to be a divide, a disconnect. And while I am saying this, I think you can all see in the background, even we have been at UN Global Network, Global Compact Network India have been, we also got into the virtual digital mode, and doing our bit in a very, very efficient way, although it is a change and it takes time, but very fast we were able to establish. And as you can see, we are launching, we have launched a certification program, the first of its kind program on CSR and business sustainability. If you want to see properly, you can now read. So this is basically technology based. But the challenge here also is, as Dr. Mittal said, that one is the course content delivery, and all the benefits of technology are available, that people can apply from any part of the world and they can learn. And also there'll be wonderful LMS system and all that. And in terms of pedagogy also, there has been a lot of change. So it will not be only lecture, because that doesn't work. And also the evaluation parameters. So we are moving ahead in this space, but at the same time, my personal take on this is that while technology is a great enabler, it still remains a medium, and therefore one should not leave sight of the human aspect, the social capital aspect, because we cannot simply say that traditionally what was being done was absolutely wrong. So blended is the way, and one will have to think. And I urge Meera here, being the technologist that she says she is, and we all appreciate and know the kind of work she does, that we should always come out, the scientists and technologists should always come out with solutions which are sustainable, and not creating, you have a task at hand for which you have to find a solution, and technology does it, very beautifully. But if that solution leads to further problems, then I think the purpose is lost. So my submission is that while this is very good and we are moving in the right direction, we will still have to see how that human connect, how that social capital can be, also be tended to. Because if we become, all machines and users of machines and talking always smart things, I don't think it is going to be a very good scenario in future for the human beings in us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asim Kumar. Actually, my next question is also, right off what you have said and also what the other panelists have sort of harped upon. We've talked a lot here about, pedagogy. We've talked a lot here about the academic side of, how we are looking at the future in terms of, education and, technology and AI's assimilation into education and the future of our youth. Just thinking on those lines, I was curious to know, on what about the other side? What about the side of the industry? This is a question open to the panel. It would be great if we can get maybe, Mr. Kumar or any of the other panelists as well to just sort of harp upon, when we talk about multi-skilling from upskilling, what sort of requirements are we seeing or do we hope to see from the side of the industry, from students or from, graduates and young, the youth, who are now going to be coming out with a very diverse set of skills into the workforce. So how would you say the attitude or the acceptability or the, say, changed norms from the side of the industry, as opposed to, or rather just vis-a-vis the side of education?
So if I may respond to that, and then possibly my very capable co-panelists will be able to complement my comments. The fact is that we at United Nations Global Compact, we work with primarily with the corporates, and our effort is to unite business for driving all the 17 sustainable goals and 10 UN principles. And one of the goals definitely is quality education for all. And if you see the 17 SDGs framework, you will find that it's a very, very, interlinked sort of framework, which takes care of everything and anything that you want, to change in the world for development, for growth, for sustainability, for a good future, for giving a world and environment that we want to give to our next generation and generations later on. So we are working with industry, and this national education policy, which Dr. Mittal just mentioned to you briefly, is also being a result of, it has not come out just like few people sit down and chart out. It's a milestone because a lot of effort has gone into it from the industry side also. So this was in the open domain for many, many years, and deliberations happened, and then this was brought into being. So industry, in fact, if you look at the other way, industry is actually looking for multitasking employees, and the need of the hour is that they should be ready to work from home, they should be ready to work from wherever they are required to. And like for some of us, this work from home has been
at my desk, and unfortunately the new dogs are really quiet, so they're just curled up asleep in the living room.
So I think that was some entertainment for us. So I would say that while we are looking at the industry side, their expectations are, and when we work in a work from home environment, there had to be a change in the entire thinking process, thought process also, because there are challenges. People are at different levels. So if, let's say, I am able to afford a separate independent place at my house, it is not maybe possible for everybody. So if you look at the layers of employees along the hierarchy, there could be people who have just one room or two rooms, and they have kids also. How do they work? It is tough. But the younger generation, when they are being taught, essentially they know that there could be any situation but they have to grow. And industry will welcome. And in fact, when we decided on our curriculums and when we do our programs, any initiatives, we always have academicians and people from industry who, help us and support us, because if jobs are not there for the college students, then the very purpose of education will be defeated. So this new normal has forced us to actually expose students to this multi-skilling and the importance of employability. Earlier people will pass out from college and they will have no idea. Today, that is not the case. Today, students are so well informed thanks to the technologies and the net and every other thing. So their knowledge base has improved tremendously, and the rest of the work is in our hands as teachers, as institutions, to give them those skills which match up with the industry, and also bring in a lot of industry people to interact with them while they are doing courses, because that is a good pedagogy, good method to bring in the industry perspective.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aseem Kumar. Dr. Newman, if you could just also shed a little bit of light on this.
I think I'm not quite sure how to come at this, but I had several thoughts really about how industry works with universities. I mean, firstly, I think universities have a really key role in questioning the ethics of artificial intelligence, and looking at the implications of artificial intelligence on open societies. So, for example, health management systems, biometric information, how our records are kept. All of these questions are questions which universities work with industry to ask, and they have a key role there. I was also thinking about how I don't think any country has completely cracked the relationship between industry and universities. There are some fantastic examples of really good collaboration between universities and industry, but there are also lots of examples where industry wants certain things from universities and universities want certain things. And at the end, the graduates who are turned out by the university don't always necessarily have the skills that the industry want them to have. And therefore you're also seeing quite a rich area where industry and universities are now talking about work apprenticeships, ways in which the industry can bring in work experience for students while they're doing their university degree. And I think that's really good. Finally, I think there's something about blue sky research that universities do, and it's critical to universities to be able to continue to do that. And this is asking questions where you don't necessarily think you might have an answer for 10 or 20 years, or if ever, and you're doing basic research. And that basic research can actually end up inspiring generations of younger people to then do degrees or training that is actually driven by artificial intelligence. So my favorite example of that is the Square Kilometre Array, which is a Commonwealth collaboration. I think India is involved. It started in Australia. South Africa is involved, and several other African countries now, where they're literally mapping the sky. I have been to the site in Western Australia where there is absolutely no interference. It is a black sky, and there are thousands of little telescopes mapping the sky. The data is being sucked out and down so that they can try to understand the origins of the universe. But that project has inspired thousands of school children to think about what artificial intelligence is, to think about what data is, to think about physics, and to pursue careers where they're actually the skills they're learning are going to sort of help them throughout and help us actually develop new technologies. So there is also a direct relationship between the basic research that universities do and the sort of skills related training that graduates will end up doing, as well as an ethical dimension to what universities need to do, which is to question as these new disciplines and new inventions are developed, question the impact they're going to have on open societies.
Thank you so much, everybody, for their insights. Over to Mira for the next set of questions. Thank you.
My next question is directed at Mr. Aseem Kumar. This is specifically, I guess, coming from a corporate background, and especially Schroders, who are UK's pioneering and #1 asset and wealth management firm. We the thing I see a lot of synergy is around sustainability. So at Schroders as well, we prioritize and consciously make an effort to invest in sustainable funds or funds which have shown their ESG ratings, as we call it in the funds world. My question to you, Mr. Aseem, is the bit around how do you see the role of corporates in helping you achieve, or helping all of us achieve, the UN goals, which, to be fair, are supposed to be achieved within 2020, so less than 10 years' time now. So first is, what do you see the role of corporates as, and how have you seen the experience to be? And the second is going to be around the jurisdiction. Do you tend to see a lot of demand coming from a certain part of the globe, or a lot of investment into AI specifically from a certain part of the globe in relation to the achieving the ESG goals?
So very good question, and I'm in solid with it now. So to say, and corporates, they are, by and large, they have realized, and that is actually our role to make them realize that, if we have been working and taking everything from the planet and natural resources, so it cannot, like you have your body and you keep on abusing it when you are young, and you don't realize that you are every day missing out on sleep or food or nutrition. So what happens in the end is that you are faced and captured by, gripped by very, very dangerous diseases. So the role of UN Global Compact basically is in the area of corporate stimuli, because let's say there are various initiatives within the UNGC and also at the global level through local networks, where we are asking and igniting the so to say corporates to come forward, and not only in terms of funding only, but in terms of their active participation. And I'm very happy to report that in India also, the corporates are now, absolutely on this thing with us, in totality they are with us. And also the government of India, by making, I would appreciate and would like to tell you that India is the only country in the world which has a CSR law. No other country has a CSR law. And I am also happy to share with you that this CSR law is a very developmental law. So this got started when the MDGs were there and SDGs were not there. But ever since SDGs have come, so now Prime Minister Modi himself and Niti Aayog, the lead organization under Prime Minister's chairmanship, is something where we have created the metrics for rating the development, and it is mapped now to the last mile, in the sense that it is not only talking about Delhi or Bombay. It talks about all the states, and within the states there are aspirational districts, there are targets, and it is going up to the sub-district level. So everybody is now being made aware of sustainable goals and sustainability, and why it is essential for each one of us, because this is not the government's role, this is not my role, it is everybody's role. And the global momentum is required, global movement is required. For example, let me share with you that with the pandemic's challenge, most of us have ignored the importance of water, because it says that you must wash your hands frequently. So whatever we were trying to people to follow, they are not in a mood to listen to that. But at the same time, everybody has to know that water is the most critical resource and on the verge of taking a big hit. And you can still live with COVID, but without water you cannot live. So while we focus on one aspect, we don't have to ignore the other aspect. And in terms of the investment on AI, I think SAP and many other top organizations at the global level and also at regional level, they are putting in a lot of money. All these organizations, like big ones like Microsoft and IBM and others, they are supporting initiatives because they also know that this is ultimately going to help all of us. So sustainability is circular, and therefore it is important that we take this message of sustainability wherever we go. So in fact, this program also that we are starting, largely the corporates are nominating teams, because I am very sometimes shocked to hear and share with you that some of the top people sitting in very senior positions, sometimes when you talk to them, they ask you a simple question, what is SDGs? And that is something which is not acceptable, because we are in the decade of action. And therefore, all these technologies we are using social media extensively. And my only request to all of you here also is that let this sustainability or CSR or social work not being on the fringes anymore. It should be treated as a business opportunity, as a business case, and everybody together should blow our trumpet loud and louder and louder, saying that we are not only promoting a social cause, we are promoting life, we are promoting the future, and all of us have to work for this. And therefore technology is playing a very important role. In fact, we have our own universal sustainability portal called Sustainiverse, which is a one-stop portal for anything related to sustainability. And we are trying to unite with everybody and anybody, because this is a cause for which we must work together, education included, AI included. And but at the same time, the thing that I said earlier, I may be sounding like a broken record, but we have to look at the human aspect. If we because while it is good that children are learning technologies, at the same time there are issues that they are able to access passwords of their parents and buy items. And you'll be surprised to know that my grandson, who's now 6 years old, he was able to buy books that he wanted from his mother's phone. So naturally, there is a flip side to everything, and we have to look at the balance. And especially, it is in the hands of great academicians like the ones we have here and the people who work in the technology space. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aseem. I guess very, very nicely actually related, Aseem ji almost asked me to reach out to Dr. Pankaj in the way he closed that statement. I guess, Dr. Pankaj, I wanted to say, when we talk about education, and especially specifically around AI skills, you mentioned around accessibility, that you sitting, no matter where you sat around the globe, you could have access to the best of professors, not independent of location. Do you see, a related question was, in terms of AI capabilities or AI education sources as well, would you be able to say that there is some kind of distinction in which, in the areas of the world where you see a lot of adaptation happening, a lot of investment happening in AI, even from an education point of view, or do you feel that it is the same across the globe?
See, slowly, say in India, I mean, there's a slight difference between the developed nations and the developing nations. In India now, we are having many task forces to ensure that AI is incorporated in the curriculum itself. So that, and that too at the school, even if you see the national education policy, new policy, there at the school level itself, it is being said that the AI should be taught to the students, so that when they come out from the school and when they come out from the higher education, they are very well equipped. And because employability is a very big issue in India, and the new technologies, whether it is data science or big data analysis or Internet of Things or AI or all these technologies, they should be aware of it. So in the new education policy, from school level till higher education, a lot of emphasis is being laid on this. And the government is making special task forces to invest heavily in these sectors. I'm sure that in future, the investment in AI in India would be almost at par with any other government. And then as far as Aseem was talking about the corporate social responsibility, which is unique to India, similarly, there is something called university social responsibility, which is unique to India, where we feel that our universities should be helping the society to develop, especially the society around the university. And to that effect, we had a very, very mega scheme called Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, UBA, which was run by IIT Delhi, in which the universities are expected to take care of at least 5 to 10 villages near their vicinity. And this is totally a technology-based platform. And they are making technologies for the villagers, for the rural areas, and they are also sort of customizing the technology which is already there to suit the needs of the rural people. So in India, we are making use of AI, and that too at a mega scale, but because of the diversity, the ways in which we approach the problem is a bit different. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. In fact, you're quite right, because I was closely following the concept of smart cities, which as the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also quite, I guess he's a very avid user of digital technologies himself. So, you know, I could go on about the path on which India is taking specifically around AI or even sustainability. So thank you so much for that. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to have one last question. So I'm going to skip a few things. But I guess one last question, again, open to all panelists, is what are the key, I mean, we've talked about AI, we've talked about education, we talked about the bridging the gap or the digital divide, we talked about global north versus global south, corporates and their responsibilities and their activities into achieving or possibly going past the SDG goals that we have for 2030. What are the key opportunities outside of what we've already talked about that present itself with the use of AI? And more importantly, the challenges. And I know we touched upon it a little bit, but I would love to conclude on that to say, what are the opportunities and the challenges that we see in the adoption of AI for good, Open to anyone who wants to go first. Go ahead, Joanna.
Thank you. Well, I want to say actually that I think if there are massive opportunities. We've all talked about these, and the digital divide is something that it's not rocket science to fix. So fixing the infrastructure and providing access to data is going to be the key requirement if you want innovation to take place, and if you want the furthest left behind to have the same access as somebody in, for example, a smart city where the Internet of Things is working in an advanced way. So that's the first thing. But the second thing I think is to not assume that one size fits all. And what I want to see as well is the collaborative approach. So where MOOCs have failed because imposing one system of education, even if it's free and of good quality around the world, it doesn't get taken up in the same way because it doesn't have the local context. And so I think another principle that's incredibly important and has worked very well in the projects the ACU has been involved in is that where you can collaborate with online content, the blended approach where you're also contributing content from local providers and local partners means that you have a really rich digital product that is relevant to the students learning it in all their specific places. And so I would end with that thought that international collaboration is as important as it always has been, underpinned by principles of equality.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna.
May I?
Yes, please, Dr. Pankaj.
Yes. See, I mean, a very good question. What are the flip sides of AI? So I would say that although it has immense opportunities and it will be beneficial in almost all the sectors, but I can see 2-3 flip sides. One is, especially for a country like India, which is very diverse, one is that because there is a sort of so much of digital divide within the country because of that diversity, so everybody may not be able to make use of AI in the same manner in which it should have been. Second is the loss of human touch. When we talk of AI, it is mostly the chatbots which are talking, which we are only talking to the machines. So that loss of human touch is there, and we hardly speak to a human. We don't interact with the human right now. Also, I mean, we are mostly sitting in front of computers only. So loss of human touch is there. That is very, very important when you talk of AI. And third, especially with regard to India, many of the people fear that when so much of AI applications would be there, will it lead to unemployment? Because people are worried that there will be so much of AI that everything will be automated. So what will humans do? So will it be seen as a loss of employment opportunity for the humans? So these are the three flip sides which I can think of.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. Very succinctly put. Mr. Seem, your closing comments on this one? Yes.
Yeah, so somewhere, what both my co-panelists have pointed out, these are very, very important, observations. And I would say that the AI and the collaboration of education and industry is the key here, because, too much of anything and everything is bad. So while we say that, it is coming in a big way and it is overtaking everything. So I know of so many drivers who keep asking me, "Sab, hamari naukri ab chali jayegi. Will we lose our job because now driverless cars are coming?" So this is a big question mark, and that person is losing his confidence right from now. Although the driverless cars may become a commercial success, let's say after a few years. Likewise, this human touch, there are mental health issues if you keep on looking at the screen and interacting with and also, particularly research is very, very important. So whenever you, look at development of applications, you will have to see the context and the, on the ground reality of that particular market that you are targeting with those applications. So as rightly said, one shoe will not fit all, and therefore customization is a word. Customization is a must, but that customization has to be collaborative. You cannot simply do your own research and say, okay, this is best for this. So like we have done for our new education policy, that taken it in the open domain and have had a lot of discussion and then come out with something very powerful and almost game changing. Likewise, the technology side will have to look at the social aspect, will have to look at the human aspect, will have to look at the industry aspect. And also, if one is only talking to machines, as rightly said by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who incidentally is a great support to the United Nations Global Compact Network. She regularly, guides us on various aspects, part of many committees, and I would say star speaker for many of our programs. In fact, with her support, we had done the first ever quality education conclave last year, and where Minister of HRD was also present. And that was a huge success, because one could, that time it was done on a physical, so everybody was able to connect with each other and raise questions which normally are not even asked.
Yes.
So one is that one has to be frank and raise questions. For example, I am raising my doubts that yes, it is doing very good, but let us not lose focus of the problems associated with it and look for sustainable solutions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asim. With that, I think it's almost time for me to do some closing remarks. So I would say, first of all, thank you very, very much to all the panelists, so Joanna, Dr. Pankaj, and Mr. Asim. It has been a very enriching conversation, a fantastic time as well that I've had. I think we've kind of slightly gone over, but I doubt anybody has minded going over a little bit on this. I personally have really enjoyed the time. And in terms of conclusion, I would say, from what I've heard from the education sector and the corporate and the ESG, etc., I think we are on the anvil of another technology boom. First it was the dot-com boom in the 90s or 70s. I would say it started in the 70s. And now we are on the anvil of an AI boom. And just trying to merge all the comments here that I've heard, it's very important that we make a conscious effort in how we want to shape the future with the adoption of AI, just like we did so a couple of decades ago with the internet. It has to be collaborative. It has to be based on the principles of equality, as Joanna mentioned, and also a very conscious mindset on what we are doing in terms of the impact we would have on our people, on our technology, and on our environment at large. So thank you very, very much for a fantastic time. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Uday.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. And I think we'll move on to the next panel now. Thank you, Mira, and thank you, Shahana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next panel now will be run by Dr. Alison Gardiner, a co-founder of Women Leading in AI. There's two subjects that are very close to my heart and the heart of AI Policy Labs. One is women, and the second, like gender equality, and the second is AI. So the combination of that, Alison's organization looks at women in leading in AI. So, that's a great organization and doing an excellent panel. Do we have everyone in the panel now?
Yes, we do.
So I'll leave it to Alison to take it.
Okay, welcome everybody and welcome the panelists. Today we have Gulse Korat, who was formerly Director of Gender Equality at UNESCO, and she's an expert in artificial intelligence and gender equality, and she can tell us what she's moving on to next, because I know she's got interesting plans. We have Elena Sinel, who is founder of Teens in AI, who I've done some work with in the past, who are fantastic, so she'll tell us some inspirational stories, I'm sure. And Victoria Boland, who did some work for another organisation, similar name to my own, which is Women in AI. We often get mixed up. And they recently written a report, which is yet to be released, on the impact of women and gender on AI. And the title of the panel is Tackling Opportunities and Risks on AI Through the Leadership of Women. And I think we're probably all a little bit aware of some of the risks, but I did want to sort of stress at the start that in my opinion, a lot of people mistake data bias as being AI bias, and in the widest frame of things, the bias and issues and risks to women are greater than just maybe data gaps and data bias. And an interesting, very quick story, so we can hand over to the panelists, is the issue, for example, of using virtual reality headsets for surgeons. Women and men predominantly detect motion in slightly different ways, and when you have certain error rates, that can impact on a surgeon's career and impact on the evaluation of women and their moving on, make them work harder. So sometimes when we look at the risks to women, it's not just about the data, so maybe we'll come back to that later, but I'm very keen to know about the opportunities as well, and the positive things. So Gulse, shall I start with you, because it just happens to be, and apologies if I pronounce your name incorrectly. I pronounce my own children's names incorrectly. You just recently produced a report by UNESCO, which are Artificial Intelligence and Gender Equality, but you're also the lead author on the landmark study, which I know very well. I'd blush if I could. Closing the Gender Diversity in Digital Skills in Education, which I just think is a really pivotal report. So if you'd just like to talk a little bit about your work and your findings.
Thank you, Alison, and thank you to all the organizers of this meeting. I think it's very timely, very important, and I really like the fact that it's bringing together people from different walks of life, from different groups, including this very nice intergenerational aspect to it. I just completed my 16-year tenure at UNESCO. 31st of August was my last day, and it was the day we published the second report on this very specific issue. So I really welcome the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the overall research. For those of the participants who do not know much about UNESCO, let me just say a few words about the organization. It's one of the UN specialized agencies. founded in 1945 with its headquarters in Paris, France, with 193 member states and 54 offices around the world. We work when I was with the organization, we worked in education, science, culture, communication and information, oceans, and gender equality is a global priority for UNESCO, and I was in charge of that program for the last 16 years. So this, what I want to talk to you about today is the findings of the 2 reports that you kindly mentioned. Allow me to show them to you. This is the, I'd blush if I could, the first one that was published in March 2019, and the second one that got printed last Monday on the 31st of August. It's called Artificial Intelligence and Gender Equality, Key Findings of UNESCO's Global Dialogue. And Alison, you were a contributor to the second report, so let me thank you again for your participation, commitment, and your generosity to share your experience and ideas with us. Now, the focus of this session is artificial intelligence for the use of women, for the benefit of women and girls through women's leadership. I have to say that the focus of our research, which lasted for 3 years, it was on the one hand to acknowledge the potential of artificial intelligence in terms of positive impact on the lives of girls and women, and in the longer term contributions to gender equality. But we looked more at the possible negative and harmful consequences. And it just so happened that we stumbled upon some observations which led us in that direction. Our goal was to identify current trends and issues with a view to engage in a dialogue with different stakeholders, from governments to academia to civil society to the private sector, which is really leading the effort in terms of the development of AI, so that we could address some of these issues early on before it was too late. But before I tell you more about what we found in those reports and what we recommend, let me just respond to the question that is the theme of this session. Can technology be a tool for gender equality? And the answer is absolutely yes. Well-designed technology has immense potential to foster gender equality and inclusion. I'm sure that many of us who is connected to this session have felt better in strange cities, knowing that we can easily order a taxi with a smartphone, or we all felt more connected to our peers, to our families, to the external world during the COVID-19 confinement period, which many of us experienced in different parts of the world in different degrees. Specifically for gender equality, we have tracked some interesting innovations and highlighted them in our work. There are some very creative trailblazers who are designing applications that are conceived to improve the lives of girls and women. If I give you one example which really affected me a lot, it's an app developed by 5 teenage girls from Kenya who call themselves the Restorers. They have created an application that provides the 200 million victims of female genital mutilation with support services. In this app, there is also a panic button that alerts authorities to dangerous situations. This is just one example of a practical AI tool that is changing the lives of women in many parts of Africa and other parts of the world in a positive way. We have seen the importance and the usefulness of technology in also exposing biases. For example, we now have an app that tracks the participation of women and men at conferences, measuring the speaking time they are given to reveal some of the gender biases in global and regional meetings. And it's quite an eye-opener when you look at how these meetings are conducted, even when you have situations where there are rules about equal participation of women and men on panels, equal representation of experts in seminars. When you look at some of the deeper issues, you do see that there is bias. But the first report was an eye-opener even for me. As we discuss AI, we know that it's a very topical issue. We hear and read about it. We are fascinated with it, but we are also scared about its potential to change our lives and our work. And although I can say that I'm an avid reader and I have been following different developments in this area from a general interest perspective, until I started working on the report, on the research, in an informed manner, I really did not realize the significance of AI in terms of hindering or promoting our or supporting our efforts to promote gender equality. In our first report, which really was a trailblazer and sparked a very important global conversation, it's the first time that any report I was involved in at UNESCO in 16 years created such media attention. I was interviewed by over 1,000 media outlets. I was on radio programs, on television programs, invited to conferences with 70,000 participants from the web world. So this was something quite unprecedented in my experience, but also in UNESCO experience. And one of the reasons why the report attracted so much attention was the part about AI-powered voice assistants and our findings related to the voice assistants. We talked about the consequences of having a majority of virtual assistants projected as female, not only in name, but also in the sound of voice and in personality. When we talked about it, at first, many asked us why we were so worried about it, and they thought we were overreacting. After all, they said, even if the voice assistants are women by default, you can replace them by a man's voice. Well, in our report, we look at many voice assistants, but we focus on the 4 big ones that practically everybody who has any relationship to voice assistant using machines would recognize. So we looked at Amazon, which has Alexa, named for the ancient library in Alexandria. We looked at Siri by Apple, the name of Siri was coined by the Norwegian co-creator of the iPhone, and it meant beautiful woman who leads you to victory, apparently, in Norse. And Microsoft named its voice assistant Cortana, which was named after a synthetic intelligence in the video game Halo. In addition, our research noted that most leading voice assistants have exclusively female or female by default voices. Siri, Cortana, Alexa, and Google Assistant were all exclusively female at their release. A male option was added to Siri in June 2013, for Google Assistant in October 2017, and for Cortana in November 2019. Alexa is still exclusively female. Now, why is this important, you may ask? Some foresight companies, according to our research, indicate that people will have more conversations with digital assistants than with their spouses in the next couple of years. And because voice assistants are projected as female and they are programmed to respond in a certain way, they send a signal that women are obliging, docile, and eager to please helpers who are available at the touch of a button or with a blunt voice command like, hey. So in 2016, there was a blog that created a lot of stir in many circles. It was a blog post titled, Amazon Echo is magical, but it's also turning my kid into a brat. It went viral. The post shared the experience of the writer, author of the post, that the kid was learning to use impolite and overtly direct speech while using the machine, and that this was spilling over into their everyday life. I heard, it's interesting, but I heard this exactly same account from many female journalists who interviewed me, complaining to me about the behavior of their young children, especially boys, in reaction to female voices. Teenagers and adults are not much different from young children. In fact, research at very reputable universities now indicate that using virtual assistants increased the amount of command-based speech directed at women's voices. Basically, representing digital assistants as female gradually hard codes, programs, the connection between women's voices and subservience. It's also known that unconscious bias is related to the number of times that a person is exposed to a particular association. So the more that our culture teaches people to equate women with digital assistants, the more real women are seen as assistants and penalized if they don't behave like them. This actually indicated to us, and we signaled this in the report, that technology does not only replicate gender inequalities and gender bias, but even exacerbate them and widen them. Now, don't misunderstand me. We didn't want to take the fun out of technology by pointing to these issues. But the fact of the matter is that a digital assistant shouldn't give a spicy response when you make an abusive comment to it. And this was, again, one of the examples in the report that created a lot of traction and media attention. The example we used was the comment to the voice assistants that went along the lines of Siri or Alexa or Cortana or Google Assistant, "You are a slut." Most of the time, they responded with very flirtatious, very playful responses. The response Siri gave originally was, "I'd blush if I could," hence the name of our report. Since then, they have changed it, but this was the original response. Over time, some of the responses changed, but what we found even today, when we went back and looked at it, digital voice assistants like Siri and Alexa continue, their responses continue to be framed in a way that degrades women. Time and again, our research showed that these voice assistants are tolerant of sexual harassment and abuse and send disturbing messages about how women should think about themselves and their bodies. Another interesting example is from Alexa. When you ask Alexa how much she weighs, the first response is, I'd be weightless as a cloud. Then it says, hey, wait, clouds are very heavy. So, and of course, for a woman, especially a young woman, being overweight is not something desirable. So it changes the answer to, let's say I'm more sass than mass. I mean, how many women, how many young women do you know who would respond like that to a comment, to a question about her weight? And why would anybody ask a question about her weight?
That's a good goal. So I'm going to have to stop you there. It's really, really frustrating because we only have the 50 minutes and each of our speakers actually could be a keynote in my view. So hopefully we might have some time for questions at the end for us to expand it. But I just know that that was that did really travel around the world, quite an interesting one. Just a side thing for the app that does measures speaking time in conferences. As a fun thing that I usually do is I monitor not the speakers and the speaking time, but the people who ask questions, particularly in the old style conferences where they put the hands up, where people pontificate from the floor, and it's nearly always men. So how you structure conferences is quite interesting. I am going to move on. I've just noted, oh, Elena just jumped up and went, oh, no, don't go. I'm going to switch to you, Elena. If I give you sort of just about 7 or 8 minutes so that Victoria has time to talk, and then that might give us some time for questions because we did start a little bit late. So could you just tell us a little bit about Teens and AI, but particularly from a viewpoint of how you're inspiring girls and some of the innovative ideas that they come up with?
Absolutely. So thank you so much for having me on this conference. I was up this morning at 3 a.m. Launching a first hackathon in Brunei. So I'm not at my sharpest today, probably because I didn't get enough sleep. But we are doing a lot of work to try and inspire many young people across the world into AI for good, AI for impact, and at least 50% of them are young women. I believe even higher than that right now, because we've just recently partnered with Microsoft to specifically develop this program called Girls in AI. I think it is known as Alice Envisions the Future, but probably better even known as DigiGirls AI. So I think they've made up their mind and decided to do that. But I was very proud of the fact that they commissioned us to develop this framework with a specific mission to inspire as many girls as we possibly can into AI and data science. And so far, we've taken this to New York, Seattle, San Francisco, Warsaw, Bucharest, and the plan just before COVID was to also go to another 6 countries. And had it not been for COVID, I think we would have carried on with this plan. But we know that this will happen, and Microsoft is now taking this framework, this initiative across 150 countries. So obviously I was very ecstatic when Microsoft Core approved this project, and hopefully in a few years' time we'll see the difference that it will make in young women's understanding of how they can become part of this entire movement, and really having run these programs for 5 years now, every single girl that comes into contact with our hackathons and boot camps, and I'm really proud to say that it's not something I advocate, but they all seem to want to pursue computer science or computer science and maths, or they go ahead and complete apprenticeships with Microsoft and Goldman Sachs and Accenture and various companies. So it seems like we have found this magic sauce, which really does inspire girls into what we know as quite a complicated, complex technology. And so I would like to think there is hope in everything that we do, and we are trying desperately to improve the numbers of women in tech, particularly in AI, because we know there is quite a shortage of women in tech, and I think less than 13% of us go into research in AI. Having said that, the times we live in right now have really shown us that COVID has disrupted the way of life as we know it. And it has been shown by Plan International and various UN organizations that it is the women who have really suffered the most during times as we live right now. And it is the girls who have really missed out on the opportunities that education really offers. So I haven't really seen much improvement recently in terms of how can we actually give the opportunities to the girls or young people in general who don't have any basic access to technologies. Even here in the UK, we have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who don't have basic Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi that's good enough for them to enjoy the lectures and be part of education, and it's quite scary. So I know it's even worse in many other parts of the world, and the research that Plan International has created really does highlight the inequalities in relation to the gender inequalities as well. So, and that was quite saddening to see. We have had a little bit of improvement recently. I think, Alison, maybe you have seen in the UK, something came out recently that said that we've had more girls taking, computer science, GCSE and A-level. There is just tiny bit of improvement, although the figure 30% higher was probably, sounded really great and grand, but we're nowhere near, what we would really love to see happen. And I don't really know why that is so. I come from Central Asia. you know, where we are, we don't really have that many issues converting girls into computer science or maths. Here in the UK and in the West in particular, there definitely does seem to be an issue. Perhaps there are some roots in education system itself that need to be changed in order to address this. I know when I speak to our colleagues in Brunei, so we're working with Brunei very closely right now, when I ask them, do we have any issues with women in positions of power, women in technology in Brunei? The first answer I received is no, we have more women in leadership, and you know, we don't have shortage of women taking computer science roles in our universities. It's a tiny country, but there is quite a good proportion of women in computer science. But there does seem to be that issue that we are experiencing in the West. And obviously we all know some of the causes associated with that, but it would be fantastic to somehow address them at a much deeper level. Some of the programs we run hopefully will make a difference, but we will see. And in terms of examples, yesterday I was speaking at the ARMS Summit. I know the ARMS Summit will be happening in October, but yesterday we were recording or pre-recording this conference, and I've had the pleasure interviewing or moderating this panel with 4 teenage girls. And again, I know that Galsur has mentioned teenage girls in Africa doing some great innovations. So this was a team called Hopeful Home, and there were a team of teenagers who met at the hackathon that we ran, and Alison, you were part of that hackathon. It was during the times of COVID. It was called Youth versus COVID, and we've had 270 people who participated in this hackathon, over 70 different projects, and they all came from young people. And this team of teenage girls, out of all the challenges, they decided to tackle domestic violence, because in times of COVID, we've had a lot of reports suddenly coming out, which really highlighted the issue of domestic violence when women are trapped in those very unhealthy, dangerous situations, and it becomes very difficult in times of isolation. And so this team, there are 4 of them, only 14, have taken on this real issue. And now I know they're testing this already with Westminster Council, and they're talking to Bernardo and Women's Aid, and it seems like they are actually progressing, which is very, very exciting, because everything we do is to empower young women and young people in general, to really show them that they can make a difference at this really young age, and that technology is just an enabler. And so this was just one of those examples that happened during COVID, and it's that ray of hope that they will be that example that others will look up for, and hopefully, you know, collectively we could make a difference in this world through this technology. So Alison, I know we're mindful of time, so this is where I can stop, and perhaps Victoria could now take over and talk.
I think it might segue well. I mean, I think the key thing from what you're talking about is three issues. Is the need for diversity in countries such as the UK, and so that we recognise these type of use cases, which when you have an all-male homogenous team may not even occur to them to do, such as FGM as mentioned by Gulsar, you know, domestic violence, but also that if they even do think about them, they go about the solution in the right way that actually works for the people they're targeting, and not how they think it should be work and have it imposed on them. So you do need that interaction. And I do agree, a really good study of why some countries don't have gender bias, and there'll be various reasons in a sort of lack of diversity compared to the UK and the West. And I do think that needs a deeper dive at some point, is a project I'd like to do myself. Victoria, you've been very patient. Thank you for that. We will hopefully have time for questions, and I would encourage everybody, by the way, to ask some questions. This is a really important topic. This is 51% of the world's population, and errors with this and gaps in this and missed opportunities in this can be quite drastic in terms of tragic and harmful outcomes, but also it's a huge lost economic possibility as well. So if you don't care about the harm, then you might care about the economics. So it's really important. Victoria, I know Women in AI have recently done a report, and I know it's not released yet, so you can't go into too much detail, but if you could tell us a little bit about your work and some of the findings, or at least your methodologies, that would be very interesting. Thank you.
Absolutely. So yes, as you mentioned, I'm the research and project assistant for a joint project between Sweden's Innovation Agency and Women in AI. And I'm also just want to say that I'm very grateful that this is an online format, because I'm currently doing my master's in Copenhagen. So I wouldn't be able to be part of this if it wasn't. So thank you for having me. And to start off, Women in AI is a global nonprofit organization. And this project was initiated and supported by Sweden's Innovation Agency. And the main purpose of the initiative has been to take a slightly different approach, so not dismissing the discussions about underrepresentation of women in AI or the bias problem, but focusing on exploring actual applications of AI within 5 different inequality areas. And the 5 different inequality areas that were chosen to be targeted was gender-related pay differences, unpaid work, gender-related violence, uneven funding for entrepreneurs, and gender-related health. So since May, I have been interviewing experts within AI, machine learning, gender studies, and computer science in order to explore how AI technology can become a driver to increase gender equality rather than counteract it. And in the end of August, I know, Alison, you were unfortunately not able to make it to the global workshop, but we had the opportunity to bring everyone who contributed to a global online workshop where everyone got to contribute with their input. So this occasion very much illustrated how important it is to gather people with different occupations, difference in age, backgrounds, and experience, and that we need to put together structures that supports this kind of collaboration moving forward. So the approach that was taken was to discuss the barriers and missing elements that we see when AI is applied, and then looking into concrete actions of how to solve this and which actors should be involved in such a process. And then finally shedding light upon some existing use cases that are aligned with these suggestions. So what is important to remember is that within these areas of inequality, these areas of inequality have multiple facets, and there are many aspects to be covered when discussing them. So in the report, we have some great examples of interesting projects and cases that address these inequality areas. But since, as you said, the report hasn't been published yet, so I'm only allowed to share a couple of hints. But one example that was highlighted in the discussions is that independent of the inequality area, it is important that we start looking at the gender disbalance at design level and understand how the usage of AI tools can address the needs of the user. And for example, within the area of unpaid work, there is an app where you can track and review your work patterns, which could then put people, and especially women, in a better position of negotiation. So because then their workload is presented to them through this app. And this is an application that it takes into consideration that AI itself cannot make you negotiate harder, but what it can do is that it can help with empowerment through illustrating patterns of behavior. So similar examples were also given for the areas of gender-related violence and the gender pay gap. And when looking into uneven funding for entrepreneurs, discussions explored how algorithms perhaps can co-evaluate in order for VCs to make more fair decisions regarding who gets the funding, and also discussing how AI can help investors in becoming more aware of how much time they spend on male founders versus female founders, and see how this has an effect on their investment decisions. So many discussions also highlighted how data in many cases is not representative, for example, when looking at the area of gender-related health. So where women are diagnosed based on data that is misaligned with their health profile. And finally, just one thing that I would like to highlight in regards to the project is the importance of educating people who are working hands-on with AI and also educating society as a whole. And this was touched upon in the workshops, but also in the interviews. And for the persons working hands-on with the technology, it is important that they are educated in ethics from the very beginning, because by doing so, when bringing together people from with different types of expertise, they can meet on a level of understanding. So, because when you have people, or you have a diverse team who, where you bring together voices to develop something of value, it is of great importance that these disciplines have an understanding for each other. So one example that was given in the interviews is how there is often a desire to assume that you can just throw the data scientists a question and they will just respond with an answer and then you're set to go. But that is almost never the case. So instead, these individuals need to communicate throughout the development process, and perhaps ethics could then be where they meet on a mutual level of understanding. So yeah, the report is meant to be published in the end of September. And just connecting back to what I said about putting together structures that supports this kind of interdisciplinary collaboration. We hope that this approach that this project has taken will influence the continuous work and research within the area of AI and inequality.
Thank you very much. I have one question through, and I'm quite intrigued by the question, so I might have misunderstood it, but I am actually going to read it out, and so that people understand why we have a panel of this nature. And the question is, why is there so much concern on female than male in the presentations? And I think it was from a panel before us, because it mentions Edina. But the fact that that question is being asked, I think is telling. And that that some people still don't understand why this is really important. So if I run through all three of you very quickly, we have 7 minutes. So Gulsa, why is this important that we address this issue?
Well, thank you very much. I think one of the things that I would really want to focus on is that when we talk about technology, it's not something external to us. Artificial intelligence is not something external to human society. It's not something that's happening to us, but it's something that's created, directed, and controlled by human beings. So because technology is developed by us, it reflects all the good and bad in the society where it is produced. So we do have a gender inequality situation in all societies today. I mean, when you look at the world, no matter what indicator you use, there is no country, no region, no place where we have achieved full gender equality. This is reflected in the development of technology, and I think it was Elena who gave some really good examples, but just to repeat 2 or 3 things. In the technology sector now, only 17.5% are women in the technical teams. When you look at the senior decision-making levels, it's 5% of leadership positions in the technology area are held by women. So you already have a very biased situation where these things are happening, these decisions are being made, technologies are being developed, and consequently they reflect that bias. If we want technology to be beneficial for all, we have to make sure that it is produced, designed, applied by people who represent the totality of the group. And because it's not happening, we have all these problems. It's not only gender bias in AI. There are other biases that I didn't touch upon. But this is an issue which has to be taken up. Yes, ethics is important, But those who are talking about ethics, they also have to remember all the elements of diversity, from gender to race to ability to all the factors that form that concept. And unless we get to that point where we have equitable representation of all in the society, in the development of these technologies, we do have a problem, because then we have technological failures.
Thank you very much. Nice ending there, it's true. Elena, how would you answer that question as to why we should be focusing on gender and AI as a topic?
Well, for me personally, I got into empowering young people in general because I have a daughter. She's now 18. But when I started doing my work, because of the frustration of what she was learning in school, she was only 12, 13. And I remember during one of the interviews with the school teacher, she said, "Oh, I want to study computer science." And the teacher went like this, "Oh, why do you want to study computer science? It's boring." So for me, this was one of those like rebel moments. I, as a mom, thought, okay, I'm just gonna, if I can make a difference in my daughter's lives, I would be really happy. And then I just ended up doing other things and empowering other people. But obviously, we should know, or we do know, that there are 22% of only females in AI across the globe, compared to 78% who are male. So that is significantly lower, and that really does make a massive impact into what's really being produced out there. So I get really annoyed when I buy a product, and that actually did happen when, I don't know, it was either an Apple Watch first iteration or whatnot, which didn't have a period tracker. And that made me realize immediately, aha, I know exactly who developed this product, because if there was a woman in that team, probably she would have asked, where's my period tracker, you know, or whatnot. So, so yes, I think if we are, you know, to see a more equitable world, we really do need to see a more equitable representation in the teams that develop the products for everyone, not for white men only. And that is the reason why we talk about this topic over and over, because it has not been resolved yet. And there is really a lot of space and scope to try and tackle this issue. So I'll be short.
Thank you very much. Victoria, you're always at the end. So you just a very quick answer, and then I will wrap up.
Yeah, just also on what Gulser said, that I mean, I think also it's important that we consider why we believe that AI will solve these gender inequality issues too, because what AI will just do is that it will voice even louder the inequalities that are apparent now. So I think rather just considering if we actually believe that it will solve it for us, or instead that we should focus on how we actually develop the technology. But I would just personally also say that gender itself, it's a very fluid concept. So I mean, also talking about male or female, I think that there are many more aspects to take into consideration there too, which is important moving forward, not just dividing male and female.
That's a very good point. And I will just close with two things. Another example, another story as to why we need to get this equity in representation correct, so that we produce good quality AI. We all know that voice recognition technology has a bias against women, and it doesn't pick up female voices as well as men because it's training. And when you are in, so there was a study, a 2016 paper on using speech recognition software to record notes in emergency rooms, and there was the evidence that there was a 15% error rate that was actually critical errors. They didn't disaggregate the data for women, but it's well known that women have a greater difficulty with it. So I should imagine the error rate was much higher. This has a number of impacts. One, that means there's more harm in notes being put down written by women, so that could actually cause harm for the patients. But it also means it makes female doctors success rates much worse, and issues with them. So and also to try and correct the voice recognition software, they actually have to work harder to train it, so it puts an added bonus on them. And often the blame is put on the women for not using the technology correctly, not the fact that the technology hasn't been correctly designed. And so that viewpoint needs to change. So I will close the panel with a great deal of thanks to the fantastic panelists. that we've had today, and a quote that Gulsa said right at the very start. I might be paraphrasing you, and she said, well-designed technology has enormous potential for gender equalities. And that is very true, but every aspect of that sentence is important, and I will emphasize the well-designed. And then to get the well-designed, we need diversity in technology, and to try and encourage that through. So I want to thank everybody for talking and everybody for listening. And you know, this is a really important topic, and I thank you for spending the time focusing on it. And I'll pass you back over, I think, to Uday.
Thank you, Alison. What a wonderful panel. A very good subject, and I think we've covered quite a lot there. And the brilliant panelists, Elena, of course, very well, Gulsar Korat and Victoria. Excellent subject. We could have listened to for another hour or two easily, because this is a key topic, and we have all the key panelists, vanguards of this topic. So brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, we have a few minutes time, so I think we can take this opportunity to have another keynote speech, which would be from the Right Honourable Sir John Key, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. We will begin that in a second, before the next panel begins.
Cure. Kia ora and greetings. I'm John Key. I was Prime Minister of New Zealand from 2008 to 2016. Lucky enough.
Actually, we're only 5 minutes away, so we could perhaps give the honor of this in the closing ceremony, as it's the Honorable former Prime Minister. We will perhaps have the keynote speak in the closing ceremony. So there's 4 minutes more for the next panel to start. So the next panel we have is again from Swiss Cognitive. This talks about a young future, opportunities for the youth and progress for the Commonwealth. This is chaired by Dr. Dalit Steger, the co-founder and managing partner of Swiss Cognitive, the global AI hub. And we have some brilliant, very young people. I think there's one 11-year-old, there's one 14-year-old and one 18-year-old. So really looking forward to this. I think there's 3 more minutes. So if anyone wants a cup of coffee or a glass of water, this isn't a proper break though. There's only 3 minutes, so 3 to 4 minutes. right?
I will introduce you, and then you can start to talk about your projects. Hi, I'm Dalit Steiger from Swiss Cognitive, and I'm very, very passionate about our next panel. The next panel is going to be with 4 AI enthusiasts, our future, the kids. I will start to introduce you, and I'm telling you, I'm so nervous. It's my first panel with kids, and I think it's one of the most beautiful things I could ever do in the last almost 50 years, standing here with such youngsters. So I will start to introduce our youngest, Joshua Agbola. He's from Nigeria, from Lagos, and he has only 11 years old. And if I'm going to tell you that he just started coding 5 years ago, so that makes when he was 6. And reading through his bio, he already did probably more than quite some of us in the last, like me, almost 50 years. And because that, I'm going to read it to you. Joshua is a programmer, future skills activist, tech coach, and speaker on technology topics. He's also a knowledge coach on Josh for Tech. Check it out on his YouTube. There, he's actually teaching technology skills in an easy and fun to learn way. He's involved in advocacy for teachers and skills, and he teaches young people in an early stage. He has built a few games, apps, and websites to his credit. His most recent project include a voice assistant, an image classifier, and the Chrome extension's profanity words remover. Joshua broke a record by becoming the youngest keynote speaker to present a talk to the ICTL Expo of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry in July 2019. Joshua sees possibilities in using technology to solve the world's many pressing challenges, and is passionate about getting young people to learn tech skills early. It's my great, great pleasure to have Joshua with us. And now I'm going to introduce you to Simi, who is actually standing with me here because she's from Switzerland too. So we took the benefit and brought her into our studio. Simi is only 13 years old now, and she goes to the grammar school here in Switzerland. She's also passionate for solving complex problems. She grew up in making huge puzzles, Legos, robots, and coding. So while others probably played with other things, you were also already challenging yourself. Now, during COVID time, she completed 2 Udacity nano degrees and became a proficient programmer. She loves to infect other people in the world digital technology, especially girls in her age group. This would be for me actually a great, great time to be a kid. She co-founded Girls Can Code to make coding fashionable for girls and to create a community of like-minded kids in Switzerland. And I think there are no borders. You can actually get all the kids around the globe. They also give life experience on impact project to young students as a basis to apply their knowledge and bring purpose. Their current projects are in Italy and India. She also loves robot and programmed many of them, like now from SoftBank. Now she is an intern experimenting trusting robot at our ETH, one of the most famous and best university globally. She's proud, and actually I don't know if you're proud, I am proud, that she is our youngest Swiss Cognitive volunteer. And I just can invite you to check Girls Can Code on the internet. Saying that, we're coming to Jacques. Jacques Ludik, he is in Cape Town. He's 18 years old, and he's actually just writing his exams. So it's great to have you with us here. It's definitely not, sorry. I'm nervous, you probably also, so it's better that you realize it on my side. Jacques is currently writing secondary education exam in advanced programming in mathematics. He is a passionate software developer and smart technology experimenter. Jacques founded Furry Games. He's developing software games like the current one called Furry Tanks as part of the Furry Games. We will hear about that more later. Jacques is passionate about programming and software development, artificial intelligence and machine learning. Additionally, he loves tinkering with electronic circuits and Arduino. Last but not least, we do, and Jacques is from Cape Town, so South Africa. Not sure I told you about that already. Last but not least, we have Okezue Bell from Pennsylvania, US. He has 14 years old, is a unique thinker and innovator. And as I mentioned, he's only 14 years old. He's very passionate about the medical science, technology, and coding, especially in AI, as well as applied mathematics. And he's willing to take up any new endeavors and have had a lot of experience in developing startups and working cohesively in groups. Okezue is the founder of Fidum, where he is now looking into novel application of machine learning and financing in product development. Additionally, he is passionate about exponential technology such as quantum computing, brain-computer interfaces, and pulsars, which he has done the research and experimental project in. Again, Okezue is only 14 years old. To foster as much knowledge in himself and other individuals as possible, Okezue is starting a nonprofit organization called InspoX, in which he has been mentoring the brightest minds to create world's winning project. He has also written articles on the ability of AI in business, has upcoming news and podcast segments, is working professionally for companies, and he is on a team of thousands of people developing and testing a black hole detection system for NASA, and now belongs to some of the most prestigious students platform of gifted individuals. I must say, it's my great pleasure and honor to have the four of you with me here on the panel. So first of all, as we discussed, I would like to give all of you, and we're going to start with Joshua, to explain a little bit about your project, or let's say the one that you would like to share with us now. Josh, the stage is yours.
So I'd like to thank Dr. Dalit for the opportunity to share my thoughts. Good day, everyone. My name is Joshua Angbola. I'm a programmer. I'm also a future skills activist and a tech coach. I also inspire people to embrace technology on my YouTube channel called Joshua. You can and I have been fascinated with AI, robotics, and automation for a couple of years now. But it's probably going to me to work on some projects. Like she said, I'm an email classifier, a voice assistant, and a swear word remover. So let me tell you how I built all of those. So my email classifier was built with JavaScript and TensorFlow.js. If you don't know what TensorFlow.js is, it's a machine learning for the web, like a framework. So it works is that when you train the model and you give it images to try, it compares it with the ones you've already given it. I also created a voice assistant, which was I created using JavaScript and also Chrome Speech API. Chrome API is like it's a plugin, or let's call it an API, that can allow speech synthesis and mission on the web. So I built it to be able to play music and even play games on voice instructions. I was bothered by the amount of swear and curse words I constantly come across while using the internet. So I created something, a swear word remover to protect child's morals and sanity while surfing through the net. He simply works by blacking out and profane and swear words while on the web. So people call me a genius. I'm very grateful for that. But you know what? My exposure to technology from a very young age, being driven by my parents, is a big part of this. A very big part of this. So my appeal is to the old economy adults to also inspire the new economy kids for the future of work that will be heavily driven by technology. I also hope this conference inspires leaders in government, technology, industry, and business to rise to this challenge. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your insights. Now we're going to go on with you, Simi. Would you please tell us a little bit about you?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Samriti Singh. You can call me Simi. I'm speaking to you from here, Zurich, Switzerland. And since I'm only 13 years old, I go to the grammar school where I learn 4 spoken languages. But I'm more passionate about the programming languages. And during the COVID times, I did 2 nano degrees on the Udacity platform. But you know, coding, it is a lonely world and a lonely journey. And that's why I co-founded Girls Can Code. Its mission is to close the gender gap in the lonely world of tech for girls. I also volunteer at GoTech as a co-teacher, where I first learned and first experienced that Switzerland really needs this extra motivation for girls to join STEM. Apart from that, I'm a huge AI enthusiast. Therefore, I am doing an internship at ETH at a study called Trust in Robots, because I strongly believe that AI cannot reach its full potential if people do not trust it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Simi. Great. Now, Jacques, the stage is yours. We'll be happy to hear about your project.
All right. Well, at this moment, I'm working on a game called Fury Tanks. It is basically just a tank game that I made over this COVID time. I decided to make it, and just to develop games. But also, what I'm very interested in is AI. And with my dad, I've coded and implemented quite a number of other AI algorithms, which and I'm also next year gonna go do my data engineering, which also has a lot to do with AI. And I'm very passionate about this field, and I am looking forward to working in it. But with my dad, I've implemented neural networks like convolutional neural networks, or like that classify images, or that classified, I remember this one that we classified dogs and cats, and I remember going through that whole exercise. And also, just linear regression, logistic regression, just running through all the types of models that you can have. But at the moment, I'm doing Fury Tanks, the game. I'm focusing on that now. But and maybe I'm also gonna put AI in that. I'm looking into that. I'm very excited for that. But that's about it.
Now, last but not least, again, Okezue, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, thank you so much. So my name is Okezue Bell, and I work in high energy data intensive astrophysics and quantum physics research and hypothesization, as well as high level computation using neural networks, brain computer interfaces, and more. I'm also the founder of Fidutam & Co. FinTech Security Solutions, which has taken the attention of Visa, a payment service provider. And we're currently developing a neural network and statistical blockchain models to help encrypt credit cards. In addition, I also am the founder of InspoX, which is a Project Catalyst nonprofit in which I'm working with nationally winning projects to help develop them and get them the proper resources. Within my research, I've used nanotechnology and I'm experimenting with it currently with hypothesization. And I'm also moving into looking at hypothesizing with quantum computing. As for tangible products I've done, I've also developed diagnostics devices with the Arduino using convolutional neural networks and deep neural networks. And I've also developed neural network models that are capable of scouting the internet processing data. I also work intensively with blockchain in order to use data storage, creating cryptocurrency, and a multitude of other projects. In addition, I have done pulsar timing, which is neutron stars. So I'm very into astrophysics and also particle and atomic physics, as well as some nuclear physics in the mix. Within that concentration, I've done projects within my previous experience of timing pulsars via nanograph. And moving on, I'm now analyzing pulsar glitch morphology, which can give insights into superfluidity and other astronomical phenomena. And within that, I'm using machine learning in order to scout energy signatures in space. So my research really extends within computation and also connecting our brains to machines and machines to our brains. So with that, I would like to, I'm very excited to talk on this platform. So thank you.
Really cool, and I would like to remain with you. We're going to start now our panel discussion. We're going to start to talk about a few things. Before I'm digging in more on the tech side, what I would like now, Okezue, to hear, besides the tech, you have actually quite some other things that you're doing. Can you talk a little bit about what you're passionate besides tech? We can't hear you.
Entrepreneurship.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, now it's fine. Now it's fine.
Okay. I'm really passionate about entrepreneurship and diversity. You know, I speak 4 languages, I play violin, and I also play chess, and I do tournaments in all of those. I recently won the National Spanish Exam Award. In addition, I like helping students to really pursue their passions in entrepreneurship. And that doesn't have to be technology, it can be science, it can be anything. It's really just about taking a passion that you have, learning about it, and turning it into a product. And I think productization and also bringing things to market, as well as putting ideas into fruition, is something that's really important. Also, aside from that, I also work with, besides tech, I also work a lot in the public speaking industry. And I recently won first place. So I'm actually a regional champion in public forum debate style in Pennsylvania. And aside from that, I really like just speaking and learning new things about people and starting businesses with others. And I'm currently in accelerator programs to be able to network with a lot of people. And, you know, now I'm having connections at different companies such as Visa, such as MasterCard, and also even companies such as Medium. And I'm currently an authorized and published author in Medium, as well as being invited to their largest platform, which is the startup in which my articles are featured. And I'm currently working on books. So I really just enjoy having that diversification of technology, entrepreneurship, writing, and speaking.
Cool, great, thanks a lot. Josh, listening to your colleagues and also about what you're doing yourself, you mentioned something that actually for me is very important. How can we, the parents, the older generation, give the kids more exposure to tech? What are your wishes? What can we do better so you have more kids and youngsters actually following your path?
Oh. So what we can do is to introduce us to programming concepts and AI from a young age. And introducing kids to, maybe they start with Scratch, then they go to web development, and also supporting them with technology materials just as computers, maybe phones. Maybe you can start at Arduino, where you play around with circuits and teach them that at a young age. Or maybe it's a Raspberry Pi. Or maybe what you want to teach them is just to know how to do in quantum physics, or whatever you want to teach them. Introduce them to coding at a very young age. That will really help them to step up in, and you won't be left out when the future comes.
Great, thanks a lot. So, Simi, to remain a little bit about how we can introduce the youngsters into the world of tech, can you tell us a little bit when and how did you build Girls Can Tech?
Well, it all started with the inspiration to improve the community and give it an introduction into tech. And from there on, I found awesome people that helped me in this journey of building Girls Can Code. I really believe that communities need, especially girls, need enough exposure to STEM, because the percentage is that girls are 20% in tech and the rest are boys, which are not quite fair numbers.
Yeah, that's definitely something that, and I think we can say we have some good role models also like your mother, who is definitely an expert in AI. And I think this is one of our responsibilities to make sure not only to give the access to technology, but also to be valid role models. Jacques, turning to you, we were discussing during our preparation about how can AI, or actually how should AI be used? And you're exposed also by your father, who is the president and founder of the Machine Learning Institute of Africa, quite a lot. So we'll be more than happy to hear a little bit about how you see it as a young generation.
Okay, well, I would say AI should be used for a greater good. So it should be human-centric AI, where AI is basically used to give, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I think AI should be used, sorry, I'm a little bit stressed, but I just want to say, okay, I think AI should be used to create a free and an equitable society, where there's equality in all aspects for everyone, and also to create AI to help people in their jobs and everything. But I don't know.
Okay, so if we remain on that, Josh, if you, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Get my thoughts together. I quickly want to go back to that question, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, I just quickly want to reorganize my thoughts.
Absolutely. And I think this is something that all you guys out there and girls listening and seeing us, we are all very nervous. It's definitely not a normal situation. So Jacques, I would say take your time and we will get back to that. And in the meantime, I will go on with Joshua. And one of the questions that we were discussing and that you actually mentioned before in your short introduction is about the new economy, the kids. So talking about new economy persons, and were we talking about the youngsters and the old economy, like myself and the generation above, what are your expectations from us, besides that we actually providing you access to technology? But in the topic, referring actually into the business, the companies, what would you expect from the enterprises to do to be more open and to speed up the process of development? Josh, can you hear me? Okay, Okezue, can you hear? Oh, now Josh is back. Yeah, Josh, go on.
What I was trying to say is that, like, if you're talking about how companies can help children to be able to prepare for the future of work, you can talk about how they maybe can invest in giving advices to experiment, maybe just like, let's say, boot maybe to just see
Okay, I think we have some problems with connectivity there. Josh, can you check your connectivity? And Okezue, do you want to jump into that?
Definitely. So I think that the new economy is something that's rapidly evolving and something that's approaching very quickly. And I think not only to aid us in raising the next generation to become new innovators and new entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs even, I think that in that there has to be an authentic interest and want to do good. And I think the way to cultivate that is in the place that young people spend time most, which is school. I think it's up to our teachers and our upcoming mentors and also our new and our families and our new innovators that this is not something that's monolithic. We don't all have to achieve the same thing. We're not all a part of the same rock. Diversification of technology and diversification of just interest in STEM and STEAM is something that needs to be cultivated and something that needs to be educated about. And I think with that, it's up to the old generation, as it's being called, to help teach us the proper skills. And also it's up to us to have that authentic interest and want to be around like-minded individuals who also want to change the world.
Great, thanks a lot. And if I'm thinking about how we can change the world, one of the most important things here, obviously, is if we're talking about trust, if we're talking about ethics. Simi, is this something you can tell us about your opinion, ethics in AI?
So I believe that when you can use AI correctly, you have great power, but with great power comes great responsibilities. And you need to have this morality to not use AI for anything malicious. And of course, you can create all kinds of stuff, but if you introduce the right kinds of laws and regulations, I think AI can be the best thing the world has ever heard.
Great. I would like to remain a little bit with this discussion, ethics in AI. And Jacques, I would really like to talk to you again.
For that, I was just, okay. I think now AI, it's very true. AI should be used not from any malicious intent. And we should also use AI. Okay, so AI should become human-centric. So we should just focus, it should focus on helping humanity. It should focus on humanity in helping all sorts of areas. And if you think about it, it should also be unbiased and it should be fair AI. And there should be, for instance, and also you should also build in the ethics for the AI. Like if you look at, for instance, self-driving cars, if it like the decisions it should make, should it say, like, let's say it's in a position where it should it save the people in the car or should it save the people on the sidewalk whenever there comes that type of situation? So we need to really think clearly and ethically and morally of what the AI should be, what actions it should take. So I believe also that that's a place, it's an area we need to look at. And I think that's important.
Absolutely agree. Time is running really fast. Unfortunately, we have only a few minutes left. And what I would love to, every one of you, to have a short sentence about where is the future of AI. Joshua, I would love to start with you. Where is the future of AI?
The future of AI. The AI is going to disrupt stuff. It's going to change the nature of jobs. So I want to just talk end the world of Mark Benioff. It said that in the World Economic Forum that there's an imagined refugee situation that we are all not paying attention to. So that technology is so fast that it will create tens of millions of digital refugees around the world. And as many people that will lose their jobs to AI. So we have to use AI in a responsible way so that it doesn't hurt the humanity that it was created to help. And also we should need to find a way of using AI to accomplish the SDGs, the UN SDGs. Let's talk about poverty, hunger, clean water, sanitation. AI can be used to solve those problems that benefit the humanity. Let's talk about hunger. You can be able to use AI to be able to classify plants so you can better plant disease control, and you may classify like and do better plant disease control. You can help in better yield. It can also help in hunger, can help in poverty. So the way we have to use AI in a way that it doesn't hurt the humanity. Not like people doing stuff like deep fakes, doing stuff to make people say what they don't say. People using it for malicious stuff, as somebody said. We should use it in a way that benefits our humanity. So that's a big question. How do we address that?
Great, thanks a lot. Okezue.
So I like what Josh said. I think with regard to his example about deepfakes, I think they can also be used for things that are good, such as creating synthetic video presentations. So, and that's something that even I've experimented with. So what I have to say on that is that I think the future of AI really lies in medicine and finance. And I think because of that, we'll be able to automate so many other things, you know, deep learning and genomics, genomic data science, also encryption, putting AI in quantum computing, allowing our minds to connect with machines via brain-computer interfaces that are AI and neural network, convolutional neural network driven. Things like that will help us grow closer to machines and be able to manipulate them in methods that we've never seen before. And I think with that, the future is certainly uncertain, but I'm certain that it'll be something great.
Thanks a lot, Okezue. Jacques.
Well, I think AI is, it's basically going to automate it's going to automate a lot of jobs that are repetitive. And therefore we need to look at creating jobs for people that are looking into jobs that are more, you know, like, let's say, where there's more compassion needed, or like, let's say, in like kindergarten, nursing, or whatever, where there's more compassion needed. And the repetitive ones are going to be mostly automated. So, yeah, but I think it's gonna, AI is gonna be there to help people and to be even more productive in their daily lives.
Right.
In any area, any field.
Thanks a lot. Simi?
So I believe that AI will impact everything. It will change everything. And it is our job to learn to adapt to be living with cyborgs and robots. And a good example of that is probably that the Kitty Hawk Foundation of Sebastian Thrun, it's a flying car company, will no longer be an experiment in the Netherlands, but a reality here in Switzerland.
Great, thanks a lot for all your insights. Now, for me, what is the most important thing, these were 4 youngsters around the globe. And believe me, we have many, many more of these. And it's our generation's responsibility to make sure that we're listening to them, that we give them all support to be able to have a better world in the future, to use technology for the benefit of the humankind, taking responsibility in trust and ethics in the technology. But you know what? Before we trust in technology, we should trust ourselves. And one of the nicest things that I've seen here now in this panel, having kids around the globe, is it's up to us adults to make sure that we believe in each other, that we support each other no matter what, because the future is theirs and not ours. With that, I would like to close with our sentence of Swiss Cognitive. Why wait? Act now and share for success. Thanks a lot for being with us. Thanks, Simi, Okezue, Jacques, and Joshua. I wish to stay in touch with you guys, and everyone out there, reach out to them on LinkedIn, on their social media. We got some questions. I'm so sorry we couldn't take them on the panel. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to answer in one by one. And the youngsters out there, Reach out to them wherever in the world you are. They will be able to help and support. Thanks a lot and enjoy a lovely weekend. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Dalit Swiss Cognitive, for putting together this brilliant panel. These child prodigies, I have been getting messages from across the Commonwealth about them. They are literally child prodigies, all four of them. Simi, Obajua, Joe, Joshua. Brilliant. We have been receiving messages across. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best.
Right. Okay. So, what the child prodigies these are? I mean, at 11, person is talking about AI. At the age of 11,
this is so hot in
ethics in AI and diversity at the age of 11. That is brilliant. So on this topic, and I want to extend the teens. I want to extend achievement or empowerment of teens in AI. And this is the best time to bring in someone who has launched Teens in AI, an organization called Teens in AI, Elena Senil, who's already been part of a panel earlier. And she's the founder of Elena.
Hi again, Uday. Thank you so much for having me once again. I am so inspired by the young panel just now. So well done to all four of you. You've done so amazingly well. I know how nerve-wracking it is. I've moderated so many panels with youngsters, but you've done so well, and just incredible what you're doing already at your young age. I can't wait to see what you will be doing when you're in your 20s and 30s. It's just incredible, mind-blowing. Well done.
At the age of 11, when someone's talking about ethics and diversity in AI, that's absolutely brilliant. We were fascinated by the work you do at Teens in AI, and this kind of resonates. These young kids, what they're saying resonates with what you are doing.
Absolutely, yeah.
To introduce you, Alina. Anila doesn't need introduction in the AI world, but I'd still introduce her to the people coming from SDG backgrounds and policy backgrounds in across the Commonwealth. Alina is the founder of Teens in AI, and she launched this at the UN AI for Global Summit, UN AI for Global Good Summit. Teens in AI offers young people aged 12 to 18 early exposure to AI for social good. And I think the first program of Teens in AI is looking at the first South Asian program is an AI for Good hackathon in Brunei, targeting 500 teens and 50 teachers. I would let Alina go more into it. So Alina, can you begin by starting to explain us a bit of what Teens in AI does?
Absolutely. So I launched Teens in AI in 2018, as Uday mentioned, at the UN AI for Good Global Summit. But the very first hackathon in AI actually happened in 2017. And this happened because one of the teenagers in our network wanted to commit suicide 6 times. And he approached me because he really desperately needed to be saved. And he asked me, can you occupy my mind? And at that time, obviously, I was just, teaching lots of different technologies, nothing to do with AI. But I desperately wanted to help this young person. He was only 15 at that time. And the only way to save him, I felt, was to really engage him into the work I was doing. But his mind was the kind that I didn't know what exactly I could ask him to build, because he could pretty much build anything. One of those genius minds, but at that time felt incredibly vulnerable. And I asked him, what is it that you're passionate about? And he said, AI. That's all I live and breathe AI. And I asked him, tell me more about it. Can you teach me? What can what can we do together in the space of AI? And then it just turned out that I asked him, why don't we run the very first hackathon here in London, in the UK, And let's try and inspire other teenagers like you into AI as well, your age group and everything. And this happened in June 2017. During London Tech Week. We thought it would be an experiment, and everyone was just blown away. The teenagers at the age of 12, 13 could integrate IBM Watson and play with TensorFlow and whatnot. And so it just made me realize that teenagers, as you have seen just now, nothing is problematic for them. Give them any challenge and they will tackle it and they will solve it. And since then, we ran many more boot camps and hackathons and accelerator programs. This past August, we ran our 5th AI accelerator, and we've had 300 applications from across the globe. 77% of them were women, 73% were from Africa or from African backgrounds across Europe and the US as well. So we were really overwhelmed by the number of applicants, and this AI accelerator took place online and was very, very easily accessible. 3 weeks, the first week started with us introducing them to the fundamentals of AI, but also software engineering. Ethics is part of every single program we run, and I insist on ethics really being part of every single class curriculum. So whenever you teach computer science, you should be teaching ethics. And in fact, today I opened a hackathon in Brunei at 3 a.m. here in London. And at 10 a.m. I was teaching the very first ethics class. It was Introduction to the Ethics, and outlined some of the really controversial case studies we've recently witnessed in the world of AI. Probably you've all heard about the A-level fiasco, A-level algorithm fiasco. So, but what we've been doing since 2017 was really experimenting and showing young people that AI is just a technology, but it enables something. And obviously that something has got to be for the benefit of the societies. So everything we do is in the space of AI for good, and it's very much aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So I have a very quick, I don't know, slide deck that I would like to share if possible. If you permit me to share my screen. So I have already kind of outlined a lot of the stuff that I mentioned, so I will skip through some of the slides. And so when we launched, I suppose what we wanted to show is that really the world is changing as we speak. Particularly now in times of pandemic, or as we're recovering from the pandemic. These are the questions we should be asking ourselves as AI is shaping the world. Who will really be shaping AI? And to me, the answer is that next generation. They are your 20 to 18-year-olds who might be still in school, but as you have seen just now from this presentation, they are so capable. And it's so important to invest into the younger generation from a really, really early age. And so the mission, the reason why we launched Teens in AI as a movement was to really improve diversity and inclusion in AI and democratize this space. Because right now, a lot of the teenagers who do have access are, grammar school, private school. It's very inequitable, that state. And I really wanted to take this to Africa. I wanted to take this to Southeast Asia. I wanted to take it to Middle East, and I wanted to open this up to every young person across the world, and most importantly, connect them through this passion for AI for good. And we're doing this online. We've run already 3 programs online, and it has been successful so far. Since launching this in 2018, we have worked with a number of really big corporates, such as MasterCard and Microsoft. And with Microsoft in particular, we have developed a program called Girls in AI, which was trending under Alice Envisions the Future, now known as DigiGirls AI. And Microsoft is now scaling this across 150 countries. So hopefully, if this all goes ahead and the world doesn't throw another pandemic at us, we will have that roadshow that we've planned. We have already showcased these opportunities and ran hackathons in San Francisco, New York, Seattle, but also in Southeast Europe, in Romania, Warsaw, and just before the pandemic, I was meant to go to another 6 different countries, almost one after another. So, unfortunately, since the pandemic, we have kind of paused our operations because of the Microsoft regulations and rules, but hopefully when it all picks up, you will see a lot of girls, literally hundreds, thousands of girls across the world learning about artificial intelligence for impact. And so the world we live in right now has been, dubbed as, the worst crisis since World War II by United Nations Secretary General. It is really said that the new coronavirus disease is attacking not just societies, but really claiming lives and people's livelihoods. And we are expecting that economic recession, and not only UK here, we can actually feel it, but across the globe. And it will be the countries that are hard hit with, the high percentage of youth who will really feel the impacts of coronavirus, because the unemployment is definitely going to be impacted. And like in Brunei right now, I think the percentage is almost 14% of youth unemployment, which is quite a lot for a tiny country like Brunei with less than 500,000 people living in it. And so before COVID, obviously we've had some progress with SDGs, but despite success in some areas, we are definitely not going to be on track to achieve some of them. And definitely the main focus of many of the countries right now is how can we recover and how can we recover fast enough for us not to see the detriments long term. And so for me, it's imperative, it's absolutely necessary to look into what we can do to empower that young generation. And I'm talking about secondary schools, but also those in universities, because they really are going to be feeling that burden of the pandemic for many years. And what can we do right now? And so with UNICEF, for instance, they have already said many times that youth across the globe will be impacted by the growth of the AI technologies and applications. And if we don't engage them and encourage them to really have that awareness and understanding of how these technologies work, you probably are putting your country at risk. So if the audience here today are, the government policymakers, it is very urgent that you take steps to empower your citizens, for them not, and that doesn't mean to say that everyone, needs to learn how to code, or everyone needs to know how to do TensorFlow or play with IBM Watson or whatnot, but it's about awareness, how their jobs will be affected, but it's also about how, the kind of data they might be giving away, or the kind of solutions that are being built already in the country, and how do we make sure that this is done responsibly, not at risk, like the case study that we've just seen in England happen, which left 300,000 young people's dreams and hopes completely crushed, like literally. And it was just really sad how this government decided to go about producing the algorithm, and there has been absolutely no transparency around this, and they have completely lost the trust of the public, the trust of the parents, the trust of the children. And that is a shame. So mistakes like this really cost, and they cost, it will really be to the detriment of the governments themselves. And so the case study that I wanted to highlight, oh, apologies for that. my son decided to quickly pay attention. Just one moment. And so the country that is really something that I wanted to briefly outline, and I think one of the reasons one moment. I am bribing my son as I speak. Apologies for that. And that literally just happened today when we launched a hackathon in Brunei, but the project has actually been in preparation for more than a year. We were meant to go to Brunei during Easter time and launch this very first pilot. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we had to pivot and say, look, guys, we can actually do it very successfully online. And this is a year-long initiative in Brunei, which is the first Southeast Asian country and Commonwealth country to host this program. And this will have over 500 teenagers really learn to understand what AI is and how they can use it to actually address problems and challenges in Brunei. So this got kicked off at 3 a.m. London time. It's very, very exciting. There are 55 teenagers currently in Discord buzzing. Right now they're asleep, obviously, but this morning they were buzzing. We run them through human-centered design. So it's design thinking, but also we were teaching them ethics. And every day they have at least 2 or 3 inspiring speakers from the AI industry to talk to them about what's really happening in the fintech sector, in insurance, in medicine, in education, and what the possibilities are. And it's just mind-blowing. Usually these hackathons happen, over a couple of days, but online they take place for about 8 to 9 days. And we will have that demo hosted live in Brunei with me tuning in from London, and some other judges tuning in from London as well. And we will have 10 teams presenting the most incredible stuff that they have been working on for 5 days. It's intense. They're going to learn a lot. And most importantly, they are really shown that they have the potential to change the world. So I am really looking forward to it, and I'm really grateful I've had the opportunity to tell you about this, because the future is really young people. If we invest into them now, I promise you, which is what I promised to Brunei, give me 2 years and you will see a lot of innovation happen in Brunei, because the unemployment is on the rise at the moment, and really it's time to invest into innovation and young minds, because then you will have young teenagers like the ones we've just heard from, who will be very comfortable with this technology, and they are the ones who will shape the world of tomorrow. So I can probably end here, because I know you've got other stuff that you've planned, but we have worked with a number of companies already across the globe, and you can probably see some of these testimonials even on our website from some of our partners like Quantum Black, ARM, Microsoft, and MasterCard. So if you do have any questions, feel free to ask them now, or I'm happy if you contact me by email and I can tell you more about the progresses and successes we have had in the past few years. So thank you so much, Uday. I'll stop sharing, and if anyone has any questions, happy to respond to them now. Just bear with me, because also I was up since 3 a.m. I'm not entirely sure whether I'm not completely spaced out, but I'm probably excited, and so it doesn't really look like I'll be up for God knows how many hours now, but happy to answer any questions.
Firstly, that's a great presentation and some excellent information, and absolutely, agree with the work that you're doing, particularly for teams, because there aren't many platforms looking at teams that do in the space of AI, and then you're bringing ethics and social good. What I understand from what you just mentioned, you didn't start off as AI, but you started off doing social good, and you brought AI into it. It's opposite to many others who start off with doing AI and then think of social good. But I think yours is you started off with social good and you brought AI element into it. So it kind of makes your priority a social good first, and then bringing in AI.
Thank you. I mean, my background is actually in politics and war studies. So my dream job in the past would be to go to a country which is suffering from conflict or post-conflict and really help them rehabilitate. So I kind of came into this area of AI from a social science background, but I've always wanted to create a better place, better world. Since I was a teenager myself, I always tell my stories to teenagers, but I am not a technologist. And one of the most important things I always tell teenagers, you don't have to be a technologist in order to find or to fit in the world of AI. There are so many different careers you could take. Most importantly, I think if we were to do what the Finnish government has done, and their promise was, their ambition was, we want to teach 1% of our population what AI can do. And they have created this amazing course called Elements of AI, which is super simple. You don't even have to be a technologist to understand, to complete that course. And I highly encourage you to literally Google Elements of AI. The Finnish government have done. And I think they have already hit their ambitious target of 1%, and really already many more thousands, if not maybe hundreds of thousands of people have taken this course. It's about awareness and understanding what it can do and the kind of problems it can solve. And it's not really as intelligent as we assume it is, but it can certainly do some stuff like pattern recognition, like, you know, predicting stuff. And it has definitely already made a massive impact on in medicine. And so we are going to see a lot more happening and a lot more enterprise adoption as well. And so if you are, you know, a country that is struggling right now, or, you know, oil prices being affected, and we know oil is not going to be there forever. We know that by, you know, 2040, there probably will be very little oil left. So now is the time when you can invest into the younger generation, and you have to do it in a way where we focus on that right demographic, boys and girls really learning to understand what is happening with the world and how the world is being shaped, so that they can also be part of it.
And I also like the aspect that you're bringing into the ethics aspect into technical education, which you know, I come from a technology background, though my interest has been in politics since young age. But when I was growing up in India, studying politics was not an option, you know, particularly from the region I come from. So studying politics was it's still not an option. People don't understand how can you study politics is a question they ask. Still that people do ask me that question. So it was all technology or medicine from where I came from. So there I say, you know, so I interact with many technologists as well who don't understand the ethics side absolutely nowhere at all. There's only coding, there's only how systems behave. They understand the business side of it, but ethics side is completely missing from a big sector. So I think what you are trying to encourage here is bring that element to the elementary education. So the aspect of ethics comes at a subconscious level, and you always keep thinking about it. That's a brilliant initiative, I have to say.
It's very, very important. I cannot stress this enough. You know, if you are a policymaker out there listening to this, it's very important that whenever you teach computer science, you teach ethics at the same time. It is not even an option. It should not be an option. Whenever we teach computer science, whether it's primary school, secondary school, university, we should teach ethics as well. And if we do that, perhaps there will be less, you know, glaring examples, you know, the horrible stuff that is happening right now that we're all really annoyed about. But the best way to deal with these, you know, annoyances governments come up with, like the UK government, the A-level algorithm fiasco, is really to educate, and to educate from a very early age. And we're still far away from this. Here in the UK even, I do not know a school that would really teach ethics of AI alongside a computer science subject. And this is something we desperately want to happen, because we really do want an educated you know, citizen who will be aware of what's happening with his or her data when they go out, when Google sends you a notification, hey, how was that restaurant? Did you like it? And most people don't even know what kind of data is being collected on them and what really happens with their data. We just click on this accept, okay, you know, I'm happy for you to collect all this data, but we don't really know what happens with this data. And I think we really need people who really understand what goes behind the scenes. But also at this level, you know, if we do encourage that investment into young education, and we teach them about ethics, we teach them about AI and data science, but at the same time, we teach them about how it all fits in, because coding by itself is nothing. It really is meaningless. It's about how you apply that AI, how you apply that technology to solve a real problem. That is the crux of the matter. And so when we teach, you know, anything during our hackathons, it's a very holistic program. We always start with human-centered design. And what that means is we will not solve a problem for the elderly people without elderly people being in that room. And we're not going to be solving you know, issues for disabled people without these disabled people being part of that product cycle development. It's very important that when we focus on product development, that we involve. And you're right, Uday, a lot of the technologies, they ignore, you know, the business aspects, they ignore the ethical, ethics matters, because all they want to do is, I just want to code, just give me something to do and I will just code. That's not what we want. And that's why when someone says, oh, do you want everyone to learn how to code? Not at all. We need everyone, all different skills. we don't want everyone to be coders out there. We want all skills and everyone's opinions and everyone's expertise. And we do need subject matters. What was really amazing during the accelerator is we partnered with NHS Trust, Tavistock and Portman. You may know they're specialized in mental health. And what was incredible is we had at least 4 or 5 teams out of 11 teams tackling mental health. And what was beautiful about this whole initiative is that we had this amazing partnership with the NHS Trust, the experts who came and informed young people about the state of mental health amongst young people themselves. But at the same time, it was co-designing, co-creating those projects that made such a massive difference in the outcome. So when NHS came, you know, they said, well, we are working with young people, but we've never really co-designed anything with young people, for young people. That was such an eye-opener for NHS themselves because they have never done it before. So this is something that we want to see more of, cross, pollination of ideas, cross collaboration, so that we can see the industry really work together. We cannot solve a problem for education without educators being part of that, product cycle. So when UK government released that algorithm, what it showed that they do not trust the teachers. That is probably what really came out of this. Instead of working with the teachers, developing this algorithm with the teachers, they did something completely the opposite and losing the trust of the teachers really and everyone else. So it's very important. There are so many different aspects and we teach all of this, including product management, we work in agile, so lean startup is our Bible. And we do really focus on the ethics and making sure that whatever they create is really with humans in mind first and foremost, but also really, takes into account some of the ethical considerations. And when they produce their pitches, their demo, one of the slides that often misses in, textiles, you look at the textiles demo or Y Combinator or any of the amazing, pitch days, none of them ever talks about ethics. They don't, because it's just not even something that comes to mind or is covered. And what myself and my colleagues are trying to almost encourage and insist on is that should be part of your pitch, and that should be something that you will have thought about throughout the cycle of development. And we teach that to the kids already. So when they pitch their demo day, one of the slides is ethical considerations. Have you thought about what might go wrong? I mean, think about cases like 23andMe, when the company got acquired by one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies, and all of the data that you have been they have been collecting on you just out. We don't know what will happen to this data and what kind of stuff we will be sold down, so many months or years later. So lots of things to consider when we develop AI systems, but the responsibility really lies with us, the humans, because we're the ones that really need to be responsible when it comes to those systems and developing those AIs. So Uday, I know you have got another panel happening, so I am more than happy to switch off now, unless you have another burning question.
I wasn't hinting or anything. It's just that the time is starting. So just to close there, one aspect you mentioned is many technologists ignore. But I think it extends beyond that. Technologists, most of them, they don't realize that this is an aspect at all, because I come from a technology background and I understand tech and policy. But when I was studying technology as well, there was one social sciences class, and people never used to understand why that was there. Almost, there was less than 10% attendance.
Are we not starting this panel?
Yeah. So, sorry. Yeah. Okay. That's the. So thank you, Alina, and thank you so much, and we will. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you for having me again. And yes, and I'm in touch by email. So if anyone wants more information, do get in touch. And hi, Shelley and Mandy again.
Just start 5 o'clock now, and the time for the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's Mandy Sanghera here from the UK, and it's a great honor and a great privilege to be moderating this amazing panel here today with some amazing real trailblazers across the globe. And I'm really, absolutely, really excited to be sort of empowering the next generation and sort of talking about AI, making sure how do we include the youth of the Commonwealth and how do we tackle biases, how do we promote gender equality. So we have such an amazing panelist, and I'm going to just mention them and I'm going to let them introduce themselves a little bit about their work. So I'm going to start with O'Neill, who works at Deloitte. And I'm just going to let Neil come on first of all to just introduce himself and tell us a little bit about your work, please. I think you're on mute, O'Neill. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're watching from around the world. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with such distinguished panelists. So name is O'Neill Cross. I'm a principal in our Deloitte consulting business. And my focus is technology. I have over 25 years of big technology transformation. And currently I focus on our government and public sector practice, where I lead our cloud integration business. One of my other passions is how do we use emerging technologies such as AI, IoT, blockchain for social good. So today I am here to enjoy and participate in this panel and look forward to the great conversation.
Brilliant, thank you, nice to meet you. And we have Shelley Zallis from the Female Quotient, and it'll be great for you to introduce yourself, Shelley, and tell us a little bit about yourself, please.
Great, thank you, Mandy. So happy to be here. I'm Shelley Zallis, the CEO of the Female Quotient, and we're all about advancing women across race, age, intersectionality, LGBT, ability, and advancing equality. And when we talk about the next generation, it's just so inspiring because we say the next generation is the now generation. Leadership is not about age, it's about action. And when we were just listening to this whole conversation about AI, bias in, bias out, we need all of us to be inventing, creating, and writing the solutions for the future and for progress and to impact change. So thrilled to be here.
Thank you. And it's great to see Natrindra again. We've spoken a few times at the same panel, so I'd let you introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Mandy, and thanks a lot, O'Neill and also Shelley. It's great to be with you on the panel. So I've been working in the area of AI since the time it was not called as AI, perhaps, for many years, a couple of decades or so. And here at MasterCard, we've been working on, from a business perspective, trying to figure out what are the right business decisions that we can make using AI, and use AI from a predictive perspective, what can happen in the future, whether it is in terms of hiring, whether it is in terms of fraud detection, money laundering, server maintenance, and so on and so forth. From a data perspective, we mostly are looking at large-scale machine learning problems, because when you talk about millions of merchants, millions of cards, making billions of transactions. So from a technical perspective, we are focused more on scalability within AI, and of course, other aspects and so on. And finally, from a data perspective, MasterCard mostly looks at transactional data, some amount of textual data. We are not as much into video and so on, but that's our domain in which we work.
Brilliant, thank you, Natrindra. And we have Natasha here from Mogul. Natasha, I don't think your camera's on at the moment, or are you able to unmute yourself? Brilliant.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know why my camera's not working. It just comes up as black, but we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for having me here. I'm the Senior Vice President and founding member of Mogul, where we provide tools to individuals and organizations so that they can achieve optimal productivity and growth and truly achieve their maximum potential. We are a global platform and we reach over 195 countries and over 30,000 cities, and truly believe that it's more important than ever to engage with our youth.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And I've just sent him a message to make sure we get your camera working, Natasha. So O'Neill, I'm going to start with you again, and I'm going to sort of ask you about Deloitte, because they've been doing some really good work around tackling biases and looking at doing AI for social good, and there's a lot of good things that have been happening, and it would be really good to hear a little bit about that and sort of see how can we actually make sure that we leave no one behind, especially young people in the Commonwealth, and that they are a part of this conversation.
Thanks, Mandy. So at Deloitte, we recently launched our AI Institute. And one of the areas that we're looking, how do we leverage AI for social good? So in that vein, what we've launched is what we call the trustworthy framework, which is how can companies, as they're looking to develop use cases leveraging AI, what are some of the things that they need to think about from how you apply it to ensure that biases are not creeping in the AI, right? And Mandy, you and I chatted, I think it was a couple of days ago.
Yep.
One of the things I talk about, right, there's a whole notion that the algorithm is biased, but then I go back and say, it's a data, it's how you represent that data, right? So as we look across, for example, the Commonwealth, there's multitude of use cases. So as we're thinking about these use cases, the trustworthy AI framework can be leveraged. And you can find it on Deloitte, Deloitte.net, because it's published, it's out there. And it's 6 dimensions how, as you're thinking about these use cases, right, you're thinking about, you know, the representation of the data, where's the process that are creating the data, right? And what are those outputs? And then how you're getting those feedback loop to ensure, I think it was Rajput that mentioned, right? You're using these big data sets, but how are these big data sets generated, right? And how you're ensuring that as you're creating those outputs, right, and you're training those models, you're paying attention to those biases, right? So the AI trustworthy frameworks, I think, is a great framework around governance, right? How you represent the data that you could leverage as you're thinking about these use cases.
And you know, you and I were having a conversation a couple of days ago, and we were talking about like the bell curve, and we were talking about some of the data that has been collected is really out of date. And I will be picking on Shelley a little bit later on, because actually she's got a real insight on data as well. But actually it's about moving in time and actually looking at some of that data that isn't been included, you know, is a bit out of date, really, I would say. Would you not agree, O'Neill? So I wanted to sort of say, how can we make it more inclusive? How can we move it in time and that it actually really reflects the people?
It totally agree, because if you zoom back, you know, in 1956, when the whole sort of genre AI was created, a lot of these processes, you know, some of them have systemic issues in them already. So you're taking these processes now and you're creating data sets, right? So now we have to re-look back at these processes and ask our question, right? When we create them back in the 50s and 60s, right? How do we ensure we have equity and inclusions, right? And that's one of the reasons that the data is such an important component, because I think Andrew Ng said data is the next electricity, and these are the sort of the ingredient that we're using to train the model. So that's why it's so important to look at those processes that are created in data.
Brilliant, thank you, O'Neill. Shelley, I was going to talk to you a little bit about, like, you know, how can we engage more women, and then sort of looking at some of the sort of biases that are in data and in AI, and how can we make it more inclusive, and especially for people of the Commonwealth in places like Africa and Asia and the subcontinent. How can we make it more inclusive?
You know, I always say bias in, bias out. And so, you know, let's just start with the simple premise. And when you look at AI, which uses data input to feed the algorithm, you know, and, you know, I coined the phrase algorithm for equality. If we truly want to have an equality algorithm, we need to have equality going in. And so STEM, STEAM, STEAMed, whatever you want to call it, science, technology, engineering, arts, math, design. It's an elective course in high school, especially in public schools. And so once again, representation matters. If you have STEM courses and there's a class filled with the boys, these young girls aren't even going to want to go into it. You know, let's start with that. And so I want to not just give a problem solution. If you are a young lady that would like to go into STEM, tell your girlfriends to go with you so that we can already change the algorithm, right? So take one for the team and go and support one another, because it starts at a young age. Number one. Number two, let's look at actual products that were created without equality going in. A seatbelt, for example. I mean, I have to tell you, anatomically, it is not comfortable on female anatomy. It's just not. And so, you know, we're always pulling on them because they don't fit us properly. And I'm pretty sure that those were probably created by men for men. Airbags. Let's look at airbags. Airbags, when there's a crash and the airbag opens, the #1 disproportionate impact on women because they weren't made for our structures. And so the same thing with algorithms when we look at search. If we only have male engineers populating with the data that they're choosing, and we know the masculine is more aggressive, linear, assertive, decisive, we are missing the emotive, collaborative, passionate, softer words. You know, when women search, we tend to contextualize a little more. And so if we don't have that same thinking going in, then we know the algorithm coming out is going to be slanted. And look at the mistakes that we've had and the adjustments we need to make, even for video. They weren't for color, not able to adjust to color of face because we didn't have enough people of color in building those algorithms. So we can go on and on of why we need equality going in if we truly want representation and better algorithms coming out.
Brilliant, thank you so much. It's really valuable. Natrindra, I'm going to come to you as well, because I know that you've done a lot of good work on ethics and you kind of talk about quite a lot of this, and it would be really good to hear your point of view on the topic, how we've started so far, please.
Sure, thanks, Mandy. And I would just to add to what Shelley was saying here, and especially looking at the data that has already been there and AI is trying to learn from it. I mean, forget AI, let's look at just us as humans, and let's take this example hypothetically that maybe since my childhood, whenever I had seen a dog, the dog has always come and bitten me, right? Now, if that has happened for too long, and then next time when any new dog comes to me, what would my reaction be? As opposed to some other person to whom whenever that person had been approached by a dog, the dog always hugs and cuddles that person, right? So as a human being, we all are actually making decisions based on what we have experienced in our own past. Now, when a new dog comes in, and if I behave the way based on my prior experiences versus Shelley behaves the way based on her prior experiences, we cannot say that I am biased. I mean, we can say, but at least we know why we are making those kind of decisions. Now, when you reflect that back into AI, the most important thing in ethics and bias is actually to be able to explain why am I making that decision. If that explanation has a right understanding that I have been bitten by dogs so far, and therefore I am trying to run away from them, people will not at least question me as much. At the same time, if AI were good enough to actually, or even if I as a human being was good enough to actually differentiate that it has just happened that all the dogs that had reached out to me in my entire lifetime were of particular breed, and maybe they are ferocious dogs, and that is why I had that experience. So now if AI can actually understand that there is a difference between a dog and it's a dog of some other breed, then this biases will automatically be removed by the algorithm itself. Now, translating that into some of the work that we have been doing is that, let us say that if I were to identify who is the best candidate for this job or for this role within the company, you have thousands of resumes. And as Shelley was saying earlier, that we've been seeing in the past that most of the boys have been going into computer science, very few are going into AI and so on. The algorithm may learn it incorrectly. So then let us remove the gender word from the resumes so that the AI algorithm does not even know who is a male, who is a female. But the buck does not stop there. It so may happen that a way, even if I remove the male, female names, maybe that a male writes a resume in a different format using different kinds of linguistic styles and so on. Females write in a different linguistic style. Inherently, the algorithm may still learn inherently that this is a male or a female based on that linguistic style, and then start making those decisions which we won't even realize. But the good thing is that AI engineers are now realizing these things, and therefore the things that they extract from those texts, they are making that itself gender neutral as well. Remove the word is one thing. Using algorithms that do not differentiate between that are not able to differentiate between male writing style to female writing style is another thing. But writing style is just one thing. It could be something else which we don't even know right now. So now AI engineers are actually looking at just results and trying to see, are there any features? Maybe it could be gender based, it could be location based, it could be particular institute based, and so on, where my results are significantly stark, which means 90% of one color could be gender, location, race, and so on and so forth. 90% of the people who are selected or whose transactions I'm marking as fraudulent are of one type. Most likely there is some error out there. So using these different steps, we are at least able to figure out and improve our ability to not have as much bias. It is very difficult for humans as well to not have any bias and be 100% correct. But the idea is to move from 0 to 70, 80, 90, and that's the step which in some sense we have been involved, and a large number of AI community has been involved in moving towards.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that.
Mandy,
Natasha?
For one second, can I just add to that? I just want to agree with everything you just said. And, we talk about diversity, gender, race, age, religion, all those things, but it really is about diversity of experience, because we all bring that different experience to the table. When you Google CEO, you get, white men predominantly, because that's the perceptions that become the new reality. And so I heard something the other day that I'm pretty obsessed with, which is don't hire for the job, hire for the team. And so if you think about that concept of hire for the team, it's how you can create the well-rounded team of diversity for diversity of mindset, diversity of thinking, diversity of experiences, which I thought was such an interesting tweak, so that we can, fill the gaps.
That's a really clever way of thinking of things. So no, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that, Shelley. Natasha, I don't know why your camera's not come on, but are you able to join us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Natasha. I wanted to ask the same sort of question about biases, but I know that with Mogul, you have chapters all over America in universities, colleges, and I know around the world. And so I just wanted to sort of carry on with this conversation. Do you think young people recognize biases, or do you think sometimes they accept some of those and just think, oh, it's just part of life, and not even think about it?
I think it's human nature to have biases, right? So it's really about ensuring that you're providing them with the education and the tools to be able to recognize those biases and try to be more aware of them. I think the key point is to be more aware of them and to bring that to your consciousness. So as long as you're providing them with the education in order to be able to be aware of it, then you're doing all you can. But of course, everyone has biases, and unless they're brought to your attention, you don't necessarily know that they're there.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Anil, I'm going to come back to you, and I want to now start thinking a little bit about how can we work more with the Commonwealth, and how can we better engage with young people? So I know that you've done some good work on agriculture, and you've done some good data capturing and things like that. So one of the things that I have found over the years is that sometimes there's a lot of very rich data on the ground in organizations, or something's happening in Africa, but actually those young people or those NGOs or those individuals are not able to filter their data to the top. And actually sometimes when we're collecting big data, people will sign things. And I was saying this to people, when you get a new app, nobody ever reads what you're signing up for. You just accept it because you want to just join that new platform. And I think people are very sort of freely just giving away their data, and it's going into a big pool of big data, and people don't even know that. And I think when I go across the Commonwealth myself, and I've been around the world a few times, and when I meet young people, they will just download an app and not think about the consequences of what they're sharing, what they're putting out there. How do you think that we can keep people safe? How can we make it more inclusive? How can we make sure that their voice is actually listened to when we're collecting the right data?
I think privacy is a big issue, right? And as part of our framework is one of the topic that we address. But more specific to the Commonwealth, right? I have an 18-year-old son, and he puts everything out there. And sometimes I have to go, I said, Justin, guess what? When you put that data out there, that data is there forever. And his response back to me, Dad, I don't care, right? So there's a different perspective, our digital native is what I'm calling, because they're more connected. So if I look across the Commonwealth, when I grew up in Jamaica, right, there was not a connection that I had to the rest of the world. I had pen pals. But now if you're living in the Commonwealth in Jamaica or any one of these places, you're connected in more ways than before. So you're sharing a plethora of data. So how do we educate these young folks or young people to ensure they're practicing good hygiene around privacy in terms of the data you share? Because I think as Shelley or Netta mentioned before, these data sets live with you, right? And as you grow, 10 years from now, these data is there. But the other piece in terms of how you become more tactical, right? I've always said that, let's use Jamaica. Jamaica, still a lot of agriculture. How do you apply AI to agriculture? So when we look across the Commonwealth, we look across each country, what do they do best? And how do we optimize that by leveraging AI, right? Yeah. We're seeing that, and how do we leverage our young people who they grew up on technology? And the other thing, Shelley mentioned something around how do we get more women in the field, right? If we go back to 1950, 1956, some of the best programmers were women. Grace Hopper created COBOL, right? We don't teach that. So how do we engage our women? And to Shelley's point, how do we bring them along? Because back when computers were created, women were driving the innovation in a lot of these spaces. So how do we get back to that engagement? And I think we have that opportunity across the Commonwealth to engage in a much meaningful way, especially leveraging these technologies that we have.
Thank you, and it's going to come
on what O'Neill said as well. Can I
coming to you next? We're coming to you next, so we want you to carry on. So yeah, carry on. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to say, O'Neill just magnified the issue, which is opt-in data. So imagine the algorithm being biased as well if the millennials and the digital natives are opting in to share, but the other generations, this is the first time in history we have 5 generations in the workplace, Gen Z coming in, traditionalists moving out, retiring later. If they're not opting in, then representation and reflection is also missing, right? And so if you actually think about data and the whole power of technology and digital, and we have to move to safety and security so that we could look at the behavioral data and pull the random, the randomness of population at large to make sure we're reflecting all aspects of our population. And also, of course, globally, because different countries and different regions respond very differently to how they want to share. And it was interesting, as a market researcher of 35 years, I was my father, may he rest in peace, called me one day and he said, Shelley Fran, when he needed to make a point, he would call me by my middle name. He said, I was on an airplane, and he was maybe 75 at the time, 75 years old. And he said, they asked me to take a survey about my flight experience. And I said, great, Daddy, thank you for taking the survey. And he said, and I filled out everything except when it came to age. They asked me how old I was. And he said, and I didn't put my real age. He said, I lied on the survey. I said, why did you do that? He said, because if I put 75, they wouldn't have cared about my opinion, because they probably would have thought I'm too old to care about me. And he said, so I put 55. And I said, well, why'd you put 55? He says, because I travel and I adventure like a 55-year-old. And it started making me realize that demographic profiling is not going to work in today's day and age. It needs to be sociographic and behavior graphic based on what people do, not by what people say. And that was a big epiphany for me as we are moving into AI and algorithms and trying to collect data, you know, how do we collect it? How is it most representative? How is it most reflective of the world that we're living in today? So I just wanted to jump in.
No, that's good. And then I'm going to ask you another question just before I go over to Narendra, is about young women in the Commonwealth, actually, Shelley, because actually they are putting things out on social media, not thinking about some of the consequences. And there's been a lot of work in the UK where we've had to do about staying safe online and not recognizing that once you put it out there, like O'Neill said, it's there. And people say to me, yeah, but it's on Snapchat and it goes within a second. I said, yeah, where does it go? It goes, and they're like, oh, well, we don't know. But so, you know, it's that kind of education. But go on, I wanted to just ask you about young women, really, about in the Commonwealth as well, a little bit about how can we better engage with some of the younger women. And look,
I'm the co-founder of See Her. If you can see her, you can be her. So one, visibility, sharing stories, and O'Neill gave a great one about Grace Hopper, which, you know, is remarkable, the first to create the computer language. And so there's so many stories about women doing remarkable things. Women have been forgotten in history or written out of history. I know so many next geners that are the most brilliant minds. I mean, look at Greta, who, you know, with climate change. I know a young woman, she's 14 years old, Gitanjali. She found a way to remove lead from water. And now she's working on opioid addiction. And I'm like, what is your connection to opioid addiction? She goes, I heard on the news that it was a big issue and I just felt like I needed to do something about it. And so she's working on that. So I think it is about the visibility. It is about showcasing these stories so that all of our young girls can see that inspiration, that aspiration, those role models, and know that they can believe in themselves, have that confidence to say, that's going to be me one day. And I'm starting now. Confidence starts at the age of 5. So education matters a lot.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. That nicely takes me into with you, Narendra. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about in the subcontinent as well. How can we better engage and involve the Commonwealth in the bigger things so they're not left behind, really? Because I think when we look at the divide between people in across the subcontinent, it's really becoming more apparent. And I think COVID and other things have really brought a lot of things to the surface. But how can we make things more inclusive, and how can we make sure that no one is left behind?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we should look at from a perspective of AI is that AI thrives on data, and data also thrives on the number of people. So places which have a significantly large population and interestingly large population density are the ones that are actually generating huge amounts of data. And for all the AI scientists, not just within the subcontinent region or actually globally, this is a good area to actually get into, because there are significantly large volumes of data and therefore interesting problems and so on.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I often am remembered of this example, which can help us here as well, that when like 15, 20 years back, when mobile phones were getting into the world, actually, at least I know of India, that in India, mobile phones took off really fast because we never had a strong landline infrastructure. Not every home had a phone. So people, when they figured out that, oh, now to get a phone, I don't need to get that wire into my house and so on, it just took off so well. Similarly, when there are significantly large number of problems in developing countries which have not yet been solved, and perhaps in developed countries there are other ways of them having been handled so far, so again we could figure out that AI can actually take a bigger leap and directly start solving those problems, which means AI can be adopted here faster because the hunger for the problems to be solved is still there.
Wow.
In some other Western countries, maybe you would improve the situation from here to here, but in a developing country, you may actually take it almost from zero to wherever you can. So the scope is significantly high from an impact perspective. Data is huge, which is good from a research perspective. So all of these things make this area very exciting. And finally, I think what all of us are also saying, and I guess I heard when Elena was also talking in the last fire chat session, is that everyone, and especially young people, should be taught about ethics, fairness, bias, and so on. In general, computer scientists should be taught about that. Now, why? I mean, 15 years back when I was learning Java, nobody was talking about ethics in Java. So suddenly when I'm looking into AI, all these things are coming into place because AI actually touches lives of people much more than a software program or something like that. The decisions that an AI scientist makes are the ones, like if I were making a code for a self-driven car, then I need to sit in my office and decide when the car is going to be in front of a 7-year-old and a 70-year-old, and if it does not have any choice, what is the right thing to do? An AI engineer today is actually coding that in some sense, right? Therefore, I mean, that is a big extreme, but there is significant variance throughout. When an AI engineer is going to make these kind of decisions, that AI engineer should know that there has to be ethics behind these kind of decisions. Who are the right people to ask these kind of questions? Yeah. And therefore, it is really important that even people in the subcontinent are actually aware about the ethical issues when they are building AI systems, or if the Western world is building the AI system, they know about the ethical issues within a particular culture. Because coming back to the same example, 7-year-old and 70-year-old, there is no perhaps right and wrong, but there are right and wrongs within a particular culture. Some societies believe that maybe the 7-year-old needs to be saved because that's the future. Some believe that the 70-year-old has a large amount of knowledge gathered and can provide a lot of information to others, and therefore that needs to be preserved. Nothing right and wrong, but it is important to understand the cultural aspects of things as well, so that they feed into ethics of the AI engineer, so that it eventually feeds into the ethics of the AI solutions themselves. I think that is a good mix for us to remind ourselves of.
I really like that. I really like the anecdotals that you're giving us. They're really fantastic. Thank you so much, Narinder.
Can I add one point quickly? I think one other thing, especially how you scale this across the Commonwealth, is how do we take the countries who are much more mature, right? How you create that framework and then share it across these Commonwealth countries, right? Because when you look at a lot of the universities, some of them don't even have an AI curriculum. So how do you create that framework and then share it? And I think whatever mechanism can be done, I think that will be helpful in terms of maturing AI within the Commonwealth.
Brilliant. That's going to kind of, so Natasha, I'm going to ask you the same question, but also it's about how do we level out the playing field for everyone across the Commonwealth? Sorry, Natasha, sorry. How can we level out the playing field for everyone across the Commonwealth? I know 54 countries, it's a lot, but actually, and the same question to you as well, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely more important than ever to engage with our youth. And in order to ensure inclusivity in the future, we do need to ensure we're including all youth so that they can create inclusive digital spaces in the future and inclusive tech stacks. So what we started in Mogul was that we provided diverse users a way and a place for them to be able to share their stories with each other, act as a support system for one another, and learn from each other so that all could achieve their fullest potentials. From there, we created at the beginning of the year industry-specific communities so that young and senior leaders together could connect within their industries and advance their careers, help promote diversity within every single profession and industry. And in order to ensure we're including youth as well around the world, we created Moguls in schools, from middle schools to high schools to colleges and universities, so that then we could ensure we're fully supporting youth, engaging them, ensuring inclusivity for the future then. I think what we all can do to support youth, though, is to provide safe and secure platforms for them to be able to share their experiences with each other and what they're going through, and to be able to provide them with educational content, tools, so they can maneuver through our digital modern society as well. As a platform for us, our mission is to make sure everyone who joins our community knows that they have a voice and that they are heard and supported, and feel like it's a safe space.
It is, and I've read a lot of blogs and posts from a lot of amazing young people who have gone on to do some great things over the years with from Tiffany and yourself. So thank you for sharing that, Natasha. O'Neill, now as I'm going to come to everyone, I'm going to ask for a call for action or any sort of advice that you would like to give to the youth of the Commonwealth. So maybe a call for action, and if you have any pearls of wisdom.
I'd say for me, a call for action among our young people in the Commonwealth is be bold. You're connected in a way that past generation has not been connected. Reach out across the Commonwealth and learn about different what different young folks are doing in different countries. I remember growing up in Jamaica, I had a pen pal in Sweden, and we wrote letters for 10 years back and forth because that was the old school way of connecting. Now you have the digital connection. So be bold and also challenge orthodoxy, because we know some of these Commonwealth country, right? We have to challenge these orthodoxy. There's some cultural norms that we need to challenge. So my call to action would be bold and challenge orthodoxy.
Love that. Thank you so much. Shelley, call for action and any pearls of wisdom, please.
Take chances, I think, you know, and live on the edge, because if we just keep circling around status quo in the middle, nothing will change. And so share global, but act local. And it's what Rajput said, that, you know, a lot of technologies, you could jump the market. You know, it's not a linear progression, because in some markets, you know, you might jump ahead, just like we saw in some of the emerging markets. We skipped the internet and jumped right to mobile because that's what was necessary, you know, to catch up. So don't wait and watch, just go and, you know, create those next step solutions for change. Don't be afraid to fail. If you don't try, you'll never know. And your failure will definitely lead to your success. And make sure you do have those pen pals around the globe so that we can all amplify each other's voices, we can all activate each other's solutions, and we can definitely all learn and grow together. So share and don't be competitive, be collaborative, and that's where the magic happens.
Thank you, Shelley. Narendra, I'm going to come to you for a call for action, pearls of wisdom, please.
Sure, yeah, and this call for action, I would say, is not just for the youth to be not biased in some sense, but I think it is important for everyone to embrace AI irrespective of the background they are in. If I am in marketing, the way I would used to do marketing when I used to do marketing only on newspaper advertisements, it was very different from what you have to learn how to market when you are in this world of the Googles and the Facebooks and so on. Similarly, when AI comes in, the way you would do your marketing is going to be very different. The way you would do sales of an AI product is going to be very different from the way you would do sales for other kind of a software, because AI is never always right. I mean, it makes mistakes. On the other hand, a software, no matter what you say, I mean, this is a website. If I click the send button, always the link works and so on. In AI, I could make errors. So how do I sell these kind of products? It's not so simple and easy. So you have to learn that as well. If you are a software engineer, the way you would code AI algorithms is very different from what you would do a standard code to write a website and so on, right? If you are a software tester, you would do things differently. If you are a lawyer, if you are a dentist, if you are a doctor, I mean, no matter what profession you are in, tomorrow your profession is going to be impacted, or your profession can take help from AI. So no matter what your background is, you should at least know some amount of AI, because it is going to help you in the future. And the people who would ride the wave are the ones who would be able to adopt it in their own domain. Nobody wants to like learn everything from scratch, but yeah, in your domain, you need to know. And secondly, I think it is most important for the younger generation when they are trying to build solutions. If you want to change the world, you have to actually build a solution that someone can use. And to build a solution, you don't need to start from scratch. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Today, with the amount of availability that we see from everywhere, I mean, if there is some innovation that happens somewhere in Africa, I get to know it the next day. If there is some innovation somewhere in Australia, I get to know all the way, right? So now, if I am smart, I would actually ride on top of what has already been done. And therefore, the people who would build the solutions would actually be the ones who could pick the best from different places and customize it for their own users, for their own needs, for their own society, because everyone needs a different solution, but everyone may not need a different component. And therefore, the society at large can benefit a lot by learning from each other, given the speed with which AI is growing, and given the fact that it can impact significantly large number of people. We need to really keep that in mind.
Appreciate it. Shelley, I've seen you put your hand up quickly. So have you got a comment? Did you want to say something before I go to Natasha? No? Yeah.
100% right on. Sorry. I was just giving a silent approval.
Ah, brilliant. Okay, thank you. No, it is. I think it was really positive. Thank you. Natasha, your call for action and any pearls of wisdom, please.
Yeah, it's definitely to support youth further, provide them safe, secure platforms so that they can share their experiences, feel like they're in a safe space, share what they're going through, and be able to learn from each other and from others, and provide them with education and tools so that they can really understand our current society and how to maneuver through the digital modern society with all the misinformation being shared online, with all that social media has shown to affect mental health. Truly give them the tools and resources in order to be able to move through that.
Thank you. I think my pearl of wisdom would be for you to sort of take a chance, take a risk. And I think when I look at people like my mum, who would never have used AI, but now like loves using FaceTime and loves using the mobile phone and things. So I think, you know, it's about embracing change, looking at how we can adapt, move with the times. And like I was talking to one of my neighbors who now has alarm where she can live in her own home and have her own independence. And actually, if she needs help, she can press a button and she can raise the alarm. So, you know, if she had a fall, it would actually alert her family. So for a young child from birth, you know, your mum can have a baby alarm in the bedroom. So, you know, it is from cradle to grave. And I think we need to see that AI is here to stay. And it's about embracing and accepting it. And actually, I think for the Commonwealth, and it depends on where you are across the world, but it is about moving with the time. It's about being innovative, being creative. And it's really important that it's taught in schools and actually that we leave no one behind. And I think Elena made some really good points earlier on her panel. And it's really important that, you know, we are making it interesting. And like Shelley made the point about, you know, when there's not as many girls going into it, but like, you know, go and support your friend, go along and join a class and do coding or whatever it is that you're interested in and do that. I think it's been a really interesting debate. We're nearly coming to the end of time. And I think that just want to see if we have any questions. So give me one moment. I think we have a couple of questions and I'm going to just check on those for you for a moment. Sorry. People are asking a question: how can we be more inclusive, and how can we sort of work and not be in competition with other people? How can we be more inclusive? So who would like to answer that one? How can we be more inclusive and not be in competition with everyone? Anybody want to answer that?
I think technology is the greatest enabler of all times, and platforms for sharing. We are so much better together, and adding, you know, one of the biggest reasons we've gone backwards is because we're all doing the same thing separately in silos. If we could unite on equality, unite on advancing the best thinking and build on each other's, you know, platforms instead of everyone creating their own little things, I mean, we would definitely be impacting tremendous change and making the world a better place. And most importantly, progress. It's about going forwards. And so these platforms for sharing and, Mogul and, all these other things where entrepreneurs can be putting in their greatest thinking across every generation. I don't care how old you are. Leadership is not about age, it's about action. And change is about collaboration. This is how we can move, and how we can also listen and learn and hear voices from around the world, developed markets, by having this sharing platform for good. That's how inclusivity happens.
Brilliant. Natindra, there's a question that's come in, and it's asking the question about driverless cars and who is responsible if there was ever an accident. That's a very interesting question. So if mistakes happen, in the case of a self-driving car, if an accident happens, whose fault would it be?
Yeah, I think it's, as usual, difficult questions don't have a straight answer. So I think it depends on what the problem was. So I mean, as I said, if an AI engineer had made a mistake in making sure that there were no biases and so on, then it is definitely those kind of people's fault. If an AI engineer or if an algorithm has its own limitation inherently and so on, then I don't think you can blame that particular person. Yeah. If there are no regulations which a person needs to get approval for before they hit their driverless cars on the ecosystem, then it is more or less a problem with the authorities who provide these kind of certifications and so on. So depending on where the case is, but I think the most important point is the ability to have this ecosystem so that there is someone, I mean, even right now, there is someone who authorizes you that, yes, you have a driver's license. There's someone who teaches you how to drive and so on. So as long as we have the replica of these in the AI system, we will be able to pinpoint whose fault it is.
Wow, it was a very interesting question. Anil, there's just one question. If somebody wants to get into an organization like Deloitte and they don't always have the experience, is there any tips that you could share with somebody?
So I said for us, Deloitte, we have different career models and we're looking for different, I call it aptitude. As long as you have the aptitude, we don't have a particular persona that we bring into the firm. If you have the aptitude, you're willing to learn, right? You're willing to do the things to be successful, right? We welcome everybody within the organization because, one of the things I want to go back, Michelle, it's inclusion, but it's also equity, right? So when we look at who we bring into the organization, we want to make sure that we're representing our communities that we do business in, and we're representing our country, right? So it's more, if you have the aptitude, you could come through, and also technology, right? Technology, I would say go out there. There's a lot of, different resources. If you look at Coursera, edX, all the different resources that you could take these courses that will get you up to speed quickly, especially around AI. Andrew Ng, one of the father of AI, if you will, he has a free course that he takes students through. So go out and take these courses and get the necessary skills.
Thank you so much. And I can't believe it, we have finished dead on time with a minute left. So we're going to hand over to Uday now. And if there's any comments that he would like to make before we come and wrap our panel up.
Thank you very much for a brilliant panel. Thanks, Mandy, for putting this together. Shelley, O'Neill, and Natindra, and from Natasha as well. Unfortunately, we can't have Natasha's video for some reason, but that's it's a brilliant points covered, and that's I think this is the last panel and one of the best panels as well. Well, all the panels were brilliant, and across yeah, so it does bring a lot of information across sectors, but basically this panel brings the private sector element to this because most of the other panels we generally had governmental and in terms of think tanks and other areas, but we definitely have the corporate angle to here, and it definitely adds to the overall motto of young people, AI, and Commonwealth. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Brilliant. So, Richard, so well, the 2 days we started off initially with 1 day, and what a conference! The 2 days have finished just like that. I'll introduce Richard to all of you. Richard Bown is a trustee at Ramphal Institute, one of our partner organization for this conference, and also for a number of other initiatives that we are working together. Now we would starting the closing ceremony. We've almost reached the closing now. I have kept Right Honorable Sir John Key's message for the closing because he's been an able Prime Minister, has did a lot for New Zealand. So I'm just going to play that message, the keynote message, as part of the closing, and then we'll move on to Richard's and my message.
Kia ora and greetings. I'm John Key. I was Prime Minister of New Zealand from 2008 to 2016. Lucky enough to be in office for 3 terms and had a tremendous time. It was a really interesting time actually in New Zealand. I came into office as the global financial crisis started. We had the terrible Christchurch earthquakes and a number of other very significant.
Right, I don't know what the problem is, why it's not showing up. But I'll just try again.
Kia ora.
It is strange because we did try to play this in the morning. Ministers and his Zoom is now giving us some issues. I'll try one more time because we cannot be missing the Prime Minister's video.
I was Prime Minister of New Zealand from 2008 to 2016. Lucky enough to be in office for 3 terms and had a tremendous time. It was a really interesting time actually in New Zealand. I came into office as the global financial crisis started. We had the terrible Christchurch earthquakes and a number of other very significant issues to deal with my time when I was Prime Minister. But I guess all of that looks, quite different now when we enter a world of COVID-19. Something that.
Right. Okay. Let's play this from the beginning.
Kia ora and greetings. I'm John Key. I was Prime Minister of New Zealand from 2008 to 2016. Lucky enough to be in office for 3 terms and had a tremendous time. It was a really interesting time actually in New Zealand. I came into office as the global financial crisis started. We had the terrible Christchurch earthquakes and a number of other very significant issues to deal with my time when I was Prime Minister. But I guess all of that looks, quite different now when we enter a world of COVID-19, something that's limited our ability to travel around the world, to have in-person conferences and all those kinds of things. So anyway, look, it's great to be part of what you're doing because as Prime Minister of New Zealand, we felt very strongly those bonds of being part of the Commonwealth. And certainly of getting out to see young people from around the Commonwealth. And look, it's easy to be trite, and I think, and say that the youth are the future of your country, but it's absolutely true that they represent the real opportunity and hope that as a leader you have for your country. And they, I know, were at the heart of much of the decision making that we made from a country perspective, and even things that we did on the international stage, like going off to global climate change conferences, for instance, in Paris. Issues that looked at how we might deal with Indigenous people around the world. Certainly conferences like APEC or East Asian Summit, where we looked at big regions and parts of the world, how we could work together and how we could build a brighter future and a more prosperous and successful future. And that was really aimed at young people with their place in the world, their opportunity to do great things. One of the fantastic things about New Zealand, we're a little country, we're at the bottom of the world, 5 million people. Obviously, say no one knows it's a living, but we would attract people from all around the world. We ran a lot of youth programs, actually, a lot of exchange programs, usually for 1 or 2 years. If you're interested in coming to New Zealand, you fit in that category, just go and have a look. Working holiday programs have been very successful. We have them in many, many countries. And it's just fantastic to have those young people in New Zealand, learning about our country, learning about our culture, learning about our history, making a contribution, having some great fun, hopefully, and some tremendous memories. And then maybe, building greater links between wherever your home country is and, of course, our country. So one of the things to talk about was, the future, I think, for young people, and particularly around emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, those kinds of things. The first thing I would say is that, in the middle of COVID-19, it would be easy to sort of be a little bit depressed and a little bit sad about, the future, because you sit there and you think a global pandemic, are we going to get through this? What will the world look like? We'll be able to travel, how long will it take? All of those things. Will I be able to study overseas? Will I be able to go on those working holiday programs? If so, how long will all that take? I personally am pretty optimistic. I think not just about COVID-19, but I think ultimately we will get some form of vaccine. Certainly rapid testing will help tremendously, and so I think will the treatments and remedies that we have to support people that actually get COVID-19 to ensure that they don't end up in the hospital in ICU beds and units. But more importantly, I'm optimistic because I think we live in a world now that is truly global. And, we see those tensions from time to time playing out around the world, but the reality is we've never been closer together. We travel through the advantages of modern aircraft, if you like, but they just bring together nations now who want to work and be part of one global world. That means we share some problems that we have to find solutions to, like climate change. But there are tremendous opportunities for young people to study abroad, to learn different environments. You go and have a good place like Silicon Valley, where I do quite a lot of work, where I'm on the board of Palo Alto Networks, the largest cybersecurity company in the world. I look at our workforce and it's truly multicultural. And it's down the road from Stanford University, the home of thousands of incredibly bright students who, again, come from all around the world. So the opportunities are tremendous. And I think technology plays a big part in making those opportunities more real and bringing those environments into the home of young people. You're the best, I think, at adopting those technologies, not being frightened of it, whether it's Zoom or whether it's other forms of instant messaging, whether it's doing something crazy on TikTok or whether it's just having a Facebook account. The world has become a much smaller place, a much simpler place actually to navigate in many respects because of technology. Gone are the days where any of us would bother having a map. We just Google Maps things. We don't bother with handbooks too much because we can have a look online. Want to learn how to cook something, we can find a YouTube video. If you don't know how to use a washing machine, shame on you, but you learn how to use that on YouTube as well. So we live in a really interesting world, and anything from Google Translate to many other apps that are out there will provide an opportunity for you to be able to have a conversation with someone in a completely foreign language with no knowledge of that at all, and yet be able to get along and have quite a meaningful conversation. So that's how the world, I think, is dramatically changing. But it's also going to change from a workplace perspective. And so, you know, artificial intelligence, I see in quite a number of companies that I work on, is really changing the world. At one level, it's providing solutions to lots of problems. So we use artificial intelligence to go and, for instance, man what were our old contact centres at the ANZ Bank we're on Shannon. And so for our customers, we can provide them a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service. Artificial intelligence allows us, for instance, to mine big data and to understand consumer demands, or to understand information, or to make sure that you get the best access to understanding the world, if you like, in a way that's very accurate and very reliable, because of the amount of data that AI can effectively look at and chug its way through. The world is a dramatically changing place from that point of view, but it is changing the kinds of jobs that we might do, and it is creating all sorts of challenges there. So that, I think, argues very strongly for the power of education. Of course, education has always been tremendously important, but no more so than in a world where technology drives that world. It does provide real opportunities also to start a business and to create something new. In New Zealand, we've had a program which was called the Young Enterprise Trust, and schools were encouraged actually to set up little groups and start a business, if you like. And it could be anything really, any kind of business with a limited amount of capital, a few $100, maybe $500, and see if they could set up a successful business. It was all about learning business skills. I really like the program and continue to support it where I possibly can. But interestingly enough, when you look at those businesses today that the youngsters are establishing, most of them are technology based. There might be a babysitting app that works really well in school. It might be all sorts of different things that you can do, but very much based around technology. So I think that's been a tremendous addition to what's been happening in the world, but it's certainly changing the world and changing the way we learn. I think, again, online learning programs, we see a lot of that happening. So there's a very different world that we live in with technology. One, I say, that makes the world a smaller place. From your point of view, what I would say to you is I'd encourage you to get around the world and go to as many countries as you can. They all have differences. They're all unique in their own way. It might be the food, it might be the culture, it might be the history of the country. Certainly from New Zealand's point of view, we have the Indigenous Māori population. It's a fascinating culture to learn about and to understand, and the links that are around the world. So every country is different in that regard. The Commonwealth is an interesting group. You know, we're bound together, you know, not actually as people might always think, because we've been historical members of the Commonwealth. That was certainly the starting point. But of course, these days, you can join the Commonwealth and not, for instance, have had the Queen as your head of state. So it's a very different world. It's a club that is ironically growing actually around the world, becoming more successful, but there's lots of work that we have to do there. But Commonwealth passport, if you like, that entree into each other's countries is a very important and significant thing. I suppose just to finish really, it would really be just to say, look, as I think back on my life, I'm 59 years of age, been lucky enough to have an investment banking career before I went into politics, to have 15 years in the New Zealand Parliament, 8 of which I was Prime Minister, and now to be serving on a number of boards and advisory roles around the world. You know, as I look back on, you know, that bit of my life, I suppose, what I'd say is that I always sort of followed what my mother really told me, which was you get out of life what you put into it. And I think, you know, you really should have big dreams. I always used to say I didn't want to die wondering. I always wanted to have the opportunity to lead New Zealand as a country, and I was so lucky and privileged enough to be the 38th Prime Minister of New Zealand. But if that's your ambition, to have a political role, whether it might be to be a fantastic teacher, or maybe it's just to be a great parent, or maybe it's to be a scientist or an astronaut, it could be anything or anywhere. But I always believe that you really want to give it everything you've got. And you look around in the world, you can all say that some people are lucky, but as Lee Trevino, a very famous golfer, once said, the more I practice, the luckier I get. I think that's really true. You've got to have big dreams, big ambitions, and go for them. I think one of the reasons why a lot of people don't often do things like going into public office to serve, for instance, is they're fearful of what their friends or others might think if they fail, because it's a very public environment. And again, what I would sort of say is, well, yeah, okay, Maybe you won't make it, or maybe you won't make it on the first go. I don't know, and you don't know either. But what we do know is if you don't try, you can never achieve your goals and never succeed. And you know, your friends and your family will actually respect you for giving it a go and showing that tenacity and realizing that, you know, whether you're an entrepreneur or whether you're a politician, whatever other role it is, you're pretty unlikely to get there in a perfectly straight line on the first attempt of everything you do. It is all of those knocks and bruises and things you get along the way that actually teaches you about how to be successful in life. And as I say, you certainly come to realize that the world is a small place. I was really lucky as Prime Minister to travel so many countries around the world, so many Commonwealth countries as well, and to learn more about those countries and the people that came from them. But to me, I always used to say New Zealand's a little country, we're at the bottom of the world, no one knows us living, but we make more money, we're more successful, and we're a better country to live in when we're integrated around the world, when we used to draw migrants from all around the world who brought different experiences, different cultures, different capital, and often very bright young people who want to be part of our nation. So good on you for what you're doing. I hope you have a fantastic conference. You've got lots of really interesting speakers. Enjoy what you're doing. Enjoy what they have to say. Hopefully you'll learn a little from them and take away some lessons in life. But as I say, for me, I've been thrilled to have the opportunity to do things I've done. I've really enjoyed that, and I wouldn't change anything. So you don't change it either. Get out there and really give it a go. And hopefully, in the very foreseeable future, COVID-19 will disappear, and we'll all be able to go back to a little more normality and get out there and be able to travel and visit each other's countries, do things in person. But until that happens, then it'll be a little more Zoom and a little bit less zooming to the airport. So good on you. Have a great time, a great conference, and thanks for allowing me to be part of your day.
That was a brilliant talk brilliant speech by the Right Honourable Sir John Key, where he emphasized on the young people to visit as many countries, learn, understand new culture, and he's ended with a positive note of hoping for COVID-19 to finish soon, and we can all we can travel to different countries and meet up. At this point, I would want Richard Bourne to come in and to speak on behalf of Rampell Institute and his closing remarks, followed by I will do the final closing remarks post that. You're on mute, Richard. You might have to unmute yourself, Richard.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Good. Thank you very much indeed, Uday, and congratulations to all those who've participated in this two-day conference. An ambitious project, very important because clearly AI is part of our world now and even more part of the future. And I think the idea of looking to youth and the issues, ethical, practical, technological, that they face, and the risks of divides within our societies because some people are more AI and technologically conscious than others. These issues have been looked at very carefully over the last couple of days, and I congratulate all the participants, panelists. And I've noticed, I've been in and out of this conference, and I've noticed that there have been substantial numbers of people logging in, and I think that's really good. I mean, I think we do face a number of challenges here because at the moment the distribution is very uneven around the Commonwealth. Some people who are very technologically aware and others who are really outside it altogether. And therefore it's very easy to jump to wrong conclusions. The idea of something going viral is that 500,000 people supporting a particular idea, 50 million people. We really don't know. And one of the problems of the world now is to assess a lot of the AI issues. For instance, we've just had an issue here in the United Kingdom, I'm talking from London, where what was described as a mutant algorithm kind of wrecked the chances of a whole lot of young people doing their exams, their A-levels, their GCSEs. And clearly there was some bad thinking in that, bad planning at a technological level. But I was intrigued by one suggestion, particularly earlier today, which was that there might be a Commonwealth AI framework that could be adopted by the Commonwealth. Now, I think this is a really interesting idea, and I would like to think that young people, possibly in sort of Commonwealth-wide citizens' assemblies, start producing the ideas that should go into this and the safeguards, because a Commonwealth program of that sort is important. It could be adopted by heads of government, by ministers, but a lot of work would need to be done first. And secondly, I've had a lot of experience in the Commonwealth. There is a lot of work to put in after something of this kind is adopted to make sure it really works. Some things that we've got at the moment, the Commonwealth Blue Charter, which is all to do with the seas and the oceans, aspects of that are going very well, others not so well. And I think one needs to interrogate how one can best use the multi-leveled Commonwealth to achieve the kind of gains that we want. So I would like to congratulate the participants and the panelists. I was particularly pleased by the generous remarks that Secretary General Patricia Scotland made about our late Chair of Trustees, Patsy Robertson. She and I effectively got the Rampal Institute going in 2007. We've done a lot of work since then. We now have an excellent director in David Gomez, as you know. And it was really nice to hear that tribute earlier today. But I have nothing further to add, Uday, except to wish well our partners, GPI, AI Labs, and of course, all the young people who have tuned in, logged in to be part of this two-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. You're such a modest and humble person, and that's what we've been hearing. Now we've heard you talk. Now we have heard the humbleness talk as well. Thank you very much, Richard, for speaking on behalf of Rampal Institute. Now, in terms of the international framework, in terms of the Commonwealth framework, this is an idea me as a person and particularly AI Policy Labs want to push and want to encourage. Post this conference, and we've discussed this with many panelists and many speakers, and who are all excited with this idea, including some governments. So we would definitely need our partner here, the Rampal Institute's support as well in promoting this international cooperation. This is something that I discussed with late Patsy Robertson as well, and she was quite excited with the idea when I initially mentioned about this. And she was the first person I spoke to about the conference, and she since that day she has been so supportive. So I would want to formally tribute to her. I left it till for closing because we want the GPI and AI Policy Labs have taken half day off in her memory the day she passed away, because she's been so close to GPI and our Commonwealth project, and particularly to me as an individual as well. So I feel I've missed a mentor, a friend, and a partner whose contribution to not only this conference but for the coming future was she had many ideas. As Baroness Patricia Scotland mentioned, though her age was 80 plus, she is probably thinking like a 20-year-old. So I often kept forgetting her age. But just do a formal tribute to her first, followed by a closing, by a summary of what has happened in the last 2 days. I'm speaking on behalf of Global Policy Insights and AI Policy Labs. What we feel, Patsy Robertson has had a distinguished and illuminated career, working closely with the Secretariat as its Director of Information, official spokesperson, and many other roles. As a woman of color in leadership, she has honored her roots throughout her life as a harbinger of equality across gender, race, educational background, nationalities, and more. Her life is a guiding example to innumerable young people who remain inspired by a remarkable commitment to her work, passions, principles, and her unfettered commitments to rights, justice, and development that she maintained all her life, and which she shall continue to remain with us as a vision even after her demise. We at Global Policy Insights were introduced to Patsy and her undaunted vision in her most recent role as the chair of Rampal Institute. So the project has benefited a lot, and the organization also has benefited a lot. So I personally am at GPI, we are deeply saddened by her loss, but go forward imbued with the spirit and passion that Patsy has shared with us. Our only hope to share it with generations below. Personally, I have lost a dear friend and a mentor, and memories with her can only serve as an inspiration towards our work in the Commonwealth. Long live Patsy Robertson. She has been a partner in this entire conference planning, and he's been a friend and a mentor. I repeat it. I know I've repeated it a few times. Now so that is on behalf of, as the Executive President of Global Policy Insights and as the founder and director of AI Policy Labs. Coming back to the conference, wow, what a brilliant day with excellent panels. We started the day today with the inaugural from Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of Commonwealth, who has also spoken about contribution of Patsy Robertson once again, and the exceptional work that she's been doing in the Commonwealth and lately, recently with the Rampell Institute. In terms of the summary for the initial session, the inaugural, we had Baroness Patricia Scotland, then a couple of ministers joined who delivered their keynote addresses. What we felt was that the impact of COVID is being felt most by the young people. And one thing Baroness, the SG was also insisting on is an international cooperation in ICT and these areas where she pointed us out to the innovation. And we've presented the idea of a Commonwealth level cooperation on AI, and she's pointed us to the innovation. But yes, there is definitely a scope for that in terms of where we can take. Now, in terms of one of the quotes, she said, we stand in the gap. We're all made of sterner stuff, and we don't know how to turn tail and run. Another quote she mentioned is, we want AI to be a scalp, to not be like a sword in the hands of a murderer, but instead it should be like something with like a scalpel for a surgeon. So I really like that comparison that she made, which kind of resonates with AI. It can be used for good, or AI which can be misused as well. Then there were we had some young leaders from across the Commonwealth, including our brilliant Stephen Anurag and Kakembo, one of the Commonwealth leaders, who was already awarded by the SG herself. And we had representations from various countries across the Commonwealth, and young people did interact with the SG, and they were quite excited and delighted. We have a shadow minister of employment from the UK, did ask them questions about how employment in the Commonwealth and how the UK was fitting in. Then followed the keynote addresses by Honorable Mohammed Mali Jamal, the Minister of Communication, Science and Technology. He spoke about privacy and human rights. AI should also be looking at privacy and human rights. He also pointed out that regulations are being implemented by people without any knowledge of AI. That kind of points out that for us to have proper regulation on AI, we need to have domain experts plus policy experts. It should be a combination of both. It cannot just be policy people without any knowledge of AI. There has to be some element of AI to be built in as well. Followed by that, Honorable Kyriakos Kokkinos, the Deputy Minister to President for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, who has emphasized that this is a full department in itself. And they have presented their national AI strategy. It's rare of a minister to present a national strategy in a presentation, but the minister seems so keen on it. And they have outlined the principles of certain principles, where the principle 3 was pointing out to AI for social good, and also AI for public goods. There are 160 or so public services which they have specifically included AI, and where I can see that they are taking AI for public goods very seriously. That very much resonates with some of the work that we are doing at AI Policy Labs. The whole motto where is AI for public good and for social good, for public goods and social good. In terms of a couple of statements that they made, Honorable Mali Jamal from Maldives said AI is a ticket to sustainable development. It was an interesting comment. And then the Cyprus minister mentioned that AI is more of a societal challenge. It can be so disruptive and invasive if not used right. It's a double-edged sword. So he was again referring to AI, which can be used for good, and AI which would also be exploited. That followed by Honorable Brigadier Mark Phillips, the Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana, and who has emphasized on ICT technology and has also talked about a laptop for each house in Guyana. One of the comments he made is, with its ability to mirror human intelligence, AI can be a source for decision making. And he also talked about humans have the power and choice. With right choices, we can create a future and world for our children that's far more beneficial and that's far more better than ours. So that's he was also emphasizing on technology and AI and how it can be used for our next generation. At the same time, children should not get abused online and stuff like that. He was also talking about the safeguarding measures. In the statement about laptop for each home, I think that I was thinking that such kind of initiatives only talk about that digital life has become like a basic necessity after food, shelter, and water. So this is it has also become like a necessity more than a privilege or more than a luxury. That followed the international cooperation on AI strategies, where we had brilliant panelists and brilliant chairs. We had Avik Sarkar who headed National AI Strategy in India, and we also had Mohammad Sharif, a bureaucrat, a permanent secretary at the Ministry of Communications. From AI Policy Labs, we presented the idea of a Commonwealth cooperation. We discussed about why it's needed, how should we see AI, and then further onto how we can achieve this international cooperation and how AI Policy Labs would try to work towards it. A couple of comments by Avik and Sharif. Having a framework to identify the gap between the conditions in a country as compared to another country is something very difficult to do. That's what Avik has mentioned. Followed by the Commonwealth Forum, which very much fits in with the Commonwealth project that we have at GPI, which I had as the project director, and which was the panel was chaired by my colleague Neha Diwan, who's a project lead who also heads the Commonwealth project as a project lead. We had some brilliant panelists, Ambassador Camilla Palma, former Belize High Commissioner, Adirupa Sen-Gupta, and David Gomez are from the Partner Institute of Ramphal. Now, in terms of some of the collaboration was what was identified for development of AI and tackling the digital divide. To summarize the panel, a couple of statements. David mentioned there are implications of AI on government, but also on governance. Whilst Adirupa, who represents Common Purpose, pointed out whatever policy initiatives and institution building we talk about, it needs to be open source and collaborative. That's followed by the next panel was another very interesting panel on technology leadership for sustainable development, chaired by Niro Abuojo, an advisor to AI Policy Labs, a former special advisor to UK Prime Minister Theresa May, and the pride of AI Policy Labs, first person of African origin to become a special advisor to a UK Prime Minister. This brilliant panel hosted Victoria Chisala, Samantha Cohen, Shia McCloney, and Joseph Cox, the Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM, and Samantha, who's the Chief Executive of Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. The summary of this was that AI can play a significant role in innovation. It can help accelerate progress towards sustainable development goals and be a positive force for change, provided there is a robust legislation to combat the negative effects of AI. So I think once again it resonates the fact that that AI has got some exceptionally good benefits, but there has to be governance and regulation around it to make sure that it's not exploited. Comment by Samantha, AI would be an important driver of growth and development, particularly in the development countries. Our world now requires practical skills more than it ever has done. Victoria Chisala mentioned that digital tech can enhance market and economies for all, especially for those marginalized by traditional sectors. So thereby resonating that AI can also be used to address diversity and inclusion as well. Followed by another interesting panel where we had the Secretary Generals of Indian Association of Universities and the Association of Commonwealth Universities, representing around 1,800 universities, which is a very, very big figure. Also, Asim Kumar, the head of Asia Pacific region for the UN Global Compact Network India. The summary there was technology can cause a divide, but in the education space, it has also helped bridge the divide. It has enabled access of quality education to people in remote areas with limited access. So just to echo on those words, digital education is very much scalable compared to other levels of education. When education is physically provided, there are limitations to scalability, and there are certain restrictions in terms of a good product, say in the UK, in London, cannot easily be taken to, say, a remote village in Ghana or a remote village in Uganda. But with digital education, that can easily be delivered, and it can be scalable across the Commonwealth, across the world, and very, very cost-effective scaling as well. The only thing we have to be conscious of is the infrastructure, normal infrastructure, and then the digital infrastructure as well. Those are going to be the prerequisites. So that's where digital education and this conference itself is exemplifies how digitally we can deliver anything starting from education. I would say this conference is also is like an education in itself. So we have delivered it at almost zero cost to the participants from our perspective, from the young people across the Commonwealth. And that is one of the reasons, as the director, as the founder of AI Policy Labs and the co-founder of GPI, I've ensured that we don't charge the young people at all, because ultimately inclusivity, equality has to be provided to everyone, regardless of their financial backgrounds or any other factors. And the next panel was tackling opportunities and risks in AI to the leadership of women. Again, chaired a panel and a subject that is very close to the heart of AI Policy Labs and Global Policy Insights, which includes AI and leadership of women, looking at the Sustainable Development Goal 5. It was chaired by the brilliant Dr. Alison Gardner, who's the co-founder of Women Leading in AI and is also a professor at Keele University. We had Elena Senil, the founder of Teens in AI, Sanya Gulser-Korat, the former director of Gender Equality, representing the very right panel, and Victoria Boland from Women Leading in AI. The summary here was that women have been particularly affected by COVID-19. Women are suffering high domestic violence, increased gap in education, unequal wages, and even funding. So we can see a pattern there. Any group that has been not fully being inclusive, or that has been neglected, has impact on those groups have been affected more. The pandemic seems to have affected more, like young people, women, old age people. They seem to be affected the most. So a couple of quotes there. One from Gulsar: the more out culture associates women with voice, assistance, and subservience, the more they expect women to be like that in real life. I think they were pointing out to Amazon, Apple, Siri, and other kind of voice programs, and that I believe that's the difference. And Victoria mentioned we put the blame on women that they aren't using the technology correct, instead of seeing whether technology is designed for them to use correctly. I think that's a very valid point again. And I hope there'll be further discussions on this topic, on this subject, which are very much needed. Then came the youth future opportunities for youth and progress for the Commonwealth. This was a brilliant panel. We had some very young people from the age of 11, 14, and 18, founding organizations, talking about AI, talking about ethics, and we were thoroughly impressed. I was receiving messages from across the Commonwealth in terms of these child prodigies and what they've been doing. The summary there was that schools and parents can play an important role in helping children explore their interests and exposing them to technology. They should engage the students by delivering into the practical applications of technology, as well as include ethics. So a quote there by Okizue: AI can be used for something good. The future of AI really lies in medical and finance. So where Okizue was pointing out is to using AI, particularly in the current context of COVID, where AI could benefit quite a lot. Then the final panel, Bridging the Gap: Opportunities for a Young Commonwealth in AI, chaired by Mandy Sanghera, a philanthropist and a TEDx speaker. We had some brilliant panelists here, represented mostly from the private sector. So the summary here: it is difficult to completely remove bias from AI owing to imbalance in the data itself. So the current data would have bias. So a certain bias in it. So we'll have to look at to the future. We'll have to keep that in mind to address, and as we kind of improve situations, the data would itself be unbiased, become unbiased. So that's followed by there was a fireside chat with Elena Sinel, who was the founder of Teens in AI, where she mentioned about some excellent work that's being done by their organization, promoting young people in their teens, to explore AI, and also a brilliant project about a hackathon that they're doing in Brunei, trying to encourage AI, particularly looking at the long-term future of Brunei, where oil might not be available in the long term, and there has to be other alternatives for revenue generation, particularly for the young people. There again, it was a brilliant work by Elena and her team. So in summary, I have to summarize. We had brilliant 2 days, exceptionally well-managed panelists, chairs. I'm thoroughly impressed. And from this platform, on behalf of AI Policy Labs, on behalf of Global Policy Insights, as the conference chair and convener, I thank all the panelists, all the chairs for the excellent content, exceptionally all the attendees. I know it's 6:30 now. It's 11 p.m. in India. It's a different time zones. We had some very morning panels where people from Caribbean have attended, when people from Africa, from within Africa, Nigeria, and other countries. So across the Commonwealth, we are a family of nations. And from this platform, I would want to take this opportunity to encourage and to propose AI Policy Labs a common framework, and a task force for artificial intelligence across the Commonwealth nations. We would want to bring together these nations together, and also work with Secretariat, Rampal Institute, and all the Commonwealth organizations, and we'd be happy to do our part onto that. I also take this opportunity to thank our partner organization, Rampal Institute, Richard Bourne, David Gomez, for their excellent contribution, their cooperation in all our work towards the Commonwealth, and also our associate partners in this, the United Nations Women, the head of Deputy Country Representative of India, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka, Nishtha Satyam, and their entire team for bringing us the element of gender, which we are very much passionate about. We also thank Swiss Cognitive for conducting 2 panels as associate partners and bringing in this brilliant teams who are doing exceptional work in AI completely, and we are all amazed by their brilliant work. I also thank Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General, and their entire team for bringing together these universities from India and representing the 1,200 universities in India and 11 other countries where they are part of as an associate partner. AIDC has sponsored this event and has covered whatever the limited costs that are needed. I then thank my own team at AI Policy Labs and Global Policy Insights, Stephen Anurag, our youth coordinator, and Shahana Joshi, Neha Diwan, Swati Agarwal, Vasi Nurullah, and entire associate team, and all the interns who have been supporting us exceptionally well, and our own entire Global Policy Insights team as well for putting this together. And last but not the least, all the attendees. I can still see there are 130 attendees attending. That's brilliant. It started off with around 300 attendees, and I've rarely seen a webinar with 300 attendees. So brilliant. Thank you all, and have a nice evening. We will put all this on our website, which would be aipolicylabs.org, and also globalpolicyinsights.org. I've missed thanking our other associate partner, UN Global Compact, Mr. Kamal Singh, and their entire team for also being an associate partner and supporting us with this exceptional event. This information would be available on our websites, aipolicylabs.org and globalpolicyinsights.org, and it's also on YouTube on InfoGPI account, and it will be available on @AI_PolicyLabs, @GlobalPolicyIn. These are our social media handles, and we will look forward. And thank you to the exceptional youth partners that we have, 120 youth partners, youth organizations who have partnered with us and who have been supporting us since the inception, since the beginning. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Across the Commonwealth, across the nations of Commonwealth, I can still see 125 attendees. Good night, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever it is for you. Brilliant. We will keep in touch. We will finally be producing a report, which we'll publish on our websites and we'll be sending across to the panelists and attendees. Thank you all. Thank you very much.